Chapter 478. If this continued, he would definitely encounter some unpredictable dangers if he wanted to catch up to the ghostly fox under normal circumstances. Long Chen thought quickly and immediately decided to use the blood escape that he had not used for a long time. It was just a slight use, but it instantly increased his speed by dozens of times. In a very short moment, he had rushed in front of the ghostly fox. In fact, Long Chen had withdrawn the blood escape in the shortest time possible. Just like that, he had already accomplished his goal. He had crossed over 100 meters and arrived in front of the ghostly fox. From this, it could be seen that all the abilities of the ancient blood spiritual dragon were heaven-defying. Even the blood sacrifice was terrifying. It was just that Long Chen had not used the blood escape and the blood sacrifice much. After rushing in front of the ghostly fox, Long Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately used the sword's execution formation. The wide range of the sword's execution formation was the most suitable to deal with a fast demonic beast like the ghostly fox. Under the encirclement of the sword's execution formation, the ghostly fox basically had nowhere to run. In fact, the thing that the ghostly fox did not understand the most was how Long Chen's speed could increase so much in such a short time. Foxes had always been smart, so the ghostly fox could not understand it at all. At this moment, Long Chen's sword's execution formation enveloped the ghostly fox. Similarly, the ghostly fox's first thought was to escape. However, with the sword's execution formation so close at hand, could it escape? The heaven-punishing sword formation was a high-level heaven-tier battle skill, and it came from Ling Shi. Right now, Long Chen could basically confirm that Ling Shi's side should be at the God Martial Realm. The heaven-tier battle skills of the God Martial Realm were obviously not simple. It was not something that a small creature like the Ghost Shadow Fox could dodge. With Long Chen's tough body, the sword's execution formation quickly rushed down, leaving the ghostly fox with nowhere to run. Of course, the counterattack of a 5th-grade heaven-level beast before death was also very terrifying. Long Chen dodged the ghostly fox's attack with great difficulty, then directly used the sword's execution formation to reap the ghostly fox's life. It was not that the ghostly fox was too weak, but that Long Chen was growing stronger step by step. The pressure from Ling Xi's side made his strength grow rapidly. Now, a 5th-grade heaven-level beast could no longer resist the power of his sword's execution formation. After putting the ghostly fox's corpse into the great virtual realm, Long Chen hurriedly used the soul-devouring demon eye to look around. Because of chasing the ghostly fox, he was already very deep in the 2nd layer of the demon world, so he had to confirm his own safety. Fortunately, there were no other beasts around, but there was the existence of a person. This person was only 100 meters away from Long Chen. There was a lot of movement here, but he did not come to Long Chen's side. Instead, he walked in circles, as if he was looking for something. Originally, Long Chen wanted to find a place to use blood-refining qi to increase his strength, but after seeing this person, his curiosity was piqued. At this time, Kitten reminded him, "This guy, is he the man who told you how to reach the 2nd layer when you just arrived at the 1st layer of the demon world? He seems a bit strange. I'll go and have a look." If it was him, Long Chen wouldn't have to worry. That guy was in the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Even if he had malicious intentions, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Long Chen. It was just like the ghostly fox of the 5th level of the heaven state. For him, a 5th level of the heaven state was nothing. But Long Chen felt strange. Didn't he say he was going to come in to find a woman he liked? Why was he here alone? Did something happen to his woman? The distance of 100 meters was covered in a short while. Soon, Long Chen appeared in front of that person. When he saw his appearance, Long Chen was stunned. In his impression, this man was gentle and elegant before, but now his hair was messy, and his eyes were sunken, with a deep bloody light in them. "Brother, do you still remember me?" Long Chen asked cautiously. So far, he should have been in the demon world for about a day. It's you. The man was surprised. Then he came to himself and said coldly, "How dare you come here with your strength? I advise you to leave quickly. I have no time for you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to leave. Long Chen did not move. He just felt it was strange. But it was none of his business, so he did not bother to ask. However, after taking a few steps, the man turned around again and said coldly, "It seems you don't want to leave. It's my freedom to stay where I am. What happened to you?" After all, this man had helped him before, so Long Chen was still polite. If someone else had wanted to kill him, Long Chen would not have let him off easily. Then go to hell. After hearing Long Chen's words, he dashed towards Long Chen. Long Chen was a little helpless. He had just cancelled the dragon soul transformation. He did not expect that he would have to use it again. Long Chen was too lazy to fight with him. So he used the blood escape and disappeared from the man's sight in an instant. "You're crazy. You want to kill me for no reason. I'll let you off this time because you told me the way to the second demon world. If you do this again, it won't be the same." Using the blood escape, Long Chen left the man. Then he found a safe place to refine and absorb the ghostly fox's blood, so that he could break through to the fourth level of the reaching heaven state. The breakthrough this time was relatively smooth. When the fourth aperture in his right leg was opened, Long Chen's strength reached the fourth level of the reaching heaven state. His genuine qi increased again. For Long Chen, the effect of his genuine qi was getting stronger, while the effect of his physical body was getting weaker. When Long Chen reached the sixth level of the reaching heaven state, the opponents he would encounter would not have such a strong restraining effect on him. After all, there were quite a few people in the sixth or seventh level of the reaching heaven state who had successfully cultivated the advanced heaven state body refining battle skills. However, their advanced heaven state body refining battle skills were still a few levels lower than Long Chen's dragon body. The current strength of Long Chen's body was infinitely close to the three martial realms. When he reached the third level of the reaching heaven state, Long Chen had spent almost 3,000 connecting heaven elixirs. When he reached the fourth level of the reaching heaven state, Long Chen had spent close to 10,000 connecting heaven elixirs. In other words, out of the 100,000 connecting heaven elixirs he had already used up 15,000 connecting heaven elixirs. At this rate, Long Chen discovered, to his astonishment, that the connecting heaven elixirs he had were only enough for him to reach the fifth level of the reaching heaven state. This rate of consumption of connecting heaven elixirs is really terrifying. Looks like I can only reach the fifth level of the reaching heaven state at most in the demon realm this time. After all, I don't have enough connecting heaven elixirs. Furthermore, the strongest demonic beasts in the second level of the demon realm are only at the sixth level of the heaven state, which can only allow me to reach the fifth level of the reaching heaven state at most. After I leave this place, I'll look for other ways to obtain connecting heaven elixirs, and then encounter even stronger demonic beasts. Based on the current situation, I'll definitely have the strength to fight against an eighth level of the reaching heaven state in a month. In fact, what Long Chen lacked the most was a backer. If he had a backer, he would definitely become much stronger in an instant. Of course, with my strength at the fifth level of the reaching heaven state, I reckon that no one under the seventh level of the reaching heaven state would be a match for me, including that Zhao Wuji and Qin Huanyu. Among the ordinary disciples, my strength has already reached the pinnacle within a short 1 or 2 days. I wonder how they'll react when they find out. Long Chen was somewhat excited. Of course, the reason why he had been able to improve so quickly this time around was due to his strong preparation after obtaining the super powerful battle physique. Ever since he had obtained 1% of the inheritance blood essence, it meant that he would have a great improvement in the future. Next, I'll have to look for 6th level demonic beasts in the heaven state, so that my strength can reach the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. Long Chen had made up his mind about his goal. He looked towards the depths of the second layer of the realm of demons and started heading inside. In the process, Long Chen encountered a few more fifth-level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Of course, he would only attack demonic beasts with fire attributes. Moreover, he could also test his current strength. Coincidentally, there was a demonic beast with fire attributes among the fifth-level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Therefore, it unfortunately became a dead soul under Long Chen's sword, and its demonic core entered Xiao Lang's body, allowing Xiao Lang to successfully reach the third level of the heaven state. Ordinary demonic beasts wouldn't be able to level up in their entire lives. Only a freak like Xiao Lang, who possessed the power to absorb flames, would be able to level up twice in such a short period of time. In the second layer of the realm of demons, the sixth-level demonic beasts in the heaven state could only be described as rare. Moreover, it was difficult to distinguish between the fifth and sixth-level demonic beasts in the heaven state from the devouring demonic eyes. Therefore, Long Chen had no choice but to search the areas one by one. I wonder if there will be a ravine at the end of the second layer of the realm of demons, which is the entrance to the third layer of the realm of demons. With this thought in mind, Long Chen entered the depths of the second layer of the realm of demons. However, what made him depressed was that he had guessed wrong. The end of the second layer of the realm of demons was actually a membrane that couldn't be approached. Long Chen knew that this was the extreme wall of the universe world. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to break through it. It seems that I have to find another way to get to the third layer of the realm of demons. After thinking about this, Long Chen had no choice but to look for the sixth-level demonic beasts in the heaven state. Finally, after 2 days, after going around for a long time, he found a sixth-level demonic beast in the heaven state. Among them, Long Chen found 2 fifth-level fire-attributed demonic beasts in the heaven state. Their cores and so on had become Xiao Lang's food, which greatly improved Xiao Lang's demonic power. Of course, it hadn't reached the fourth level of the heaven state. The power of the fire-attributed demonic beast's core wasn't very obvious to Xiao Lang. After discovering the traces of the demonic beast, Long Chen didn't act rashly. After all, it was a sixth-level demonic beast in the heaven state. Even the current him had to be vigilant. Sixth level of the heaven state, Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. Chapter 479. Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. From this name, one could roughly tell the characteristics of this demonic beast. To be honest, this was the first time that Long Chen had seen a powerful demonic beast of the snake species, and it was a double-headed snake. Even from a distance, Long Chen was shocked by the appearance of this Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. This was a long snake that was more than 20 meters long. Its entire body was covered with scales of 2 colors, one blue and one red, each occupying half of its body. Starting from its abdomen, there were 2 snake heads, one red and one blue. The red snake head was burning with flames, while the blue snake head was condensing cold air, surrounded by a thick layer of ice. 2 extreme attributes appeared on the body of a demonic beast. This Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake should have 2 monster dawn, right? Long Chen asked. Of course, this type of demonic beast is the most unique. It is almost unparalleled among those of the same level. 2 monster dawn means that its combat power is more than twice that of other demonic beasts, especially these 2 extreme attributes. Unfortunately, this little snake is too weak. In the past, I once saw a divine beast 9-headed snake-bodied, and its demonic power was more than 10 times that of mine. It was quite terrifying, but unfortunately, it was no match for my reincarnation power. Golden Crow, Reincarnation Divine Beast, and 9-headed snake-bodied. From what Kitten said, these should be demonic beasts of the same level, and they gradually appeared and grew stronger after the extinction of the primordial divine dragons. Just by listening to Kitten's description of the Golden Crow, Long Chen knew that these demonic beasts were powerful. These demonic beasts simply existed in myths and legends. Long Chen put aside the fear in his heart and carefully observed the ice-flame twin-headed snake in front of him. This ice-flame twin-headed snake was very fierce. Even if there was no threat around it, it still did not calm down. Its two pairs of eyes took turns to look around vigilantly. In its mouth, the bright red tongue was like a ball of flame, and the snake's tongue was like a blue blade. Both of them flicked in and out, and its eyes were full of ferocity. This ice-flame twin-headed snake was much more ferocious than that of the ghostly fox. Long Chen believed that as long as he showed himself, the ice-flame twin-headed snake would immediately rush up to tear him into pieces. In the second devil realm, this ice-flame twin-headed snake should be considered an overlord. It was used to being an overlord, so it naturally had a bad temper. Long Chen did not want to delay any longer. Soon, he adjusted his mentality and prepared to take action. But at this moment, he suddenly heard a noise not far behind him. He was so scared that his hair stood on end. At the same time, he quickly hid and approached the direction of the noise. At this time, he was about 100 meters away from the ice-flame twin-headed snake, which meant that he was about 100 meters away from the source of the noise. Long Chen had to get rid of the person making the noise before he dared to focus on dealing with the ice-flame twin-headed snake. In the eyes of the spirit-devouring demon eyes, there were two people fighting with all their might. Long Chen quickly approached and then hid on the side. Because he had the spirit-devouring demon eyes, he was not worried that the ice-flame twin-headed snake would escape. Moreover, he estimated that the ice-flame twin-headed snake would not escape at all. As long as it discovered the movement here, it would immediately attack. Long Chen quickly rushed over and then hid on the side. At first glance, he saw two people fighting, a man and a woman. The man turned out to be the man that Long Chen had met twice in the devil realm. The first time they met, he kindly told Long Chen the way to enter the second devil realm. The second time they met, he had a strange look on his face and wanted to kill Long Chen. At this time, he was crazily attacking another woman. The woman's age and strength were similar to his. She should be at the 5th stage of the heaven-reaching realm. She was not a match for the current Long Chen. This woman was also very good-looking. She was plump and enchanting. She was a very sexy woman. Unfortunately, the man opposite her seemed to be completely unaware of this and continued to attack crazily. Fu Yang, you beast. You said you loved me before, but today you attacked me because of the Xian Emperor's seal, the woman said with some resentment. Aren't you the same? Previously, you said that you wanted to marry me. Now, because you want to keep the mystic the arch seal for yourself, you are hiding in the second layer of the demon domain. After I found out, you even wanted to kill me. If I wasn't quick-witted, I would already be dead by now. You are a poisonous woman, and you still have the cheek to say that about me? The man said with a sinister tone as his attacks became even faster. I found the Xian Emperor's seal by myself. It has nothing to do with you. Why should I share it with you? You said before that you wouldn't even give up your life for me, but now you're fighting with me for the Xian Emperor's seal. You're clearly a piece of trash. You won't admit what you said. Do I think you've seen through me? Pa, I've seen through you. I only wanted to share the treasure with you. You vicious woman, you actually wanted to kill me. Wasn't it me who told you about the legend of the 5 Emperor seals? How dare you burn the bridge after crossing it? Fine, since you're heartless to me, I'll be heartless to you. I'll take the Xian Emperor's seal, and you can obediently become a ghost here. From their conversation, Long Chen could tell that this woman was the woman that Fu Yang had said he liked before. Long Chen also roughly understood the situation. The two lovers seemed to have begun fighting for a treasure. Their love was just a bubble in front of the treasure. This was completely incomprehensible to Long Chen. The love he understood was like the 20 years of unchanging waiting between Dongfang Xianshao and Xian Ku, or the 10 years of pursuit between him and Lingxi. However, it was definitely not a life and death struggle for a treasure. It could be said that their view of love had a certain impact on Long Chen. It made him understand that there was also love that was so cheap in this world. Long Chen did not hate them. He only felt that they were very pitiful. If they knew how to contribute, they would not have died today. Instead, they could use the treasure together and prosper. Most importantly, Long Chen heard a word, Emperor-level battle skill. Above the heaven rank was the king level, which corresponded to the earth martial realm. Above the king level was the emperor level, which corresponded to the heaven martial realm. The dead Jiangcheng had once said that emperor-level treasures were the pinnacle treasures of the entire myriad kingdoms. The pinnacle battle skill of the entire myriad kingdoms had actually appeared here. Long Chen truly thought that he had heard wrong. However, in reality, he was certain that he had not heard wrong. He had listened very carefully. The man had indeed said the legend of the 5 emperor seals. The 5 emperor seals should consist of 5 parts. From their conversation just now, Long Chen could guess that the mystic emperor seal they had obtained should be one of the 5 emperor seals. As for the specific use, Long Chen did not know. If he could really obtain the emperor-level battle skill, it would probably have a greater effect than the emperor flame bead. It should be known that even if he obtained the emperor flame bead, he would only be at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching realm. On the other hand, the 5 emperor seals was an emperor-level battle skill, which directly surpassed the king level. Long Chen knew that there was probably no one in the entire Wuxia Sage Empire who had an emperor-level battle skill. Of course, if it was precious, it would be hard to obtain. As for the specific situation, Long Chen did not know. Therefore, he could only snatch it or even kill them. Such a pair of lovers, Long Chen did not mind killing them. Such a great opportunity was placed in front of him. Of course, Long Chen would not let it go. At this time, the fight between the two was getting more and more intense, and their attacks were getting more and more ruthless. It was completely as if they wanted to kill each other. Long Chen felt very uncomfortable seeing this. Perhaps this is human nature. I really can't imagine what it will be like when they are in love. Little she and I will definitely not have such a day. Just as Long Chen was thinking about this, he suddenly felt a strong aura coming from behind him. Long Chen was shocked. He knew that the fight between the two had attracted the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake was a ferocious 6th-grade heaven-ranked demonic beast. In terms of combat strength, the two of them were no match for it even if they joined forces. The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake's speed was very fast. It was about 200 meters away from Long Chen in no time. Long Chen had no choice but to change his position and change his hiding spot. Since the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake was already here, he decided not to make a move first. He would wait for the right opportunity to obtain the Mystic Thearka's seal in one fell swoop. As for their lives, Long Chen didn't care about it anymore. When the two of them noticed the strange movement, the huge body of the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake had already appeared in front of them, looking down at them. Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. The woman let out a horrified cry. She was originally in the middle of an attack, but when she saw the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake, she quickly withdrew her attack and escaped. She was very clear about the power of the Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake. Ho! The Ice Flame Twin-Headed Snake let out a hissing sound. It had always been the overlord of this area. Not only did these two little creatures disturb it, but they also wanted to escape. Therefore, its attack fell on the woman first. The huge snake tail swept towards the two of them, leaving a phantom behind. The first to be hit was the woman. Such an attack had a huge range, and there was no way to escape. Moreover, it was difficult for the man or the woman to dodge. Fu Yang, save me! At this time, the woman let out a desperate cry. Suddenly, she used all the genuine qi in her body to resist the attack of the snake's tail. The strength of the fifth tier of the reaching heaven state and the middle level of the heaven level was actually very extraordinary. As long as the man used the same attack, the two of them would be able to escape. However, the man didn't attack at all. Instead, he ran in the opposite direction and sneered. As he had expected, the huge strength of the ice-flame twin-headed snake sent the woman flying. The woman spat out a large mouthful of blood, and her face instantly became pale. Almost all of her bones were broken, and she wouldn't live for long. You deserve to die. The mystic emperor seal is mine. The direction in which Fu Yang escaped was the direction in which the woman was flying. Seeing that the woman was about to die, his face revealed an ecstatic expression and he quickly chased after her. Chapter 480. In fact, the ice and flame twin-headed snake was only giving them a heavy punishment. If they could really escape, the ice and flame twin-headed snake wouldn't chase them so relentlessly. Because of the woman's obstruction, the man had actually escaped quite a distance. As long as he could get the Qianquan bag from the woman, he could totally escape. Seeing that the woman was about to land, and the ice and flame twin-headed snake didn't seem to be chasing after them, Fu Yang's face revealed an ecstatic expression. He roared excitedly and pounced forward. As long as he got the Qianquan bag, he could escape. As for the woman, he didn't care about her life or death. Just as he was about to approach the woman, an accident happened. A red shadow instantly rose and caught the woman in front of him. At the same time, his hand quickly searched her body. In a short while, he took out a Qianquan bag near her bulging chest. This incident made Fu Yang fall from heaven to hell immediately. Who is it? You're courting death. Fu Yang roared and pounced at Long Chen. Unfortunately, how could he be a match for Long Chen? After the dragon soul transformation, the nature of his genuine qi was strengthened by 10 times. In terms of genuine qi, he was no longer inferior to Fu Yang, especially with his super strong body. Therefore, when Fu Yang pounced at him, Long Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of Fu Yang with traceless shadow. What? Looking at the bone spurs and claws that pierced into his spleen, Fu Yang was in despair. He realized that he was about to die. A light blow from Long Chen had caused him to suffer injuries similar to that of the woman. In just a moment, Long Chen could take his life. It could be seen how big the gap between them was. Who are you? Fu Yang's eyes were pale, and he looked at the beast warrior in front of him in despair. We've met twice. This mystic the Arch Seal, I'll kindly accept it. Thank you for telling me the location of the second devil world. Long Chen grinned. After hearing his words, the man's eyes suddenly widened and revealed a look of disbelief. Of course, he remembered Long Chen. But, shouldn't Long Chen be around the second stage of the Heaven Ascension realm? How could he have such shocking strength? You're the rookie king who won 3 consecutive championships today. At the last moment, the man thought of such a person. At this moment, he was filled with despair and regret. He knew that he had underestimated Long Chen. It's me. The first time I met you, you helped me. The second time I met you, you wanted to kill me. We are even. Now, we are fighting for the same thing. The mystic the Arch Seal cannot be leaked, so. Don't kill me. The man said in horror, but it was too late. Long Chen gently twisted his neck. His hands loosened, and the man's body fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. Long Chen looked coldly at the woman who was still breathing. Jiang. Jiangcheng, don't kill me. I'm willing to be your woman, I won't leak anything, I'll listen to you forever, okay? The woman had also heard of Long Chen's reputation. At this moment, when she saw how terrifying Long Chen was, she quickly stuck out her chest and wanted to use her slender body to gain Long Chen's favor. In fact, with this body, she had already conquered many men. The one who had fallen at Long Chen's feet was one of them. She was confident in her body. Men were animals that thought with their lower bodies. As long as she conquered their lower bodies, it would be easy to conquer their upper bodies. It was a pity that the beauties Long Chen had seen were much more beautiful than her. A great beauty like you is not something that I, Long Chen, can enjoy. If the two of you can't truly love each other when you're alive, I'll send you to hell to love each other. Long Chen's cold voice rang in the woman's ears. Puchi. At this moment, the bone spurs on Long Chen's body pierced through her heart. In the end, she was still confused about Long Chen's name. He was clearly called Jiangcheng, so why did he call himself Long Chen? Moreover, why did the name Long Chen sound so familiar? Of course, the Long Chen who ranked third on the Wuxia Alliance's bounty list was Long Chen of the three great martial realms, not the current Long Chen. In a very short period of time, Long Chen ended their lives and made their bodies hug each other tightly. Then, Long Chen turned around. At this moment, when the ice flame twin-headed snake saw that there was another troublemaker, it was already furious. In particular, Long Chen's aura, although weak, made the ice flame twin-headed snake feel a sense of terror. For the ice flame twin-headed snake who was used to being an overlord, this innate sense of submission was unbelievable, and it had successfully stimulated its ferocity. Moreover, Long Chen had killed the ice flame twin-headed snake's prey right in front of it. The man and the snake were confronting each other, and the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter. Long Chen knew that there was only one step left for his mission in the sevenfold demon world, and that was to kill the ice flame twin-headed snake and advance to the fifth layer of the reaching heaven state. Of course, the Xian Emperor's seal, one of the keys of the 5 Emperor seals, was the biggest unexpected gain for Long Chen this time. Of course, this was also a secret that he absolutely could not tell others. If the news of this thing were to spread, he would definitely be killed. With his current strength, he was still at the bottom of the ancient demon realm, where experts were as common as clouds. At most, he could only be regarded as a middle tier. As they confronted each other, Long Chen took out the Demon Emperor sword. Now was not the time to waste, so Long Chen immediately rushed toward the ice flame twin-headed snake. The Demon Emperor sword in his hand slashed out a sky-piercing sword chi, slashing toward the ice flame twin-headed snake. Demon Emperor Sword Wei, Supreme Demon Sword. The power of the Supreme Demon Sword in the hands of Long Chen obviously could not be underestimated. The densely packed black sword slashed toward the ice flame twin-headed snake. The ice flame twin-headed snake hissed twice. At this moment, its red and blue heads rushed toward Long Chen. It opened its mouth, and suddenly, a fiery red flame and an icy blue current intertwined, colliding with Long Chen's Supreme Demon Sword. The tremendous power of the attack was much more powerful than Long Chen's Supreme Demon Sword. Rumble. The demonic Tao Sovereign Sword shattered, and the surging water and fire energies surged towards Long Chen. Long Chen quickly executed the Traceless Spectre, allowing himself to dodge the shockwaves of the other party's attack. This ice flame twin-headed snake is very strong. It's not easy to deal with. Long Chen frowned deeply. He wanted to kill it in one blow, but he was afraid that it would not be easy. After all, there were not many opportunities for the Sky Punishment Sword formation to attack. If he let the ice flame twin-headed snake resist, it would be very difficult to kill it, and it might even attract the attention of others. At this moment, Xiao Lang's voice was heard. "Big brother, if you try to get close to it, I will try to use the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire. This guy is half an expert in playing with fire." This was a good idea. If Xiao Lang suddenly appeared in the Great Void Realm, he would be able to catch others off guard. Especially the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, which was a super terrifying technique. As Xiao Lang's level increased, so did the power of the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire. Long Chen grunted, and the blood-red figure used traceless shadow to quickly approach the ice flame twin-headed snake. This time, his goal was to get close, so it was much simpler. Whoosh! The huge snake tail swept under Long Chen's feet. Long Chen quickly leaped up and dodged the attack of the ice flame twin-headed snake. He then stepped on the tail of the ice flame twin-headed snake and swept toward its head. The ice flame twin-headed snake was furious. One of its heads suddenly turned, and suddenly, a wave of flames surged toward Long Chen. Xiao Lang! As Long Chen shouted, Xiao Lang's body suddenly came out of the great void realm. The 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, which had been brewing for a long time, suddenly pounced forward. The nature of the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire was much stronger than the ice flame twin-headed snake. The fiery red ice flame twin-headed snake was completely engulfed by the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire in an extremely short time. Then, the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire grew a little stronger and instantly pounced on the fiery red head of the ice flame twin-headed snake. This time, the ice flame twin-headed snake could not react at all. This was because the appearance of Xiao Lang and the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire were too sudden. The 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire had completely engulfed the fiery red head of the ice flame twin-headed snake in a very short time. The 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire had completely engulfed the fiery red head of the ice flame twin-headed snake in a very short time. This time, the ice flame twin-headed snake could not react at all. This was because the appearance of Xiao Lang and the 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire were too sudden. The 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire had completely engulfed the fiery red head of the ice flame twin-headed snake in a very short time. Sky Punishment Sword Formation. Under the control of Long Chen, the violent sword qi instantly strangled the ice flame twin-headed snake, which could not resist, and killed it completely. Long Chen kept its body completely, not letting go of any trace of blood, and then prepared to leave. Before leaving, Long Chen checked the bodies of the man and the woman and found no other Qiankuan pouches. Then, he looked at the Qiankuan pouch that he had obtained, and there was indeed a black ordinary seal in it. This must be the Mystic Thearka's seal. After confirming that he had obtained the Mystic Thearka's seal, Long Chen said to Xiao Lang, "Forget it. For safety's sake, it's better to destroy the body and destroy the evidence." Xiao Lang nodded. Under his 9 underworld's demon ancestral fire, the man and the woman had completely disappeared from this world. It's a pity that you destroyed the ice flame twin-headed snake's monster core along with its head. Otherwise, you could have improved a lot. Long Chen shook his head regretfully. Next, he planned to find a safe place to refine the body of the ice flame twin-headed snake. After reaching the 5th level of the Reaching Heaven state, he could leave this place and return to the Qingli Palace. I remember that after being shrouded by the heavenly demon light, I have to start training the next day. The strict training in the ancient demon realm is not bad, but it is not suitable for me. I don't know whether they will make trouble for me when I go back. After all, I have stayed in the 7-fold demon realm for almost 3 days, Long Chen thought worriedly. Chapter 481. This was the 3rd time he had advanced in the 2nd layer of the realm of demons. And this time, Long Chen had reached the 5th layer of the Reaching Heaven state with the help of the blood essence of the 2-headed ice flame snake. The 5th aperture was distributed in the palm of his right hand. The 5th aperture was not small compared to the Dantian and the Dantian spiritual aperture. However, when looking at the palm from the outside, there was still no change. Everyone used their hands when using battle skills and weapons, and the palm was the place where the qi was directly transmitted. When the 5th spiritual aperture was formed, it greatly reduced the time that Long Chen could attack and increased the strength of his attacks. If he could open the 6th spiritual aperture in the palm of his left hand, then there would be a perfect cycle in his body. The cultivation of the reaching heaven state was simply an evolution. However, what made Long Chen depressed was that after reaching the 5th layer of the reaching heaven state, he had spent around 30,000 connecting heaven pills. The connecting heaven pills he had in his hand, plus the 10,000 connecting heaven pills he had plundered from the man and woman, only had around 70,000 connecting heaven pills in total. According to the speed of the increase every time, Long Chen estimated that he would need around 90,000 connecting heaven pills to reach the 6th layer of the reaching heaven state. In other words, not only was he unable to reach the 3rd layer of the realm of demons, but he also didn't have enough connecting heaven pills. He had to find a way to further increase his strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to compete for the Emperor Flame Pearl in less than a month. After finally completing his cultivation, Long Chen had no choice but to go back. However, before that, he took out the Mystic Emperor's seal and looked at it carefully. The Mystic Emperor's seal was pitch black, and there was nothing special about it. It looked like a very ordinary seal. "Kitten, this thing can't be fake, can it?" asked Long Chen gloomily. "The more ordinary something looks, the more likely it is to be a treasure. This Mystic Emperor's seal should be a key. Isn't it a royal tier battle skill, the 5 Emperor's seals? Once you collect the other 4 Emperor's seals, you'll be able to unlock the 5 Emperor's seals." "Of course, this is only my guess." Long Chen nodded. It seemed like this Mystic Thearka's seal was temporarily useless to him. He couldn't study it thoroughly. Hence, he kept the Mystic Thearka's seal and prepared to leave. There should be 10 exits to the 2nd layer of the Devil World. Long Chen wandered around the vicinity, looking for 6th grade heaven-ranked demonic beasts. He had already encountered a few. They were black whirlpools that appeared on the ground. Only by entering these whirlpools would he be able to return to the foot of the realm Devil Mountain. Long Chen was still not very familiar with the 2nd layer of the Devil World, so he could only look for exits everywhere. However, this time, after searching for a long time, he actually found an even bigger black whirlpool in front of him. Moreover, there were many people guarding the whirlpool, and the one leading them was the Divine Wind Demon General. "I can't find the entrance to the 3rd layer of the Devil World anywhere, but this black whirlpool is guarded by a heavyweight like the Divine Wind Demon General. This must be the entrance to the 3rd layer of the Devil World." Long Chen guessed. Only high-ranked disciples at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state and above could enter the 3rd layer of the Devil World. With the Divine Wind Demon General blocking the way, Long Chen knew that it was impossible for him to enter the 3rd layer of the Devil World. Therefore, he secretly remembered this location and left to look for the exit to the 2nd layer of the Devil World. It didn't take long before he appeared at the foot of the mountain. After coming out from the foot of the Realm Demon Mountain, Long Chen headed in the direction of the King Qingli Palace. The difference between him now and the one a few days ago was really too big. A few days ago, he had just reached the 2nd level of the reaching heaven state, and now he was already at the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. In terms of fighting capacity, he should basically be unrivaled by disciples at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. It had only been a few days since Long Chen had entered the ancient demon realm. If others knew that he had relied on these few days to advance from the 1st level of the reaching heaven state to the 5th level of the reaching heaven state, and had advanced several levels crazily in a few days, how shocked would they be? Of course, this was a story for the future. What Long Chen was considering now was what would happen to Qin Huanyu, who was in charge of his training, and Zhu Li Demon General, if he returned to the King Qingli Palace in his current situation. Before this, they had always emphasized discipline. Long Chen estimated that he would have a lot of trouble after returning to the King Qingli Palace. Of course, he was not afraid. Soon, he returned to the front of the King Qingli Palace. Before he arrived, an ordinary disciple came to greet him. He looked at Long Chen for a while, and asked coldly, "You must be Jiang Cheng. What's the matter?" Long Chen nodded, which meant that he admitted it. Julie Demon General said that if you appeared, you should go to the training ground immediately. Do you need me to take you there? The disciple said directly. The training ground? Okay, I'll go there now. Long Chen nodded and walked past the disciple. His meaning was obvious. He didn't need the disciple to take him, and he could go by himself. Looking at the back of Long Chen, the disciple twitched the corner of his mouth and sneered, "What an ignorant guy." The discipline in the ancient demon's territory is strict. He just entered the ancient demon's territory, and he dared not participate in the training ground for 3 consecutive days. More importantly, this guy doesn't know that he has committed the death penalty. Long Chen didn't hear what the disciple said, but Long Chen could predict it. After a few steps, Long Chen said, "Xiao Lang, bring Huangfu Qi to the training ground. It's best to lure Queen Qingli here. If they are there, Julie Demon General probably won't attack me directly. Otherwise, I made Zhao Wuji lose 3 consecutive championships. This is a good opportunity to kill me, and he will definitely not let it go." Xiao Lang knew that things were urgent, so when he came out of the Great Void Realm, he immediately disappeared in front of Long Chen. Huangfu Qi, this little girl, had a lot of secrets. Long Chen could feel that Queen Qingli was really good to her. He believed that with her around, Julie Demon General wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Long Chen slowed down his pace and walked in the direction of the training ground. At this time, many people in King Qingli Palace already knew him. However, the ordinary disciples should be practicing in the training ground, so there were fewer people in King Qingli Palace. Long Chen estimated that Huangfu Qi would be here soon, so he appeared outside the training ground. When the ordinary disciples saw him, they all stopped what they were doing. They looked at Long Chen, dumbfounded. This ordinary disciple had just entered the ancient devil area, but he had become the topic of conversation for them. Long Chen looked at Long Chen with wide eyes. As soon as he arrived in the ancient demon's territory, he disappeared for 3 days, leaving the devil general behind. They really didn't know how daring Long Chen was. For the past 3 days, they had been talking about Long Chen. If Long Chen appeared, he would definitely die. This kid actually dared to appear. I thought he had escaped from the ancient demon's territory. Isn't he looking for death? Because he didn't take the devil general seriously. These days, the devil general's temper is very bad. Several people have been injured by the devil general. I heard that the devil general's nephew is Zhao Wuji. He was suppressed by Jiang Cheng in the selection battle. He didn't come for 3 days, but he still dared to show up. He must be thinking. More and more people came out of their practice and then whispered to each other. They were talking about Long Chen, who appeared next to the training ground. Their faces were full of shock and regret. Look at this Jiang Cheng, he seems to know nothing. Last time, the young man didn't come for 2 days, and his neck was directly broken by Julie Demon General. He just entered the ancient demon's territory, but he dared to not come for 3 days. What an idiot. The crowd couldn't stop talking. At this time, 2 people separated from the crowd. They were Qin Huanyu, who was in charge of the training of the new people, and the Julie Demon General. When he saw Long Chen, the Julie Demon General revealed a cruel smile. Without saying anything, he stood 10 meters in front of Long Chen and looked at him from head to toe. He said, "Jiang Cheng, I remember your name is Jiang Cheng. Do you know the rules of the ancient demon's territory, especially the rules of me, the Julie Demon General?" "I don't know what the devil general's rules are," Long Chen said indifferently. His voice was neither arrogant nor humble. This kind of reckless behavior made the others sigh. They felt that he was hopeless. He. The Julie Demon General laughed and said, "As a new person, you actually didn't come to the training ground for 3 days. You are looking down on me. My master is the first commandment of the ancient demon's territory. This time, you have violated the commandment. Therefore, you have already committed the death penalty. There is no room for negotiation. Even the Heavenly Emperor can't save you. In Long Chen's view, the commandment was just a pretense for the Zhu demon general to kill him. At this time, even if he knew that the Zhu demon general was going to kill him, he wouldn't move. This was because he had already seen Huang Fuqi and King Qingli appear within a mile. Does the devil general have the right to kill the innocent? In the Qingli palace, the one in charge should be King Qingli. Whether to kill me or not depends on King Qingli. Long Chen said stubbornly. Demon General Zhu Li smiled and said, "Do we have to trouble King Qingli to kill an insignificant person like you? Well, Huan Yu, you are the favorite disciple of King Qingli. You can execute the death penalty in Jiang City. Don't delay. We have to train our disciples quickly." Demon General Zhu Li said with a smile. Qin Huanyu was currently standing next to the Herculean Demon General. After hearing the Herculean Demon General's words, he smiled and said, "Indeed, a small character like Jiang Cheng doesn't need my master's approval. How about this? I'll represent my master in understanding him. This kid even stole the power of the mana crystal last time. He's really annoying." As he spoke, he looked at Long Chen with disdain in his eyes and approached Long Chen. At a certain moment, he suddenly accelerated and charged towards Long Chen. The power of the 6th level of the reaching heaven state suddenly exploded. At this time, Huang Fuqi and Prince Qingli arrived and watched the scene of Qin Huanyu killing Long Chen from a distance. Chapter 482. Big Brother. Seeing that Qin Huanyu attacked Long Chen heavily, Huang Fuqi screamed. At this critical moment, she couldn't save Long Chen with her speed. Moreover, she didn't have the strength to save Long Chen. Therefore, she could only pin her last hope on King Qingli, who was behind her. But time was running out. She could only turn around anxiously and shout, "Master!" If King Qingli wanted to save Long Chen, she could do it without Huang Fuqi's reminder. But at this moment, King Qingli didn't take action. Instead, he watched Qin Huanyu take action indifferently. This moment passed in the blink of an eye. Everyone was paying attention to how Qin Huanyu would kill Long Chen. Among them, only one person was extremely anxious, and that was Long Chen. As for the others, most of them were indifferent. After all, they were also jealous of Long Chen's miracles in the selection battle. 100,000 supreme elixirs. Many people present might not have such wealth in their entire lives. Qin Huanyu targeted Long Chen because of the 100,000 supreme elixirs. Qin Huanyu only had 20,000 or 30,000 supreme elixirs in his Qiankuan bag. The 100,000 supreme elixirs awarded to him for 3 consecutive champions had almost been used up. Besides, he didn't get many supreme elixirs in the past 2 years. 20,000 supreme elixirs were not enough for Qin Huanyu to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. He needed at least 50,000 supreme elixirs to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. Of course, if it were Long Chen, he would need 500,000 supreme elixirs. Therefore, he used his killing move as soon as he took action. With his genuine qi at the 6th level of the reaching heaven state, he used his medium heaven-class fighting skill with all his strength. How could Long Chen, who had not reached the 3rd level of the reaching heaven state, dodge it? Moreover, King Qingli didn't help him, which meant that Long Chen would definitely die. Everyone was a little frightened. It seemed to be glorious to come to the ancient demon's territory, but if they didn't obey the management, they would be eliminated or killed if they did something wrong, just like Long Chen. He was the favored one who won 3 consecutive championships, but he died in a few days after coming to the Qingli Palace. However, what happened next made everyone's jaws drop to the ground. At this moment, Qin Huanyu abruptly drew out a snow-white, crystal-like battle saber from his cosmos sack. This battle saber had a might that was not inferior to the Demon Emperor sword. It must be a heaven-ranked mid-level divine weapon of the same grade as the Demon Emperor sword, or perhaps even of a higher grade. The moment the battle began, a cold aura immediately permeated the surroundings. Snow Moon Godly Blade, Blizzard Mad Kill. Long Chen had used a heaven-tier battle skill right off the bat. Qin Huanyu had found Long Chen to be an eyesore since a long time ago. With such a great opportunity right in front of him, as well as the fact that he could curry favor with the Herculean demon general, he obviously would not miss it. In an instant, a snow-white blade light surged towards Long Chen like a blizzard. With Long Chen's strength, it was very likely that he would be cut into pieces. Big brother! Huan Fuqi screamed in despair. It could be seen that she really cared about Long Chen. At this moment, her eyes were a little wet, and her chubby face had turned pale. Just when everyone thought that Long Chen was going to die, Long Chen's expression was very calm. A black blade appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and he swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a black blade immediately collided with Qin Huanyu's Blizzard Mad Kill. Demon Emperor Sword Wei, Supreme Demonic Sword. Rumble. The blade light and the sword shadow collided, creating a huge storm. The equally powerful attacks of the two made everyone realize in shock that Long Chen's casual swing of his sword seemed to be able to contend with Qin Huanyu. This was simply inconceivable. Everyone's eyes gradually widened. When Qin Huanyu's attack was completely nullified by Long Chen, Qin Huanyu hurriedly took a few steps back and looked at Long Chen in shock. Everyone else looked at Long Chen in the same way as Qin Huanyu. They were all in disbelief. Although Qin Huanyu hadn't used his full strength, even a warrior of the 5th tier of the Heaven Ascension state wouldn't be able to withstand his attack so easily. How did Long Chen do it? In the selection battle, he had defeated Zhao Wuji, who was at the 4th tier of the Heaven Ascension state, with his strength of the 1st tier of the Heaven Ascension state. This was purely because of his strong body. However, now that he had an advanced heaven-class combat body, he didn't have that much pressure on Qin Huanyu anymore. How did Long Chen survive? How could he be so powerful? He actually withstood senior brother Qin's attack. That's impossible. It looked like an easy slash just now. I saw Long Chen's attack in the selection battle. Even after he transformed into a beast soul, he wasn't as powerful as he is now. It's only been 3 days. What kind of panacea did Jiangcheng take? The ordinary disciples started discussing among themselves. This made the faces of Qin Huanyu and the demon general Zhu Li turn darker and darker. However, they had to admit that Long Chen's previous performance was too heaven-defying. From Long Chen's attack just now, the demon general Zhu Li was able to determine Long Chen's strength. He exclaimed, "Jiangcheng, when did you reach the 5th tier of the Heaven Ascension state? Weren't you at the 2nd tier of the Heaven Ascension state?" He knew that Long Chen had reached the 2nd tier of the Heaven Ascension state when the demonic light had shrouded him. Then, 3 days later, Long Chen had reached the 5th tier of the Heaven Ascension state. Advancing 1 tier a day? What kind of concept was that? It was unheard of since ancient times. The demon general Zhu Li's words caused a huge commotion among the crowd. The 5th tier of the Heaven Ascension state? Did I hear it wrong? Even Huang Fuqi and Zhao Wuji are at the 4th tier of the Heaven Ascension state. How did Jiangcheng suddenly reach the 5th tier? No wonder he hasn't appeared for 3 days. Could it be that he had a fortuitous encounter? If he had such a fortuitous encounter, I would also be willing to not appear for 3 days. Originally, Long Chen was not valued because of his old age and low cultivation level. Now, his cultivation level is even higher than that of a genius. Moreover, he has an advanced heaven-level body refining technique and an offensive technique. In terms of the level of a genius, he might be on par with senior brother Qin Huanyu. Jiangcheng has an advanced heaven-level body refining technique, while senior brother Qin Huanyu has a higher cultivation level. They are about the same age. Their words were also what the demon general Zhu Li and the others were thinking about. The demon general Zhu Li had to look at King Qingli. He knew that King Qingli didn't attack the first time because he looked down on Long Chen. However, after Long Chen displayed his exceptional talent, would King Qingli still look down on him? What the Qingli Imperial Palace needed the most was a genius. Therefore, King Qingli probably wouldn't kill Long Chen. At this time, King Qingli was also quite shocked. As an expert of the three great martial realms, she had extraordinary experience, but she had never seen such a monstrous genius like Long Chen. This kind of promotion speed could only be described as monstrous. At this time, Qin Huanyu was frightened. Everything stopped. In Huang Fuqi's eyes, Long Chen had always been very powerful. Therefore, when Long Chen beat back Qin Huanyu, she was not too surprised in her heart. She hurriedly threw herself into Long Chen's arms and cried with snot and tears, "Big brother, you are a bad guy. Chi-Chi thought I would never see you again. Woo-woo, Chi-Chi, be good. I am so powerful now. How can some small fries kill me?" Long Chen smiled indifferently. His words made Qin Huanyu very angry. He shouted, "Junior sister apprentice, go away. Jiang Cheng is sentenced to death. I was careless just now and failed to kill him. This time, I will not let him go. No, I won't go. Sixth senior brother, you are a big bad guy. Do you have a son?" Huang Fuqi was irritated by Qin Huanyu. She suddenly widened her eyes, pointed at Qin Huanyu's nose, and scolded. Qin Huanyu cramped because of the scolding, but the problem was that Huang Fuqi was King Qingli's favorite disciple. He had no choice but to look at King Qingli for help. At this time, King Qingli waved to him and motioned him to go back. Then, King Qingli walked to Long Chen. "You disappeared for 3 days and violated the rules. Just to reach the 5th level of the Reaching Heaven realm?" King Qingli looked at Long Chen coldly and said, "Of course. Otherwise, there are several people here who want to kill me. If I don't improve my strength, I will be a fish on the chopping block." Long Chen said with a faint smile. Long Chen did not blame Queen Qingli for not taking action just now. She really had no reason to take action for a disciple with little potential. But now it was different. Long Chen was not a child. He knew that interests were the key to everything. When Long Chen could win something for Queen Qingli, she would protect him no matter what. "Well, since you have just come to the ancient demons area and don't know many rules, I will let it go this time." King Qingli nodded. She thought that Long Chen should be grateful to her for not pursuing the matter with Long Chen. Seeing that King Qingli protected Long Chen, Zhu Li Demon wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Finally, he could only shake his head helplessly. This time, Long Chen escaped with his strength. He and Qin Huanyu looked at each other and felt a little depressed. "Let it go. How can I let it go?" Just then, Long Chen said something like this for the first time. He patted Huang Fuqi's face and raised his head, saying, "If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the common people. I am just an ordinary disciple. I can't be forgiven because of my ignorance. This can't be a precedent. Then what do you want?" King Qingli was stunned and asked. Long Chen looked in the direction of Qin Huanyu and said, "Senior brother Qin Huanyu is much stronger than me. Let him teach me a lesson. In a quarter of an hour, I will fight with senior brother Qin in the training field. At that time, let all the people in the Qingli Palace come to watch. I believe that senior brother Qin will teach me a profound lesson. At that time, I can let all the people in the palace realize that it is very unwise to violate the rules. I believe that after seeing my lesson, other disciples will obey the rules more. If I can contribute a little strength to the Qingli Palace, I can make up for my mistake." Chapter 483. After that, Long Chen looked at Qin Huanyu provocatively. Everyone sighed at Long Chen's shamelessness. It was obvious that he wanted to challenge Qin Huanyu in public, but he said it in such a dignified way. He had to be extremely thick-skinned to be so shameless. However, apart from Long Chen's way of speaking, Long Chen provoked Qin Huanyu. Qin Huanyu was a genius who won 3 consecutive championships 2 years ago. After studying in Qingli Palace for 2 years, he had reached the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven realm and was close to the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. In Qingli Palace, he was definitely one of the top 3 geniuses. Although Long Chen won 3 consecutive championships in the selection battle, he was humiliated and abandoned by the Red Ghost King because of his low potential. These 2 people were a sharp contrast between a genius and a mediocre person. Now, the mediocre person issued a challenge to a genius. Senior brother Qin Huanyu obviously didn't use all his strength just now. Jiang Cheng is really restless. His Excellency King Qingli spared him, but he continues to make trouble. Isn't he simply courting death? Who knows what Jiang Cheng is thinking? Maybe he was abandoned by the Red Ghost King and has accumulated resentment. He wants to prove himself through senior brother Qin. If he can defeat senior brother Qin, he can indeed prove that he is also a peerless genius. It's a pity that it's too difficult for him to choose a target. In fact, he doesn't have to do this. He only needs to show the 5th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, and he can be regarded as a genius. After all, he has the advanced body refining and attack fighting skills of the Heaven realm. While others were talking about it, King Qingli and others were looking at Long Chen. King Qingli didn't speak at first. When everyone finished talking, he looked at Qin Huanyu, who was a little angry, and said, "Huanyu, what's your decision?" Qin Huanyu said directly without thinking, "Let's fight, master. If I can't even defeat him, I'm not worthy to be your disciple." "Very good, very good. Just don't embarrass me." King Qingli nodded and then looked at Long Chen, saying, "You said a quarter of an hour, then a quarter of an hour. Everyone, give up the training ground, and then gather all the people in King Qingli Palace to watch a lesson." Under the order of King Qingli, the training ground was soon emptied, leaving a large space for Long Chen and Qin Huanyu to fight. Then the ordinary disciples ran to every position of King Qingli Palace and called out all the disciples, including those old guys. In the ancient demons area, as long as one was over 30 years old and his cultivation hadn't reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he wouldn't be a disciple. Instead, he would be given the title of elder. Of course, if he hadn't reached the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he would be directly sent out of the ancient demons area. Guang Yuan, who had established the Heavenly Devil Palace, was probably one of them. After becoming an elder, as long as one reached the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, he could become one of the demon generals. However, when an ordinary person became an elder, his potential was almost exhausted. There were many elders in the ancient demons area, and most of them were between the 6th and the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. Even in King Qingli Palace, there were more than 100 elders. In fact, these elders were the backbone of the ancient demons area. Of course, because they had exhausted their potential, they didn't participate in the assessment of disciples. For example, the competition for the Emperor Flame Bead, which was held in less than a month, was a grand assessment of disciples. It was held in the ancient demons area every 5 years, and the biggest prize this time was the Emperor Flame Bead. After a quarter of an hour, all the people in the ancient demons area had arrived. More than 100 elders above the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, and about 300 ordinary disciples, as well as several apprentices of King Qingli, had arrived. Among the apprentices of King Qingli, Long Chen couldn't help laughing. He said in a low voice, "It seems that the personal apprentices of King Qingli are not so good. They don't even have a disciple at the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm." Yes, I heard that the disciples of the other 6 palaces are at the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. Only Sister Yi of King Qingli Palace is at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. But Sister Yi is almost at the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. Of course, this is not the highest level in the ancient demons area. The strongest geniuses in the ancient demons area are in the legendary Imperial Palace. I heard that one of the sons of the Demon Emperor has reached the Earth martial arts realm, which is almost the same as my master, Huang Fuqi, who was next to Long Chen, said. Another son of the Demon Emperor. Of course, Long Chen remembered. He had heard that Jiang Wuxiang had left a palm print on the sky-reaching demonic pillar during the selection battle, and he had done it when he was at the 9th tier of the reaching heaven state. Long Chen was in awe of real geniuses. Of course, Qin Huanyu was not included. The two of them stood in one corner, while the personal apprentices of King Qingli stood in the other corner. King Qingli had about 10 apprentices. Except for Huang Fuqi, there were 2 teenagers at the 5th level of the reaching heaven realm, 4 disciples at the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm, and 4 disciples at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. One of them was Sister Yi, whom Huang Fuqi had mentioned. Long Chen looked at the senior Sister Yi that Huang Fuqi had mentioned. She was about the same age as Long Chen, and she wore a long white dress. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her long hair cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall. Her eyes were bright, and contained a moving charm. She gave off an otherworldly aura, as if she was a fairy that had come to the mortal world. Little she. Long Chen was a little lost in thought, and subconsciously called out to her. After that, a bitter smile appeared on his face. He had made a mistake just now. This girl called Yi, whether it was in terms of appearance or temperament, was extremely similar to Ling Shi. However, she wasn't. Although both of them wanted to be celestial maidens who descended into the mortal world, she didn't have Ling Shi's loveliness and loveliness. What shall she? Senior Sister Yi's name is Lu Yi. She's my master's daughter. Big brother, look at how lecherous you are. Don't tell me you've fallen for Senior Sister Yi? Huang Fuqi pouted. Don't talk nonsense. Long Chen hurriedly covered her mouth. Huang Fuqi sometimes spoke without thinking, and her voice was not soft either. Lu Yi, who was not far away, must have heard her. She turned her head and looked at Long Chen with a trace of hostility in her eyes. Senior sister, this guy actually dared to look at you. I will definitely beat the crap out of him, Qin Huanyu said through gritted teeth in front of Lu Yi. Lu Yi nodded. In fact, she could see that Long Chen just glanced at her symbolically, and his eyes were not lecherous as Huang Fuqi said. Today's protagonist was Long Chen, so Lu Yi also looked at him curiously. She only felt that this man looked indifferent and calm, and he looked more terrifying than Qin Huanyu, who was gritting his teeth next to him. Long Chen and Qin Huanyu had both won 3 championships in a row, but their treatment was completely different. Qin Huanyu had great potential. He was only 16 years old, but he was already close to the 7th hurdle of reaching heaven realm. When he was 20 years old, he should be able to reach the 8th hurdle of reaching heaven realm and become the pillar of King Qingli's disciples, just like Lu Yi. And Long Chen was an abandoned role from the beginning. Of course, his story was quite complicated. Lu Yi was with Huang Fuqi these days, and she heard a lot about Long Chen from her. So she was a little curious about Long Chen. Huanyu. Senior sister apprentice, what can I do for you? Qin Huanyu responded quickly. When you fight later, you can't kill him. It's just a small conflict. Don't directly fight with your life. God has the virtue of cherishing life. I know, senior sister apprentice. Even if I want to kill him, I'm afraid master won't let me. This guy's current potential is no less than mine. What King Qingli's palace lacks most is a genius, so master won't kill him. Besides, he was picked up by master from the Red Ghost King. If Jiangcheng becomes powerful, it will be a slap in the face of the Red Ghost King. Master likes this kind of thing the most. Qin Huanyu tried his best to show his wisdom in front of Lu Yi. That's the best. Remember to be merciful. At this time, those disciples and elders who had never seen Long Chen were also talking about Long Chen. Long Chen won 3 consecutive championships, was abandoned by the Red Ghost King, disappeared for 3 days, and fought against Qin Huanyu with one move. Everyone began to be shocked by Long Chen. From Long Chen's experience, they saw that he was mysterious and powerful. At this time, King Qingli and 2 of the 4 great dark generals were already sitting in their seats. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. Giant Dark General gestured to Qin Huanyu. Qin Huanyu nodded and walked to the training ground. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Long Chen. Long Chen asked Huang Fuqi to stay there and then stood 15 meters in front of Qin Huanyu. "Big brother, come on, beat him." Huang Fuqi did not realize her position at all. As the core disciple of King Qingli, she was cheering for Long Chen now. With Huang Fuqi's shouting, the battle officially began. Qin Huanyu did not talk nonsense with Long Chen. He directly pulled out the Shuayu divine saber and pointed it at Long Chen from a distance. He said, "I let you escape from my saber just now, but this time, it won't be so easy." Long Chen slowly pulled out the Demon Emperor sword and held it in his hand. His eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, with almost no ripples. He even looked a little cold-blooded. At this time, there was only one thought in Long Chen's mind, and that was to let everyone see how terrible he was. Only by showing it could he get enough attention, and his path in the ancient demon's territory would be more and more open. From the eyes of King Qingli, Long Chen saw the rules of the ancient demon's territory. This was also the reason why Long Chen wanted to let everyone in King Qingli Palace watch this battle. Only in this way, under everyone's witness, he would appear in a super form and show his talent. Only in this way could he become an important figure in King Qingli Palace in a very short time. Qin Huanyu, on the other hand, happened to bump into the muzzle of his gun and became his stepping stone. Chapter 484. The most eye-catching weapons were the Demon Emperor sword and the Snow Moon Divine Saber. Both of them were medium heaven rank weapons. Moreover, they were well matched in all aspects. Therefore, this battle was full of suspense. Of course, this was the opinion of others. This was the first time he had tested his strength in front of so many people, so Qin Huanyu was a little nervous. He clenched his teeth and used his blood to suppress the discomfort in his heart. He hadn't paid enough attention to Long Chen when he had used that move against him. Now that he raised his saber, Qin Huanyu instantly turned into a blur as he pounced towards Long Chen. The Snow Moon Divine Saber in his hand slashed out a sharp saber light. Qin Huanyu gave a low roar. His eyes were gloomy, and the Snow Moon Divine Saber in his hand crazily slashed out. Blizzard Kill. This saber technique was like a blizzard in the harsh winter as it swept towards Long Chen. Just the might of this saber technique was much stronger than the one he had used against Long Chen previously. Facing Long Chen's threat, Qin Huanyu had no choice but to use all his strength in order to obtain a beautiful victory. As the disciple of King Qingli, who had been trained for 2 years, he should do the same. Everyone was in awe of Qin Huanyu's attack. Even the elders were deeply moved and said, "Huanyu's saber technique is getting sharper and sharper. This blizzard saber technique is a superior grade heaven-ranked saber technique. Now that he is using the first move of a medial grade heaven-ranked saber technique, it has such an effect. When he uses his strongest move, even I won't be his match." Of course. How can we compare with King Qingli's personal training? As the elders, they only had strong fighting strength. However, in terms of potential, they, who were over 30 years old, were not good enough. In the face of Qin Huanyu's shocking attack, Long Chen was very calm. He was the same as last time, but this time, there was a cold light in his eyes. He slashed out at the critical moment. It was still the supreme sword of diabolism, and its power was almost the same as last time. Rumble. The collision of the sword and saber set off violent ripples. Everyone hurriedly retreated, their clothes fluttering in the cold wind. Of course, their eyes were still fixed on the arena. Just as they expected, Long Chen was at his wits' end. This time, Qin Huanyu was even more powerful, so Long Chen was sent flying and tumbled a few times in the air. Sure enough, the person who just came to King Qingli Palace is no match for the direct disciple. This thought came to everyone's mind. Of course, the disciples of King Qingli also thought so. From the first confrontation, it was obvious who was superior. I hope Huanyu can listen to me and not kill him. Lu Yi's eyes were filled with a trace of worry. At this moment, Long Chen was about to fall to the ground. To everyone's surprise, when Long Chen landed on the ground, he unloaded Qin Huanyu's strength very lightly. He stepped on the ground lightly with his toes, and then he instantly accelerated like a whirlwind, rushing towards Qin Huanyu. To be honest, it didn't take much effort for Long Chen to deal with Qin Huanyu. Of course, it was on the premise that he used the Dragon Soul transformation. Long Chen had just tested it. If he didn't use the Dragon Soul transformation, he should not be a match for Qin Huanyu. The Dragon Soul transformation brought him 10 times the nature of genuine Qi and an advanced heaven-rank combat body. In the process of rushing forward, the blood-red dragon scales gradually covered Long Chen's body. The blood-red dragon shadow appeared in every tiny scale of Long Chen. An ancient and majestic breath came out of Long Chen's body. In an instant, Long Chen's speed increased 10 times. This change caught everyone off guard. His original speed was almost the same as Qin Huanyu's. Now it increased 10 times crazily. Compared with him, Qin Huanyu could only be described as slow. There were bursts of exclamations in the crowd. Seeing Long Chen's speed, even the direct disciples of King Qingli changed their faces, especially Lu Yi. She caught a kind of bloody light from Long Chen's eyes, which gave her a bad premonition. He wants to kill Huanyu. Lu Yi reacted immediately. Qin Huanyu was her junior fellow apprentice for 2 years. Except that he was a little arrogant, he had no other shortcomings. But now Long Chen's eyes were gloomy and bloody, and there was obviously a strong murderous intent hidden in them. With that thought in mind, Lu Yi was definitely not going to let Qin Huanyu die. Hence, she disregarded everything else and started to move closer to the place where the two of them were fighting. If the two of them were to really fight to the death, she would definitely act immediately to protect Qin Huanyu. Before Long Chen sped up, she was full of confidence in Qin Huanyu. But now, her heart was filled with worries. In addition to Lu Yi, Qin Huanyu also saw the cold bloody light in Long Chen's eyes. Only then did he realize that Long Chen had such a way to become stronger. Looking at Long Chen's unstoppable speed, he suddenly felt a little creepy. No, he is so terrifying. If I don't use that move, I will definitely be killed. In an extremely short period of time, Qin Huanyu thought of this. He clenched his teeth and brandished the Snowy Moon Divine Saber again, charging towards Long Chen. At this time, he was prepared to use the last move of the Blizzard Saber technique. For a moment, the cold chi of the Snowy Moon Divine Saber danced in all directions. Streams of cold chi surrounded Qin Huanyu. As Qin Huanyu's saber danced, the storm around him became bigger and bigger in a very short period of time. Long Chen sneered. With his current strength, if he used the Sky Punishment Sword formation, even if his opponent used an advanced heaven-ranked battle skill, he would not be able to resist it. After all, advanced heaven-ranked battle skills were also divided into different levels. Whoosh! A loud tearing sound was heard. Blizzard Saber technique, falling snow. At this time, Qin Huanyu shouted. The snowy moon divine saber in his hand instantly turned into thousands of saber radiances. Each saber radiance was like a snowflake. Since the snowflakes were enough to form a large blizzard, it could be seen how many saber radiances there were. The drifting snow of the world was a high heaven tier battle skill. It did not have an undeserved reputation. It possessed true power. Seeing Qin Huanyu use such a powerful move, Long Chen was a little surprised. However, it did not exceed his expectation. Of course, for the others, the power of this move was difficult to be used by an ordinary warrior on the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. When Qin Huanyu used this move, they naturally thought that Qin Huanyu would definitely win. Once the falling snow is used, all warriors above the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm will definitely be destroyed, not to mention the warriors on the 5th level of the reaching heaven realm. It's a pity for the kid on the 5th level of the reaching heaven realm. Huanyu felt pressured, so he used the falling snow. If he wants to survive, King Qingli will have to help him. The crowd looked at King Qingli, but he looked indifferent and motionless. It was obvious that he did not intend to help Qin Huanyu. When the falling snow was used, there were exclamations everywhere. However, this did not scare Long Chen. He had to admit that this move was indeed powerful. However, could it be more powerful than the Heaven Punishment Sword formation given by Lingxi? Under Long Chen's command, the Demon Emperor sword flashed in his hand. His speed soared again. Then, sword figures formed in front of him quickly. The sword figures suddenly exploded and turned into the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, which was more powerful than the falling snow, and enveloped Qin Huanyu completely. This time, the Heaven Punishment Sword formation was much more powerful than what Long Chen had used before. The Heaven Punishment Sword formation was an advanced heaven-grade sword formation. The stronger Long Chen's genuine qi was, the more he could use it. This was the first time that he had fully demonstrated the power of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. Whistles suddenly sounded. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, the falling snow's blade radiance was completely destroyed by Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation. The thousands of sword figures successfully enveloped Qin Huanyu and he disappeared in an instant. How is this possible? The exclamation sounded like a tide. Such a powerful attack can only be used by someone at the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. Is Jiangqing a monster? I saw him use this sword formation in the selection battle, but it was not as powerful as it is now. His strength has been enhanced to such a terrifying level. The crowd was greatly astonished. Even the faces of the two demon generals started to twitch. A 5th layer completion heaven realm martial artist was able to execute such a move. Only the word abnormal could describe Long Chen. Oh no, Huanyu will die. As for the personal disciples of King Qingli, they were certainly surprised by Long Chen's strength. But they were more concerned about Qin Huanyu's death. Just now, Long Chen was likely to die. But now, Qin Huanyu was likely to die. They could only call King Qingli for help. But this time, they found that King Qingli's eyes were still very calm. But this time, there seemed to be some passion in his eyes. Lu Yi also looked at King Qingli. Mother really asked Jiangqing to save me. Lu Yi thought bitterly. She knew that King Qingli would never save Qin Huanyu in this way, so she had to do it herself. As for what she was thinking, only she knew. Stop! Lu Yi shouted. Her white clothes fluttered, and she dashed towards Long Chen quickly. Stop! Long Chen sneered. At this critical moment, he would not stop. Instead, he would exert more force. Under his powerful Heaven Punishment Sword formation, the falling snow had little resistance and was completely destroyed by Long Chen. Then, under the horrified eyes of the crowd, Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword pierced through Qin Huanyu's heart rapidly, and blood splashed out. Chapter 485. Huanyu. Lu Yi was stunned. She had underestimated Long Chen's speed, so when she had almost reached him, Long Chen had already taken Qin Huanyu's life. At that moment, Qin Huanyu's eyes were wide open, and he was still holding the snowy moon divine saber in his hand. He lowered his head and stared blankly at the blood gushing out of his chest. Only then did he realize that he had used his strongest attack, but he had still died at the hands of Long Chen. Despair, madness, sorrow, these emotions occupied his heart for a very short period of time, but they only lasted for a brief moment. This was because his life was rapidly disappearing. He couldn't even turn around to look at Long Chen, who was behind him. Behind him, Long Chen was swinging the remaining power of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. Sword shadows were sent flying, and Lu Yi was forced back. Then he retreated a few steps and appeared 10 meters away from Qin Huanyu. At that moment, Qin Huanyu slowly collapsed. Before he died, he had his wish fulfilled. He saw Long Chen, the youth who had killed him. He really didn't know what to think. He could only say that he was unlucky to have met a monster like Long Chen. The last thing he felt was a pair of soft arms supporting him. The familiar fragrance told Qin Huanyu that the person supporting him was Lu Yi. Lu Yi was his life's dream, so he couldn't be wrong. It was just that it was very likely that when he had just experienced her embrace, his consciousness had completely disappeared. Long Chen stood quietly, while Qin Huanyu fell into Lu Yi's embrace. Everyone looked at this scene, and for a moment, they were completely silent. The reverent and shocked gazes were Long Chen's goal this time. As for killing Qin Huanyu, Long Chen didn't feel any pressure. He had killed many people along the way, and Qin Huanyu had the intention to kill him. Moreover, with that falling snow technique just now, even if Long Chen didn't kill him, he would still kill Long Chen. It was that simple. As for Lu Yi's reaction, in this world, no one would feel sorry for anyone who died. At this time, everyone took a deep breath and looked at Long Chen with some awe. They all knew that from today on, Long Chen would become the #1 figure in Qingli Imperial Palace. Moreover, some smart people could guess a deeper reason, which was Queen Qingli's reaction. With Queen Qingli's strength, she could definitely save Qin Huanyu before he died, but she didn't. Why? It showed that in Queen Qingli's eyes, Long Chen's value had surpassed Qin Huanyu's value. Among them, Long Chen's incredible performance was one reason. As for the other reasons, only a few people in Qingli Imperial Palace knew. Everyone vaguely felt that Long Chen would soon become a rising star in Qingli Imperial Palace, and then he would compete with other imperial palaces. Based on Long Chen's performance just now, he was indeed qualified. More importantly, they all knew that it took Long Chen about 4 days from the first hurdle of reaching Heaven Realm to the 5th hurdle of reaching Heaven Realm. What was an evildoer? This was it. Such a performance successfully won Queen Qingli's favor, and Queen Qingli even didn't want Qin Huanyu's life anymore. At this time, Long Chen was looking at Lu Yi in front of him. At this time, Lu Yi used her slender and soft hands to close Qin Huanyu's eyes, which were still open. Then she raised her head and looked at Long Chen. In her eyes, there was a rare indifference. Her white dress was stained with a lot of blood, and even her face was stained with a lot of blood, which made her gentle and amiable look a little scary, especially her indifferent and stubborn eyes. Long Chen was a little absent-minded. From Lu Yi's eyes at this time, he vaguely saw Lingxi's shadow. Lingxi was also a person who abhorred evil. When she hated a person, her eyes were the same. She is not Xiaosi. Long Chen secretly warned himself, and then closed his eyes. His body recovered from the state of dragon soul transformation. I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? Lu Yi stood up, and her voice was a little cold. She looked straight at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't pay attention to her, because he knew that Queen Qingli would speak. Sure enough, at this time, Queen Qingli stood up, waved her hand to Lu Yi, and said, Don't make trouble. When fighting, fists and feet have no eyes. Everyone can see that either Huan Yu killed Jiangcheng, or Jiangcheng killed Huan Yu. You can't blame others for your lack of skills. You and your fellow apprentices should take Huan Yu to a grand funeral. Mother. Queen Qingli's indifferent words made Lu Yi and other apprentices feel very uncomfortable. At this time, other apprentices of Queen Qingli came to Qin Huanyu and said anxiously, Master, he killed your personal disciple. Don't you care about it? Yes, junior sister apprentice Yi can't do it, so I will do it. Jiangcheng, I challenge you. If you have the guts, accept it. Yes, I also challenge you. You killed 6th junior fellow apprentice. Do you want to get away with it? You wish. In King Qingli Palace, you dare to kill our junior fellow apprentice. At this time, the 10 apprentices of King Qingli, except for Huang Fuqi, all looked at Long Chen with righteous indignation. Only Huang Fuqi stood beside Long Chen and made a face at them. For Huang Fuqi, she had known Long Chen for a long time, so she liked Long Chen more. Qin Huanyu always embarrassed Long Chen, and she didn't like it. Long Chen knew that he didn't need to say anything. Sure enough, Queen Qingli was furious. She said harshly, I asked you to get out. Didn't you hear me? Get out immediately. Don't make me lose face. Go back and practice hard. The disciple assessment once every 5 years is around the corner. This time, if King Qingli Palace is at the bottom again, I will kill all of you. King Qingli's words made them swallow their words. They looked at each other and knew that King Qingli was really angry this time. King Qingli was right. They were defeated by Long Chen today, and they could only blame themselves for being useless. A tear fell from Lu Yi's eyes. Let's go. Don't make my mother unhappy. Her eyes were also a little painful. You are my daughter. I do everything for you. So, don't make trouble with them. Seeing the pain in her daughter's eyes, Queen Qingli was also very helpless. I know. Lu Yi nodded. At this time, Long Chen thought the farce was almost over. He said directly, they don't have to go. I think it's me who should get out. Chi-Chi, let's go. Long Chen didn't look at Queen Qingli's face. He directly took Huang Fuqi and went to his residence. This battle completely established his position in King Qingli Palace, and also gave him a chance to stand out. His goal had been achieved. Long Chen didn't want to care about other things. It was the right choice to leave at this time. Everyone could only watch as Long Chen swaggered off. Except for Lu Yi, the disciples of King Qingli all clenched their fists. Well, all go. Queen Qingli gave the order, and the others had to leave first. You go to bury Huan Yu. Come with me. I have something to say to you. After a while, Queen Qingli said. After returning to their residence, Huang Fuqi began to play with Xiao Lang. However, Xiao Lang was powerful now. It was not easy for Huang Fuqi to play with him. Knowing that Huang Fuqi was tired, Long Chen pulled her and asked, Chi-Chi, I heard something about the 5 Emperor's seal. Do you know about it? Huang Fuqi was surprised by Long Chen's words. She looked at Long Chen and said, Big brother, you also know about the mystic Emperor's seal in the ancient demons area. Her surprised look surprised Long Chen. He thought that this little girl knew nothing and wanted to ask her about it. He didn't expect that she knew about the mystic Emperor's seal in the ancient demons area. You mean that you came to the ancient demons area not for the Emperor Flame Bead, but to find the mystic Emperor's seal? Long Chen guessed what Huang Fuqi was thinking. After being guessed by Long Chen, Huang Fuqi said shyly, Actually, the Emperor Flame Bead is my goal, the mystic Emperor's seal is my bigger goal. However, it seems that I can't get the Emperor Flame Bead, so I can only think about the mystic emperor's seal. Long Chen knew that this little girl's family was not simple. He had already vaguely guessed Huangfu Qi's identity. In the Wushu Sage dynasty, Long Chen had heard of the two big powers, the ancient demons area and the Huangfu clan. Huangfu Qi's family name was so obvious, and she had revealed a deep family background. If she wasn't from the Huangfu clan, what else could she be? Of course, there were many people with the surname of Huangfu, but there was no one with such a background. Long Chen had the most contact with Huangfu Qi, so he knew more about her. Moreover, Long Chen guessed that King Qingli and the others probably knew about Huangfu Qi's identity. They just let Huangfu Qi come to the ancient demons area to make trouble. Maybe the people in the ancient demons area had already informed the Huangfu clan to come and get her. King Qingli treated Huangfu Qi well because of her family's strength. If King Qingli could be on good terms with the Huangfu clan, her status would also rise. Qi, how did you know that the mystic emperor's seal was in the ancient demons area? I didn't know before. I only heard the legend of the 5 emperor's seals. Long Chen explained. If this little girl guessed that he had the mystic emperor's seal and spread it around, he would be finished. I heard it from my father. My father said that a month ago, 5 rays of divine light descended from the sky. At that time, no one knew what was going on. The 5 rays of divine light were scattered all over the Shenwu sacred dynasty. My father looked through the information and found out that it was the legendary emperor-level battle skill, the 5 emperor seals. At that time, no one remembered where the 5 rays of divine light landed. In fact, it seems that according to the rumors, one of the black rays of divine light descended near the ancient demon region. There were 5 divine lights falling from the sky. Hearing Huangfu Qi's words, Long Chen was sure that what he had now was the mystic emperor's seal, an emperor-class battle skill. This would definitely set off a storm of blood in the divine Wushu Sage dynasty. Even the other holy dynasties would get involved. Long Chen could not help but feel that he was lucky. At the same time, he knew that he had to keep the secret of the mystic emperor's seal. Otherwise, he would really die without knowing how. My father and the others said that the mystic emperor's seal is in the hands of the demon king. I heard that the demon king lives in the imperial palace. I want to steal the mystic emperor's seal from him and give it to my father. That's why I came here. Hee, big brother, don't tell anyone. Chapter 486. Long Chen was really speechless about this little girl. The demon emperor was the top figure in the divine Wushu Sage Empire. If he had really obtained the mystic the Arch Seal, how could this little girl have stolen it? This little girl was really too mischievous. She escaped from her clan and came here. Long Chen guessed that she would be captured by her father soon. Of course, after coming to the divine Wushu Sage Empire, it would be beneficial for Long Chen to get to know a heavenly lady like Huangfu Qi. After obtaining a lot of information about the 5 the Arch Seals from Huangfu Qi, Long Chen saw that it was getting late and said, Qi, it's getting late. You should go back. No, those senior brothers and sisters are so annoying. Big brother is still the best to me. I want to be with big brother, Huangfu Qi said coquettishly. Long Chen had his own cultivation mission. Of course, he couldn't let this little girl disturb him. Hence, he said seriously, if you don't go, Xiao Lang won't play with you anymore. This was Long Chen's trump card. Hence, Huangfu Qi could only hang her head low and leave pitifully. She wanted to gain Long Chen's sympathy, but Long Chen didn't care about her at all. After Huangfu Qi left, Long Chen was preparing to cultivate. Suddenly, he felt someone approaching. He quickly looked with his spirit-devouring demon eye. Indeed, there was someone standing outside his door. Who is it? Long Chen gently opened the door and discovered that the person standing not far from the entrance was Lu Yi, who bore a striking resemblance to Lingxi. Under the moonlight, her white clothes fluttered in the wind as she stood in front of Long Chen. She looked like a translucent white jade statue. At this moment, the gaze she was looking at Long Chen was still filled with coldness and disgust. "Come with me." After saying that, she took a few steps back and waited for Long Chen's intention. In Long Chen's impression, Lu Yi was still a very kind girl. Her junior brother was killed by Long Chen. It was reasonable for her to be hostile to Long Chen. Long Chen had no malice to her. She came here mysteriously and asked Long Chen to follow her. Long Chen hesitated for a while and followed her. In this way, Lu Yi was also relieved. She focused on walking in front. There were many gray mountains near the Qingli Imperial Palace. Soon, she brought Long Chen to a deserted place. As Long Chen stared at the exquisite figure in front of him, there were a few times when his eyes became a little dazed. It was as if the person floating in front of him was not Lu Yi, but Ling Shi. "I really miss Xiaoxi so much. I can regard her as her whenever someone similar appears." Long Chen shook his head helplessly. At this time, Lu Yi stood still and then turned back to look at Long Chen. She said, "I didn't expect that you really dare to follow me. Aren't you afraid that I will bury a lot of masters here and then ambush you? After all, you are my enemy now. Don't talk nonsense. If you have something to say, just say it." Long Chen completely ignored what she said and responded directly. He had already sobered up and knew that the person in front of him could not be Lingxi. Lu Yi took a deep breath when she saw Long Chen being so direct, and she said, "I'll finish what I couldn't finish during the day, and I'll fight for my junior brother. Don't worry, I won't be as ruthless as you, and I won't take the life of another. After all, he was raised by his parents, and even though you're stronger than him, you don't have the right to take his life." Long Chen was a little speechless. "What you think is your business. What I do is my business. If you want to fight with me, I have to fight with you. Why, with your strength of the 7th level of the reaching heaven state, do you think you can bully me, a 5th level of the reaching heaven state?" Long Chen laughed coldly. Then, ignoring Lu Yi, he turned around and left. "Stop." Lu Yi didn't expect that Long Chen would not fight with her after following her here. She was a little anxious. Her white clothes fluttered and she hurriedly dashed in front of Long Chen. Long Chen's indifferent look had already made her a little angry. Her fair face became a little red because of her rapid breathing. "You killed someone, why are you still so unreasonable? My 6th junior brother has no grudge against you. Even if there was a conflict, you didn't have to kill him." Lu Yi looked at Long Chen helplessly and said, "Are you an idiot? Are you an idiot? If I don't kill him, he'll kill me. Because I'm stronger than him, I'll kill him. This is the rule of this world. You have the protection of your elders, so of course you can act like a fool in front of me and criticize me righteously. If you were me, if you still had the same thoughts as I did, you would have died a long time ago." Long Chen had a clear conscience regarding the matter with Qin Huanyu. This was the rule of this world. For a person like Lu Yi, who couldn't think straight, if she didn't have a backer, she wouldn't have been able to live until now. "You're twisting words and forcing logic down my throat. In any case, I won't let you leave today. I've already promised Huanyu that I'll make you apologize in front of his grave." After being scolded by Long Chen, Lu Yi's face alternated between green and red as she said angrily, "Apologize in front of his grave? Dream on." Long Chen couldn't be bothered with this ignorant woman. As the saying goes, women with big breasts have no brains. However, he didn't see Lu Yi's breasts being as big as Lu Lan's. But she was just brainless. Lu Lan was countless times smarter than her. Long Chen had just killed Qin Huanyu in the morning, so how could he go to him at night to apologize? As he spoke, he was already prepared to leave. With the power of his blood escape, even 10 Lu Yi wouldn't be able to stop him. Jiangcheng, are you afraid of me? Or do you feel that the stakes aren't enough? I know that you're a vile person who only cares about profits. Just say what you want. Let's make a bet. If you lose, you'll go to my 6th junior brother and apologize. If you win, we'll do as you say. Seeing that Long Chen was really about to leave, Lui clenched her teeth and spoke coldly. She had already promised Qin Huanyu, so she had to do it no matter what. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. Perhaps what Lui said was right. Right now, he really was only concerned about profits. What he lacked the most in his pockets were heaven-connecting pills. Thus, he directly said, "My final offer, 500,000 heaven-connecting pills. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. 500,000 heaven-connecting pills? You might as well rob someone." Lui paused and looked at Long Chen angrily. There were only about 200,000 heaven-connecting pills in her universal sack. Even if she took out all of them, it was not enough for Long Chen. "Forget it if you don't agree. If you don't have 500,000 heaven-connecting pills, do you want me to apologize to Qin Huanyu?" Long Chen said with a shameless smile. To be honest, 500,000 heaven-connecting pills was absolutely impossible for Lui. Moreover, she couldn't ask Prince Qingli for it, because she hid what happened tonight from Prince Qingli. Looking at Lui's face, Long Chen knew that she absolutely couldn't afford it. "Can you reduce it a little? How about 200,000 heaven-connecting pills? I only have 200,000 heaven-connecting pills, or you can put forward other conditions." Lui had never seen such a shameless person as Long Chen, so she was extremely annoyed. However, for her promise, she could only wait with Long Chen. After all, it was not easy to ask Long Chen to apologize to her. Other conditions. Long Chen sized up Lui for a moment, his eyes suddenly flashed with a lustful light. He smiled and said, "I've already decided, I don't want those 500,000 heaven-connecting pellets, I don't want a single one. I only have one condition: if I lose, I'll kowtow to Qin Huanyu 10 times as an apology. If you lose, it's very simple, take off your clothes and let me see your alluring body, how about it?" Shameless. Lui was so angry that she almost fainted. Looking at Long Chen's proud look, she wanted to eat this guy alive. To be honest, she had never seen such a shameless person for so many years. Shameless? Forget it if you don't agree. Anyway, I won't force you. Besides, you are in the 7th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm and the strongest disciple of the Qingli Palace. Are you worried that you will lose to me? Long Chen looked at her provocatively. Of course, Lui didn't think that she would lose. However, every time she saw Long Chen's eyes, she always had a bad feeling. In fact, she could see through Long Chen's eyes. At this time, although Long Chen pretended to be very interested in her body, through his expression, Lui found that he was actually very calm, terribly calm. His eyes were like a deep well. "Since you don't agree, let's meet again." After saying that, Long Chen turned around and rushed away quickly. If she really chased him, he could easily get rid of her with the blood escape. "Stop right there. I promise you." Lui finally gritted her teeth and overcame the fear in her heart. She thought that she was in the 7th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm and was close to the 8th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. Besides, she had been trained perfectly in the Qingli Palace. How could she lose to Long Chen? Therefore, in order to keep her promise to Qin Huanyu, she chose to agree to Long Chen. Long Chen stopped walking. He felt it was strange as he said, "You really came? Are you sure? You are a virgin girl. How is it worth it for an ordinary person like me to see you? Don't daydream. You can't defeat me." Lui said decisively. "But it's night time now. It's not daydream." Long Chen looked at the sky and said shamelessly, "Don't talk nonsense. I agree to your conditions. Let's start." Let me see how strong you are. If you are as strong as you were during the day, it's far from enough. Lu Yi's face was full of indifference. Long Chen was a little stunned. In fact, he didn't know whether he could deal with this woman at all, and it was likely that he would be tortured badly. The two conditions he proposed were actually very unreasonable. He thought she wouldn't agree to them, but he didn't expect that she would really agree to them. Now he was in big trouble. However, as a man, he kept his word. If he really lost, he could go to the grave of the dead to apologize. There was no loss, however. Long Chen admired Lu Yi's character. There were not many women who could do this for a promise. Her stubbornness and one-track mind were her loveliness. Of course, Long Chen's heart belonged to someone else. Chapter 487. He had no choice but to fight with Lu Yi. But since he had agreed, Long Chen would do his best to fight. After all, it was not a manly thing to run away and admit his mistake. Although Lu Yi was a woman, Long Chen did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. She obviously had the battle prowess to match her current status. Reaching the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state, she was not a simple character. I have practiced the Advanced Heaven State body refining technique and many other Advanced Heaven State skills. Be careful. Don't be careless and die. Before the fight, Lu Yi reminded him. Long Chen was under a lot of pressure. He felt that his opponent had everything he had and everything he didn't have, so how could he fight? Long Chen took a deep breath. As he breathed, blood-red dragon scales gradually covered his body. He had no choice but to use his strongest state to deal with Lu Yi's attacks. This was the most challenging battle he had ever fought. Truth be told, when he had fought Qin Huanyu, he had been very relaxed. He hadn't expended any energy at all. However, he didn't have the slightest confidence in dealing with Lu Yi. He could only rely on his life. The only thing Long Chen had was that his attacks were definitely more ruthless than Lu Yi's. The Demon Emperor sword appeared in Long Chen's hand. Seeing that Long Chen was ready, Lu Yi did not stand on ceremony. Under the night sky, she slowly revealed the strength of the 7th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Suddenly, a strong momentum rushed toward Long Chen. The dust on the ground was swept aside by this force. This force was at least 10 times stronger than that of Qin Huanyu. She deserved to be the daughter of King Qingli. Her attacks were really extraordinary. The attack of the Demon Emperor sword was definitely not strong enough in front of Lu Yi. Even other attacks were not strong enough. Long Chen thought that he could only attack Lu Yi like a storm at the beginning, so that she could not react at all. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to win. Therefore, when Lu Yi announced the start of the fight, Long Chen suddenly opened his eyes. His whole body turned into a line of blood and appeared in front of Lu Yi instantly. This was already Long Chen's fastest speed. Not bad. Lu Yi said casually. She had seen Long Chen's strength, so Long Chen's current performance was still under her control. Supreme Sword of Diabolism. After approaching Lu Yi, Long Chen directly attacked Lu Yi with 2 Supreme Swords of Diabolism, one in front and one in the back, one on the left and one on the right. Suddenly, the wind whistled. The soil on the ground was hit by Long Chen's attack, and the dust swept toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi's expression did not change. Her white dress danced in the wind, like a holy fairy under the moonlight. At this moment, she waved her hands gently, formed a seal, and struck out. Suddenly, an invisible wave was released. Sky-breaking seal, like the ripples in the water, the ripples in the air gently collided with the 2 Supreme Swords of Diabolism of Long Chen and easily disintegrated Long Chen's attack. Even the invisible attack swept toward Long Chen. There was a cold light in Long Chen's eyes. He suddenly leaped up and dodged Lu Yi's attack in midair. Then, an overwhelming aura swept toward Lu Yi. It seems that you only know this move. Lu Yi sneered. Long Chen's performance was still within her control. At this moment, she knew that Long Chen was ready to use the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. She had to admit that Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation was indeed very powerful. At the moment, Long Chen could not exert its full power. However, even so, it was still rather difficult to deal with Lu Yi, who was at level 7 of the reaching heaven state. However, victory was reserved for those who were prepared. Therefore, in order to break Long Chen's move, Lu Yi had already thought of a way. She knew that as long as she could withstand Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation, Long Chen would be at her mercy when the time came. Although Lu Yi could think, it did not mean that Long Chen could not think. From the beginning of the battle, Long Chen knew that he was already under Lu Yi's control. This woman had some attainments in fighting. For Long Chen, this was a very bad situation. Therefore, if he could not break Lu Yi's control, Long Chen would not be a match for him. While performing the Heaven Punishment Sword formation in the air, Long Chen's mind was spinning rapidly. He searched for all his skills. In the end, he clenched his teeth and thought to himself, seems like I can only take a risk. Even if it's a risk, I cannot lose to this little woman. Thinking of this, Long Chen followed the original path and burst out the powerful power of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. During the day, because he was very confident in dealing with Qin Huanyu, Long Chen had not used his full power. However, it was different now. Although the effect of the great skill of Taoist Heart Magic Seed was very weak, Long Chen still used it. More importantly, it was the devouring world of blood. Under the performance of Long Chen, the blood-red space quickly filled up Lu Yi. It was the first time that she had seen Long Chen's devouring world of blood. Therefore, she was very shocked. She had to use a small part of her genuine qi to suppress the boiling blood. Otherwise, the blood would very likely burst out of her body. What kind of crooked method is this? Lu Yi was a little shocked. Long Chen's devouring world of blood had exceeded her expectations for the first time. It made Lu Yi realize that it was not that easy to completely control Long Chen. However, Lu Yi quickly calmed down. She needed to use about 1/5 of her genuine qi to suppress the devouring world of blood. She was still a lot stronger than Long Chen. That genuine qi was enough to break Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation. Thinking of this, Lu Yi forced herself to calm down. Of course, Long Chen's devouring world of blood was quite terrifying. However, as long as one could recognize its nature and suppress it with genuine qi, one could still get through it. After using the devouring world of blood, Long Chen's most powerful Heaven Punishment Sword formation broke out at the first moment. Countless sword talismans swirled around his body at high speed. Very soon, they were like a tornado, completely enveloping him. Each of those whistling sword talismans burst out tens of thousands of sword lights. From top to bottom, they formed a huge sword formation and pressed down on Lu Yi. It was very likely that an ordinary reaching Heaven Realm expert in the 7th level wouldn't be able to withstand such a magnificent attack. They would be killed by Long Chen directly. Finally used it? Lu Yi had already thought of a way to deal with Long Chen. After Long Chen used the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, she suppressed the power of the devouring world of blood. However, at this moment, 2 fierce rays of light suddenly burst out from her eyes. Under the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, her hands danced rapidly. Streams of talismans started to swirl around her at high speed. Each of these talismans was glowing fiercely. The power contained within them wasn't any weaker than the sword talismans of Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation. In terms of quantity, these talismans were even more numerous. In a very short period of time, countless flickering talismans appeared next to Lu Yi. Secret technique, Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams formation. Lu Yi shouted softly. Then, under her control, the countless talismans quickly rotated to form a huge formation. This formation suddenly showed the pattern of the 8 trigrams. From bottom to top, it suddenly rushed towards the Heaven Punishment Sword formation with an extremely powerful force. If the Heaven Punishment Sword formation was swift and sharp, then the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation was steady and firm. The 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation had a very strong tearing ability. Basically, it was the nemesis of sword formations like Long Chen's. Under the attack of the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation, the Heaven Punishment Sword formation actually started to collapse. Of course, the sharp sword aura of the Heaven Punishment Sword formation also caused the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation to start to collapse. Under the suppression of Long Chen's devouring world of blood, this powerful confrontation between Long Chen and Lu Yi could only be considered a draw. After all, the Heaven Punishment Sword formation couldn't do anything to the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation, and the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation couldn't do anything to the Heaven Punishment Sword formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the 8 trigrams of Heaven and Earth formation and the Heaven Punishment Sword formation were smashed together. A huge amount of energy surged in all directions, rolling up the mountain rocks and turning them into pieces. The huge rotational force almost tore Long Chen's body apart. Fortunately, he had an extremely strong combat body. Otherwise, it would definitely be a tragedy this time. Of course, Long Chen's Heaven Punishment Sword formation also made Lu Yi look very embarrassed. Especially the interference of the devouring world of blood, it made her feel very uncomfortable. However, she finally got through this Heaven Punishment Sword formation. Every time Long Chen used the Heaven Punishment Sword formation, it would definitely consume a lot of true qi. If Long Chen didn't have any other moves, this time, Lu Yi, would definitely win. Long Chen saw the relaxed smile on Lu Yi's face. This meant that she was very confident of winning. What's this girl's move? When Long Chen saw Lu Yi's smile, he knew that something was wrong. He knew that Lu Yi definitely had a move, but where was it? This was a problem. However, this did not affect Long Chen's plan. After the Heaven Punishment Sword formation was destroyed, Long Chen did not say anything. He took the Demon Emperor sword again and instantly rushed towards Lu Yi. The closer he got to Lu Yi, the more powerful his last move became. Long Chen had already boasted just now. Of course, he would not kowtow to Qin Huanyu. He also did not want to lose to this woman, Lu Yi, so he was going to be ruthless. With a swoosh, Long Chen rushed to within 10 meters of Lu Yi. With his speed, he would be in front of Lu Yi in a very short time. However, at this time, Long Chen actually felt a threat from behind. This surprised him, and he thought to himself, this is this woman's move. Lu Yi was clearly in front of him. Why would there be a threat from behind? Long Chen could not figure this out. He could only turn around in a very short time, and then he said in horror, Divine Fire Doppelganger. Of course, what appeared in front of him was not a Divine Fire Doppelganger, but it should be a remarkable combat skill similar to the Divine Fire Doppelganger. At this time, what attacked Long Chen was a black shadow. Although Long Chen only took a glance, he was sure that this was definitely a shadow that had stood up and was attacking him. Moreover, the strength of this shadow's attack was actually more than half of Lu Yi's strength. Chapter 488. More than half of Lu Yi's strength was close to the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. That was to say, the fighting capacity of this shadow was almost the same as that of Long Chen. For Long Chen, this was quite terrifying. The strength of each Divine Fire Doppelganger was only 1/5 of the original body, and the strength of the Divine Fire Doppelganger could only reach the 8th level of the Heaven River state at most. Unexpectedly, this Shadow Doppelganger almost had the fighting capacity of the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. This was Lu Yi's last move. If it was a normal fight, with this Shadow Doppelganger, if Lu Yi persisted, Long Chen would not be her opponent. After all, Long Chen's strongest move had been blocked by her. Of course, there were also other factors that affected the result of the fight. It's a king-level combat skill, Phantom Doppelganger. What do you think? Lu Yi's soft voice sounded in Long Chen's ears. If Lu Yi said it was a king-level combat skill, Long Chen absolutely believed it. As the daughter of Emperor Qingli, how could Lu Yi not have a king-level combat skill? Therefore, after blocking Long Chen's strongest move with the 8 diagrams of heaven and earth, Lu Yi immediately displayed the Phantom Doppelganger, which was the most fatal move to Long Chen. At this time, Long Chen was only 10 meters away from Lu Yi, and the Phantom Doppelganger had already arrived. This Phantom Doppelganger had most of Lu Yi's strength. As soon as it approached, it gave a huge punch, which Lu Yi had never used before. Obviously, it was an advanced heaven-level combat skill. Together with the 8 diagrams of heaven and earth, it was obvious that Lu Yi knew more than 2 advanced heaven-level combat skills. Together with the king-level 8 diagrams of heaven and earth, her strength was far beyond Long Chen's imagination. When the Phantom Doppelganger launched an attack, Lu Yi also launched an attack. Long Chen's strength was beyond her imagination. It was difficult to defeat Long Chen with an advanced heaven-level combat skill. Only in this way could Lu Yi ensure her victory. This time, she was throwing caution to the wind. She absolutely could not lose. Otherwise, if Long Chen were to see her pure body, wouldn't that be worse than death? Although she didn't want to kill Long Chen terrified her. She could only strike first, and with Long Chen's strength, she might not be able to defeat him. Of course, Long Chen could still use the Heavenly Punishment Sword formation once, but whether or not he could block the 2 attacks was not certain. After all, both of them were high-level heaven battle skills. Demon Suppressing Fist. This fist technique was clearly a very widespread fist technique in the ancient demon region. Within the fist technique, there was a powerful suppressive force that suppressed Long Chen's body to a certain degree. The effect was similar to the world of devouring. If the 2 demon-suppressing fists were used at the same time, it would definitely be able to defeat Long Chen. This was Lu Yi's original plan. As long as she could block Long Chen's Heavenly Punishment Sword formation, she would have a way to defeat Long Chen. It had to be said that her battle instincts were quite good. Long Chen was indeed firmly suppressed by her. From the current situation, Long Chen could be sure that if he didn't beg for mercy and used all his strength to resist, he would very likely be injured and lose to Lu Yi. This was certain. Of course, Lu Yi had a plan. Long Chen also had a plan. It was just that his plan was even crazier than Lu Yi's. Just as the 2 high-level heaven battle skills attacked Long Chen moved. He completely ignored Lu Yi's attack and turned to face her clone. In an extremely short amount of time, Long Chen used the last small Heavenly Punishment Sword formation. The huge power of the Heavenly Punishment Sword formation directly destroyed the attack of Lu Yi's clone. The clone was also successfully repelled by Long Chen. Long Chen's choice made Lu Yi dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Long Chen to be so stupid. Generally speaking, only by facing attacks from 2 sides at the same time could one survive. But if he only dealt with one side and let the other side hit him without any resistance, wasn't that courting death? Lu Yi hadn't expected this at all. At this time, Long Chen could be considered to have withstood the attack of the shadow clone. However, Lu Yi's attack directly fell on Long Chen's back. Originally, if Long Chen only resisted a little, Lu Yi could still be able to spare his life at the last moment. However, Long Chen's performance was too sudden. Without any resistance, it would be very difficult for her to stop her attack. Be careful. Lu Yi let out a cry of alarm. This wasn't the result she wanted. She only wanted Long Chen to apologize to Qin Huanyu. She didn't want to kill Long Chen. However, it was all too late. Long Chen looked as if he had been killed. He turned his head woodenly and directly used his chest to withstand Lu Yi's attack. Although Lu Yi had already tried her best to control it, the remaining force still sent Long Chen flying. Lu Yi could clearly hear the sound of Long Chen's bones shattering. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire chest caved in. That mouthful of blood sprayed on Lu Yi's long dress. Long Chen fell to the ground with a thud. He rolled a few times on the ground and then stopped moving. Lu Yi's face turned deathly pale. "Jiang Cheng!" She cried out in alarm and hurriedly staggered towards Long Chen. In her heart, she was completely drowned by self-blame and remorse. She only wanted Long Chen to apologize. She had no intention of killing him. However, who could have guessed that Long Chen would use such a method to deal with her as his last move? No, he definitely couldn't deal with me. That's why he did that. It's all my fault. He's only in the 5th layer of the reaching heaven state, but I dealt with him in such a ruthless way. It's all my fault. I even said that he was ruthless, but in the end, it was me who was ruthless. At the thought of this, tears streamed down her face. The blood that covered the ground made Lu Yi's heart feel like it was being cut by a knife. She pounced to Long Chen's side with a deathly pale face and hugged Long Chen's body. She still had some medicine to treat her wounds. At this moment, she only hoped that Long Chen was still alive. In that case, she could still save his life. Otherwise, she would live in self-blame for the rest of her life. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. It's my fault. I deserve to die." She knew that she should remain calm at this moment, but she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Ever since she was born, she had never felt so helpless. If Long Chen died, then Long Chen would be the first person she would kill in her life. Moreover, she had never intended to kill Long Chen, so Long Chen didn't do anything wrong. Lu Yi's heart was tormented. She helped Long Chen up and was about to check if Long Chen was really dead. At this moment, a sword was pressed against Lu Yi's throat. The ice-cold sensation made Lu Yi tremble in fear. "Tell me, if I had used a little more strength, would you have died?" A familiar voice rang out next to Lu Yi's ears. Lu Yi's eyes widened and her face was filled with disbelief. She saw that Long Chen, who was lying in her arms, was safe and sound. All traces of blood had disappeared, and he had recovered to his best state. It was as if nothing had happened. Lu Yi thought she was dreaming, but the ice-cold sensation at her throat reminded her that this was reality. But how could there be such an absurd reality? If she hadn't killed Long Chen, she had seen Long Chen's chest cave in with her own eyes. She had seen Long Chen's pained eyes. But now, everything had disappeared. Or was it just her imagination? "Beautiful lady, how long are you going to hold me? Don't you know that men and women should not touch each other?" Long Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. In fact, his heart was twitching. The time reversal was a damn thing indeed. Every time he used it, he had to face the feeling of death. Long Chen swore that he would never use it again. After all, the pain was unbearable. Moreover, he had only used it out of spite today. But if he hadn't used the time reversal, he wouldn't have been able to press the Demon Emperor sword against Lu Yi's neck like this. Long Chen's blatant words did not make Lu Yi react. Long Chen was a little speechless at this girl who was still crying. He stood up, the Demon Emperor sword still pressed against Lu Yi's throat. Then, he said solemnly, "Lu Yi, I can take your life at any time, so it's clear who won and who lost in this battle. Don't be surprised by what I did. In the end, I won, and you lost. So, are you satisfied?" Long Chen's words pulled Lu Yi back to reality. She shook her head and looked at Long Chen in disbelief. She said, "Why? I clearly remember that I almost killed you, if I said that I have an immortal body, would you believe me? Long Chen smiled faintly. Lu Yi shook her head. Then, do you admit that you've already lost to me? Victory and defeat are never determined by means. If we were fighting for our lives, you would have already died by my hands. So, there's no doubt that you've lost this time. I see that you're someone who keeps his promises. So, isn't it time for you to fulfill your end of the bargain? Long Chen sheathed the demon overlord sword and stared at Lu Yi with burning eyes. Promise. Lu Yi stood up in fear, her face pale. Long Chen was right. She had already lost. If it had been a fight to the death, Long Chen could have used that last strange method to kill her. She would not deny that she had lost, but the price of losing was, Lu Yi had just stopped crying, but at this moment, she was on the verge of crying again. She had agreed to this matter on the spur of the moment. She hadn't expected that even with such a thorough plan, she would still lose to Long Chen. This meant that she would have to strip naked in front of Long Chen. Chapter 489. Do you want to go back on your words? Seeing Lu Yi kneeling on the ground with her head down and her eyes blank, Long Chen approached her and said coldly. Lu Yi shrank back and trembled all over. It could be seen how much mental torture she was suffering at this time. As the daughter of King Qingli, you want to go back on your words after making a bet. It seems that the pro-disciple and King Qingli are nothing more than this. Long Chen said sarcastically with a despicable look. Nonsense. Who said that I want to go back on my words? What's more, what I do has nothing to do with my mother. Lu Yi gritted her teeth and stood up gently from the ground. However, she still lowered her head. It could be seen that there were faint traces of tears on her face. That's right. With your status, of course, you can't go back on your words. Otherwise, I will look down on you. So, take it off. I'll appreciate it. Long Chen's eyes were burning and he said with a smile. His shameless look made Lu Yi ashamed and angry. For the first time in her life, she was forced into such a situation by others. At this time, she was facing a great struggle in her heart. She had not even seen her mother's body when she was growing up. Now, she was going to be exposed to Long Chen, a strange man whom she had just met for a day. Long Chen's burning eyes made her feel a little weak all over. It seemed that at this time, she was exposed to Long Chen's eyes. In fact, she had always been competitive. The majestic genuine qi in her body was her confidence. However, it seemed that these things did not work at this time. No matter how strong she was only like a little lamb in Long Chen's eyes, while Long Chen was a wolf in her eyes. Take it off. I can't wait. Long Chen said with an evil smile again. Lu Yi shuddered and took a few steps back. She bit her lips and tears fell uncontrollably. She knew that she was reaping what she sowed. She knew that Long Chen was not easy to deal with, but she still ran into his evil claws. However, she was not willing to be a person who went back on her words. Jiangcheng, you will regret it. I, Lu Yi, will definitely make you pay for today's humiliation. At the last moment, Lu Yi bit her pink tender lips and struggled to say. Regret? I think so. Next time, if I lose to you, I will take off my clothes and show you. So far, no one has seen my pure body. You are really lucky. Long Chen said with a smile. You. Lu Yi almost fainted because of anger. Take it off. Don't waste time. Such a wonderful moment is enough for me to remember for the rest of my life. Long Chen said with a smile. The burning light in his eyes rolled quickly on Lu Yi's body. His eyes were like his hands, rolling on Lu Yi's body, making Lu Yi's emotions gradually replaced anger. Today's humiliation, I will definitely make you pay for it. Lu Yi said with gritted teeth. Then, her fingers gradually put on her lapel. She closed her eyes and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down. In the next moment, she would gently take off her lapel and show her smooth and delicate skin in front of Long Chen. At this time, Lui's hand was slapped away. She was stunned and quickly opened her eyes. What she saw was a completely different appearance of Long Chen. Okay, let's stop here. You are a good girl. You don't deserve any punishment. Of course, Long Chen was just pretending. Ever since Lingxi appeared, he hadn't acted like a hooligan for a long time. Lui was indeed a very good girl. Not to mention that in order to make Long Chen apologize to Qin Huanyu, she used her body as a bet. When she lost, she could actually go back on her words. Moreover, she and Long Chen both understood that Long Chen wasn't her opponent. As long as she went back on her words, Long Chen couldn't do anything. But she didn't. For Long Chen, this was enough. What do you mean? Lui opened her mouth slightly and looked at him in surprise. I said, let's stop here today. Don't come looking for me in the future. I won't do anything like an apology because I've never been wrong. As for your body, you don't have a chest or a butt. Do you really think Laozi is interested in looking? Long Chen sneered, then walked past Lui and went behind her. Lui stood in place. After a long time, she finally understood what Long Chen meant. He won't look at me because I have nothing to look at. This made Lui feel very conflicted. On the one hand, she wanted to prove to Long Chen that this wasn't the case, but wouldn't that prove that she was too shameless? She lowered her head and looked. It didn't seem small anymore. Then, she realized that what Long Chen said was purely an excuse. He never had such thoughts. He just wanted to scare her so that she wouldn't bother him next time. So, he's not as bad as I thought. Lui realized. She turned around and saw that Long Chen was almost far away. His back was a little proud and lonely, but there was no lust. Just from this back, Lui understood that she was purely wrong. He should be a good person. I was the one who looked for trouble with him, and then he let me go. The hatred and anger in her heart quickly disappeared from Lui's body. Instead, it was replaced by curiosity. Curiosity about Long Chen's identity and character. Suddenly, Lui remembered something. She quickly said, Jiang Cheng. What the hell do you want? Long Chen turned around and asked. Didn't you disappear for 3 days? That Zhao Wuji came to look for you twice, but you weren't there. He seems to have reached the 5th layer of the heavenly completion realm, and wants to challenge you to wash away his humiliation. I think he'll come to look for you very soon. So it's like that. A 5th layer of the heavenly completion realm is just trash in front of your father. Your father can't be bothered with him. If he pisses off your father will make sure that he dies without descendants. Long Chen sneered, then turned around and left, leaving Lui behind. She didn't know why, but she felt that this man seemed to have a mysterious charm that occupied her mind. No matter what, she couldn't get rid of it. Just what kind of person is he? Just now, he seemed to be lustful, but the depths of his eyes were still pure. He must have just been toying with me, however, he actually managed to defeat me. If Mother knew about this, she would definitely make him participate in the ancient Devil Region's disciple assessment in a month's time. In just a few days, his strength has improved so much. Will he continue to improve in a month's time? With all kinds of complicated feelings, Lui returned, and Long Chen also returned to his residence. This is a big loss. I actually forgot to extort 200,000 from that little girl, said Long Chen somewhat crazily. TSK. Brat, don't play dumb in front of this god. You're loosening the reins only to grasp them better. You didn't get her celestial pills, but you got her heart. As long as the heart is there, the celestial pills will be easy to get, said Kitten disdainfully. What do you mean? She's so troublesome. My original goal was to scare her so that she wouldn't come and cause trouble, said Longchen somewhat speechlessly. Don't play dumb in front of this god. Your plan of loosening the reins only to grasp them better has made that little girl's heart itch unbearably. I reckon that in a few days, she will come knocking on your door. Kitten laughed. Longchen couldn't be bothered with him. He definitely didn't have such intentions in his heart. Right now, the most urgent thing was to continue to improve his strength. Cultivation was fine, but without enough celestial pills, it would be impossible for him to reach the 6th tier of the Heaven Ascension realm. Without reaching the 7th tier of the Heaven Ascension realm, it would be quite difficult to win the final Imperial Flame Pearl. I can't enter the 3rd tier of the Devil realm for now. In the ancient Devil region, it seems impossible to kill and steal. Looks like I can only use my final trump card, said Longchen calmly. What trump card? Kitten was a little curious. Borrow. Borrow from who? Kitten was a little speechless. Who else can it be? I only have Huang Fuqi, that little rich girl by my side. If I don't rip her off, who else can I rip off? Huh. Longchen laughed rather wretchedly. Of course, he didn't need so many celestial pills for now. If he couldn't reach the 3rd tier of the Devil realm, he could only cultivate steadily. Because he had absorbed 1% of the inherited blood essence, his current cultivation speed wasn't slow. At present, there was no better method, so he could only choose to cultivate properly. The night quickly passed by as he cultivated. At dawn the next day, there was a bit of chaos outside. Longchen opened the door and found that it was indeed that idiot Zhao Wuji leading a group of Red Ghost King's palace's lackeys, Longchen's door. Zhao Wuji had lost to Longchen several times in a row in the selection battle, and was unconvinced in his heart. After entering the Red Ghost King's palace, he had broken through again in a short period of time, reaching the 5th tier of the Heavenly Completion realm. When he was at the 4th tier of the Heavenly Completion realm, he was able to kill a 5th tier Heavenly Completion realm martial artist. When he reached the 5th tier, wouldn't he be able to kill a 6th tier Heavenly Completion realm martial artist? Therefore, this time, he had come to challenge Longchen again. Jiangcheng, I really haven't seen you for a few days. I've been looking for you several times, but I couldn't find you. You're quite competent as a coward. Zhao Wuji stood 10 meters in front of Longchen and said arrogantly. What are you doing here? If you have fart, just spit it out. Longchen really didn't have time to deal with this idiot. What can I do here? Of course, it's to wash away my shame. Jiangcheng, let me ask you, do you have the guts to compete with me once? Let me see who is more powerful between us, and who is this year's newcomer king. He wasn't a member of Longchen's palace. If he fought without Longchen's consent, then it would be considered a conflict between two palaces. Of course, if Longchen agreed, then it could only be regarded as a competition between young disciples. The nature was different. Of course, the initiative was in Longchen's hands. Chapter 490. Zhu Demon was busy training his disciples. Maybe Zhao Wuji didn't know that Longchen had already defeated Qin Huanyu, who was on the 6th level of the Reaching Heaven state. Now, Longchen and Zhao Wuji were not on the same level. Zhao Wuji was no match for him at the beginning, and it was even more so now. Longchen was not interested in sparring with him at all. At this time, Huang Fuqi came bouncing over. The most important thing for her every morning was to look for Longchen. When she saw Zhao Wuji here, her face darkened. She ran to Longchen, pointed at Zhao Wuji, and scolded, "Loser, what are you doing here? Are you here to embarrass yourself? I'm here to spar with Jiangcheng. It's none of your business." Zhao Wuji looked at Huang Fuqi disdainfully. Previously, his strength was on par with Huang Fuqi's, but now it was different. Do you think I have to accept everyone who comes to challenge me? Long Chen waved his hand at him. Last night, Lui's challenge had already made him speechless. Zhao Wuji had the Red Ghost King as his backer, so he couldn't afford to offend him now. If he was beaten up and the Red Ghost King was drawn out, it would be troublesome. Although Long Chen wasn't afraid of trouble, he would try his best to avoid it if he could. Therefore, he directly asked them to leave and left with Huang Fuqi, leaving Zhao Wuji standing there in a daze. Senior brother Zhao, what should we do? A disciple next to him asked. We came out in the open, but he's a coward. He's forcing me to come out in the dark. That's great, I'll come out in the dark. Zhao Wuji smiled gloomily and then asked everyone to leave. With his current identity and the uncle of a demon general in the Qingli Imperial Palace, not many people in the Qingli Imperial Palace stopped him. This idiot dares to challenge Jiangcheng. Doesn't he know how powerful Jiangcheng is? That's right. He's only at the 5th level of the reaching heaven state. He's just here to be humiliated. Jiangcheng doesn't care about him at all. Zhao Wuji also heard the whispers of the disciples of the Qingli Palace. Of course, this only made him angrier. Originally, I wanted to ask for Uncle's help and have him arrange a fight between me and Jiangcheng. However, Jiangcheng has made up his mind to be a coward, so I can only use a sneak attack. You can dodge an open attack, but can you dodge a sneak attack? Since that's the case, there's no need to trouble Uncle. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji left with his men. A plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. Right now, in Long Chen's eyes, Zhao Wuji was just a kid who had nothing better to do. He did not want to talk to him. Of course, he did not know what this kid could do. He was in such a hurry to take Huang Fuqi away, and that was to borrow money. Big brother, today's practice time is almost up. Why don't you go to the training ground? 3 days ago, because Long Chen did not go to the training ground, there was such a big disturbance. The training ground? Isn't that a place for ordinary disciples? I can defeat a personal disciple at the 6th level of the reaching heaven state. Do I still need to go to the training ground? Long Chen said with a faint smile. Oh, you really don't need to go. Uncle Brick doesn't dare to scold you anymore. You're not under his control now, hee hee. Huang Fuqi said with a smile. Long Chen nodded. By the way, Chi-Chi, do you have any reaching heaven elixirs? Lend me some. To be honest, Long Chen was a little embarrassed to borrow it from a little girl. Ah, yes. Big brother, how many do you want? I brought 1 million reaching heaven elixirs. Huang Fuqi looked at Long Chen with her big eyes. Pfft, Long Chen almost fainted from shock. 1 million reaching heaven elixirs. An ordinary cultivator at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state would only have 1 million reaching heaven elixirs. This little girl was only 10 years old, yet she had brought out 1 million reaching heaven elixirs so casually. How terrifying was this little girl's identity? Long Chen calculated. Lui was the daughter of King Qingli, so she only had over 200,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Moreover, she was already at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. In other words, Huang Fuqi's parents had a higher status than King Qingli. In the ancient demon realm, the only person above King Qingli was the demon emperor. That meant Huang Fuqi's parents had the highest status in the Huangfu family. Long Chen was secretly shocked. Big brother, how much do you want? You can't ask for all of them. Otherwise, my father will spank me. Huang Fuqi looked at Long Chen worriedly. She was really afraid that Long Chen would ask for too much. Long Chen actually didn't want to borrow too much. He only wanted to help himself reach the 6th level of the reaching heaven state. As for the reaching heaven state's 7th level, he would find a way to get the reaching heaven state's supreme elixirs himself. Chi-Chi, just give me 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs. I'll pay you back in the future. This is my promise. But remember, you can't tell others that you have 1,000,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Otherwise, you might get yourself killed, Long Chen said seriously. Only 50,000? How about I lend you 500,000? Huang Fuqi said. No, it's okay. Long Chen was a little embarrassed. He had never seen someone borrow money like this. All right then, 50,000 it is. Big brother, I've already told you that Chi-Chi won't tell anyone else, not even my master. Big brother is the person closest to Chi-Chi, Huang Fuqi said with a smile. Big brother, you're the person closest to Chi-Chi. Long Chen took the 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs from her, feeling a little guilty. Big brother, will you really give them back to me? Huang Fuqi suddenly looked at him, her eyes sparkling. Of course. Why? Long Chen saw that she seemed to have something else to say. I just want to say, if I suddenly leave the ancient demon territory, will you find me and give me back the 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs? Huang Fuqi said expectantly. Long Chen understood that this girl didn't care about the 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs. She cared about whether Long Chen would find her after they separated. You little girl, you want to play with Xiao Lang, right? Long Chen said with a smile. He, big brother is so smart. Long Chen shook his head and said, don't worry. Anyway, no matter what, I will give you back the 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs, unless I suddenly die. Big brother, you are so powerful. You won't die, Huang Fuqi said with certainty. Long Chen could only smile awkwardly. But he had borrowed 50,000 reaching heaven elixirs, so he had 120,000 reaching heaven elixirs. Last time when he broke through to the 5th level of the reaching heaven realm, he used 30,000 reaching heaven elixirs. He only needed to ensure that the reaching heaven realm was enough for him to reach the next level. Then, Long Chen began to practice alone. As for Huang Fuqi, she also achieved her goal. She successfully held Xiao Lang in her arms. Xiao Lang ignored this little girl at first. But after spending a long time with Huang Fuqi, their relationship was actually quite good. It was time to practice. When night fell, Long Chen asked Huang Fuqi to go back. After all, she was the core disciple of King Qingli. After Huang Fuqi went back, Long Chen went back to his residence and continued to practice. For him, Lingxi was not important, so the only thing he could do was to practice. Besides practicing, Long Chen also developed the habit of keeping a diary. In the small town outside the ancient demon area, he bought enough notebooks and pens to record everything along the way. Xiaosi, today I met a girl called Lui. She is very similar to you, but I know very well that she is not you. After a simple record, Long Chen closed his eyes and began to practice. This was his only hope. He didn't know how deep their relationship was until they parted. This kind of longing was fine during the day, but at night, it would come out and bite Long Chen's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. 10 years from now, perhaps I'll already be too old to exist. Little she can't wait for me for 10 years, so I'll have to work even harder. One day, I'll definitely be able to stand in front of her openly. This was the crazy obsession in Long Chen's heart. Bits and pieces of information about Ling she kept replaying in his mind. Long Chen could only force himself to calm down and then continue to practice. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the ancient demon area was extremely rich. Practicing here would be twice the result with half the effort. Even if it was ordinary practice, with Long Chen's extraordinary talent, it would still be very effective. Time passed bit by bit. Whoosh! Suddenly, something went through the door of Long Chen's room and attacked him. Long Chen's eyes suddenly opened and he reached out to catch the thing. It was actually a small steel arrow. There was nothing special about it, and it didn't have much strength, so it couldn't take Long Chen's life at all. Long Chen noticed that there was a small piece of paper hanging at the tail of the arrow. On it was written, come in whichever direction the arrow comes from. Whether you're willing or not, I have to fight you again to prove who's stronger. Come over yourself. If you alert others, it won't do you any good because Huang Fuqi is in my hands. It must be Zhao Wuji. Oh no, she is not Huang Fuqi. She has a strong background, so she might not care about the consequences. Long Chen's body trembled as he hurriedly stood up. A faint blood-red glow appeared in his eyes. He is really courting death. I didn't argue with him, but he is so unscrupulous. He even dared to kidnap Huang Fuqi. This Zhao Wuji must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Long Chen understood Zhao Wuji's character. He had performed outstandingly since he was a child, and was regarded as an exceptional genius. He had also firmly believed that he would be the one to win the championship 3 times in a row. However, Long Chen, who was only at the first level of the reaching heaven state, had suddenly appeared and snatched away what had belonged to him. For him, this was a huge regret. If Long Chen was more talented than him, he would accept it. However, Long Chen didn't have any background, and he didn't have any potential either. This made Zhao Wuji feel very wronged. Therefore, when he reached level 5 of the reaching heaven state, he would definitely return this grievance to Long Chen. This was the character of a brat. Zhao Wuji was only about 14 years old, so it was normal for him to act without thinking. If you piss me off, I don't care what kind of genius you are. Long Chen shook his head. He opened the door and rushed in the direction Zhao Wuji had pointed. Fine, if you want to fight, I will fight. If you hurt Chi-Chi, I will pay you back tenfold. Chapter 491. In the dark night, Long Chen's speed was very fast. He strictly followed the direction of the small arrow and used the soul-devouring demon eye to go in the direction that Zhao Wuji had pointed. To be honest, since Long Chen had started cultivating, many people around him had been kidnapped because of him. Of course, Long Chen would be very angry every time. This time, Zhao Wuji's stupid behavior made Long Chen determined to teach him a lesson. Of course, Long Chen's current strength was several times that of Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji had only been defeated by him once. Long Chen knew very well that it would be effortless for him to deal with Zhao Wuji. If Long Chen had not been afraid of the Red Ghost King backing him up, he would have beaten him into a pig's head. Long Chen quickly left the Qingli Imperial Palace in that direction. The ancient demon area was very large, but there were only 7 imperial palaces. Most of them were barren mountains. Long Chen had now arrived at one of the barren mountains, which was not very far from the Qingli Imperial Palace. Of course, if it was too far, Long Chen would not be able to find it. Before he arrived at the barren mountain, Long Chen's soul-devouring demon eye, which covered a mile, saw one of the souls. He guessed that it was Zhao Wuji, but where was Huang Fuqi? In Long Chen's heart, Huang Fuqi had already become a little sister who needed his protection. His concern for Huang Fuqi was beyond Zhao Wuji's imagination. With a whoosh, Long Chen rushed into the barren mountain. Sure enough, the person who was standing and watching Long Chen's arrival was Zhao Wuji. When he saw Long Chen, Zhao Wuji could not help but laugh. I knew it was you, Zhao Wuji. I'm here. Where is Huang Fuqi? Long Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at Zhao Wuji gloomily. He had to ensure Huang Fuqi's safety. Otherwise, he would beat Zhao Wuji up as soon as he saw him. Long Chen's words made Zhao Wuji laugh even harder. He clutched his stomach and looked at Long Chen mockingly. I thought you were very smart. Why are you so stupid? Zhao Wuji's eyes widened. What do you mean? Long Chen was startled. Look around me. Huang Fuqi is nowhere to be seen. That stinky girl is probably sleeping soundly in the quilt. She is the treasure of King Qingli. I dare not touch her. Only an idiot like you will be fooled by me and come here eagerly. Ha! Zhao Wuji was very proud. Long Chen's face darkened. He had always thought that Zhao Wuji was an idiot, but today he was fooled by an idiot. He felt as if he was fooled by a donkey. He was quite depressed. However, it was normal. Zhao Wuji was originally a hothead. It was reasonable for him to kidnap Huang Fuqi. Long Chen cared about Huang Fuqi, so he was deceived by him. For Long Chen, it was better that Zhao Wuji was deceived. Huang Fuqi was fine, so he had no worries. However, Zhao Wuji would not stop until he beat him up. At this time, seeing that Zhao Wuji was still proud and convulsing with laughter, Long Chen clenched his fists. Jiangcheng, since you are here, don't be a coward this time. Fight with me, Zhao Wuji, fair and square. I will let you see who is this year's newcomer king. Zhao Wuji stopped laughing, and his eyes gradually revealed a cold light. Haven't you heard what I have done in the Qingli Palace these days? Long Chen felt a little strange. If Zhao Wuji knew that he had killed Qin Huanyu, who was in the 6th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm, he would never be so stupid to lure Long Chen out. You are only in the 1st hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. What can you do? Don't make me laugh at you. Zhao Wuji smiled disdainfully. Long Chen thought for a while and thought, even Zhao Wuji doesn't know it. I guess the other 6 palaces don't know it either. Presumably, Queen Qingli has blocked the news. Why does she do that? Long Chen thought it over and over again. Considering Queen Qingli's attitude towards him, he could only guess one explanation. That was, Queen Qingli regarded him as a dark horse and the last killing move. Chi-Chi once said that the other palaces all have disciples in the 8th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm, but the Qingli palace doesn't. So, does Queen Qingli want to train me? Long Chen thought of this quickly. It was a good thing for him. It meant that the opportunity for his strength to improve had come. In the ancient demon area, if he had Queen Qingli's protection, he would not need to worry about not having enough reaching heaven elixirs. Seeing Long Chen lost in thought, Zhao Wuji was a little angry. He showed his genuine qi of the 5th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm and said with a smile, Jiangcheng, maybe you don't know it yet, but I have reached the 5th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. Today, I will show you how powerful the 5th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm is. Long Chen came to himself. He knew that the most important thing at the moment was to beat Zhao Wuji hard to vent his anger. Originally, even if Long Chen did not use the dragon soul transformation, he could easily defeat Zhao Wuji. However, he wanted to show Zhao Wuji how big the gap between them was. Therefore, Long Chen quickly used the dragon soul transformation and showed his most powerful state. Oh, I have to say that your beast soul transformation is really powerful. It's a pity that your cultivation level is too low. Zhao Wuji sneered. Go to hell. I will end your life with one move. At this moment, Zhao Wuji moved his body and shouted. His body swept toward Long Chen quickly. The attack that he had used on Long Chen was now several times more powerful. It was aimed at Long Chen. Imperial Martial Extreme Finger. With the strength of the 5th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm, it was really good that he could use this move. That massive finger imprint rapidly flew towards Long Chen. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was going to pierce through Long Chen's chest. Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with madness. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. However, he was puzzled as to why Long Chen did not dodge. Zhao Wuji felt strange when he saw that Long Chen did not move. However, he quickly made up his mind to kill him. He thought to himself, it's a dark and windy night. It's the perfect time to kill someone. Moreover, Jiang City is not valued in the ancient demons area. It's the perfect time to kill him. With this thought in mind, Zhao Wuji did not stop his attacks. Instead, he used all his strength to attack Long Chen. Huh, are you scared out of your wits? Die! At the last moment, Zhao Wuji shouted angrily. The imperial martial extreme finger in his hand quickly reached Long Chen's chest. It was about to pierce through Long Chen. Is that all you've got? At this moment, he saw Long Chen in front of him suddenly grin. It was quite strange for Zhao Wuji. However, what happened next shocked Zhao Wuji even more. Long Chen gently stretched out his hands and grabbed Zhao Wuji's arms. He stopped the advanced heaven-level fighting technique, which was enough to kill a reaching heaven realm martial artist in the 6th layer. Zhao Wuji realized that his arms were grabbed by Long Chen. Even if he used all his strength, he could not break free. What did this mean? In Zhao Wuji's mind, only a martial artist in the 7th layer of the reaching heaven realm could do this. He had stopped the imperial martial extreme finger of the 5th layer of the reaching heaven realm with his bare hands. Zhao Wuji was dumbfounded. His heart was in turmoil. He stared at Long Chen with his eyes wide open. For a moment, he forgot that he was fighting against Long Chen. Young man, you have to understand that this level of strength is not enough to tickle me. Long Chen grinned and said coldly. At this moment, he lifted his right leg quickly. Zhao Wuji could not block it at all. The sharp blood-red bone spur on his knee pierced Zhao Wuji's crotch. In an instant, Zhao Wuji's entire body arched as he let out an earth-shattering shriek. The bone spurs on Long Chen's knee directly pierced through the messy things in his crotch, and even pierced a big hole in him. From the looks of it, he would not be able to be a man in the future, but Long Chen was still merciful, he could at least be a woman. He gently pushed Zhao Wuji away and let him fall to the ground. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale. He looked at Long Chen with despair and hatred. For Zhao Wuji, what he had discovered today was like a nightmare. Even if he had reached the 5th layer of the reaching heaven realm, Long Chen's strength was still far beyond his imagination. The nightmare just now was the heart-wrenching pain in his crotch. Apart from his head, there were other parts of his body that could go wrong, but he couldn't go anywhere else. Zhao Wuji thought about how he was no longer a man. This kind of despair was simply unimaginable. At this moment, Zhao Wuji was completely drowned in anger and hatred. He rolled on the ground in pain. He stared at Long Chen with his blood-red eyes and growled from time to time. You asked for it, Zhao Wuji. You asked for it, Zhao Wuji. Let me tell you, you will never be able to catch up to me in this lifetime. So, you'd better behave yourself and be your personal disciple. Consider this a lesson for you. In the future, don't provoke me. Not everyone is someone you can afford to provoke, Long Chen said coldly as he stood in front of Zhao Wuji. After he finished speaking, he prepared to leave. He turned around slightly and said, I'll give you a suggestion. You'd better look for your Red Ghost King as soon as possible. Let him see your miserable state. Maybe he'll be merciful and give you some high-grade elixirs so that you can be a man again. A real man must be ruthless. According to Long Chen's creed, only ruthlessness could make the other party surrender completely, especially an ignorant person like Zhao Wuji. However, Long Chen had underestimated them. His ruthlessness had not reached its peak yet. Therefore, he was destined to experience a disaster that night. When Long Chen turned around to leave, he did not see the beast-like look in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Jiangcheng, you forced me to do this. Chapter 492. Just as Long Chen turned around to leave, Zhao Wuji suddenly took out a light purple talisman paper from his cosmos sack. This light purple talisman paper was filled with deep purple runes. Every rune would transform into densely packed electric threads that twined around the talisman paper. The electric threads that were constantly swimming around the talisman paper would also transform back into runes and fuse with the talisman paper. As soon as the talisman was taken out, Long Chen immediately felt the temperature around him rise by a lot. He had yet to withdraw his dragon soul transformation, but he could still feel the stinging pain on his skin. Behind him, a powerful force appeared out of thin air. What's that? At this moment, Long Chen was shocked. He immediately dashed forward and turned around in the process. Then, he saw Zhao Wuji's ferocious face, as well as the runes flickering with lightning in his hand. Jiangcheng, this is a life-saving talisman given to me by my master, the Thunder of the Ninth Heavens talisman. Anyone below the 8th layer of the Heaven Ascension state will definitely die under this Thunder of the Ninth Heavens talisman. Enjoy it. When Long Chen turned around, Zhao Wuji, who had already recovered from the pain, laughed crazily. When Long Chen saw the Thunder of the Ninth Heavens talisman, he knew something was wrong. The runes had yet to be used, but they could already produce such a huge wave. Just as Zhao Wuji had said, if it was used, even a person at the 8th layer of the Heaven Ascension state would be left with half a life after being struck by it, not to mention Long Chen's current state. Zhao Wuji was already at the 4th layer of the Heaven Ascension state at such a young age. Moreover, he had learned an advanced sky-level combat skill in advance. It was very likely that he would become another demon king in the future. Therefore, the Red Ghost King was quite fond of this disciple of his. At the same time, he also knew that this personal disciple of his was brave and ruthless. He was worried that this personal disciple would suddenly be killed by some expert one day. Therefore, he had taken off the Thunder of the Ninth Heavens talisman. Zhao Wuji had only obtained the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman 2 or 3 days ago, and now he was using it on Long Chen. When Long Chen turned around, he endured the pain and let out a ferocious laugh. Then he activated the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman in his hand and threw it at Long Chen. Although the talisman paper was made of paper, its speed wasn't slow at all. At the very least, it wasn't slower than a normal thrown weapon. Long Chen was very close to it and was quickly locked on by the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman. This was the power of the talisman attack. As long as it locked on, there was no way to escape. At this moment, Zhao Wuji seemed to be able to see Long Chen being bombarded by the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman. He wanted to turn Long Chen into coke and let him die completely. This was what Zhao Wuji wanted to do at this moment. As Zhao Wuji thought, the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman instantly shrouded the top of Long Chen's head. Then, at that moment, it suddenly exploded and turned into a huge thunderbolt ball with a diameter of more than 3 meters. It appeared on the top of Long Chen's head. The bright purple lightning suddenly illuminated half of the sky of Qingli Palace. The surging purple lightning swam around the thunderbolt ball, making a crackling sound. The surrounding temperature kept rising. The entire barren mountain was shrouded by crazy lightning. Of course, except for Zhao Wuji, the caster, who was completely safe. Go to hell. Seeing that Long Chen was completely trapped by the thunderbolt ball, Zhao Wuji let out a ferocious laugh. At this moment, he activated the effect of the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman. The huge thunderbolt ball suddenly exploded on the top of Long Chen's head. Rumble. Endless lightning bolts twisted wildly in the barren mountain. The mountain rocks around Zhao Wuji, with Long Chen at the center, all began to turn into powder. Even a small mosquito would not be able to survive such a huge power. Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with lightning bolts. Zhao Wuji's eyes were filled with lightning bolts. Even a small mosquito would not be able to survive. The shining light directly cut through the night sky and even illuminated Qingli Palace. The deafening sound traveled far and wide. Looking at the purple in front of him, Zhao Wuji was sure that Long Chen was absolutely dead. Sure enough, after the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman gradually dissipated, Zhao Wuji fixed his eyes and found that all the rocks around him had disappeared. There was a huge pit where Long Chen was, and even the ground had become scorched black. It could be seen how powerful the power of the Nine Heavens Thunder talisman was. Dead. Huh, finally dead. This is the consequence of fighting with me, Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji laughed crazily. He struggled to get up, but the sharp pain in his crotch made his face and body twitch. Zhao Wuji looked at his crotch and saw that it was badly mutilated. He could not tell what was what. Jiangcheng, you caused me the greatest pain. However, I still won because you were turned into dust by my lightning. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji felt a little more comforted. Jiangcheng, you've caused me, Zhao Wuji, the greatest pain. However, Zhao Wuji had become a eunuch before he had experienced what it was like to be a woman. Zhao Wuji's heart was very tormented. I have to go back to Master. He must have medicine to treat me. Moreover, I made such a big noise just now. Others will arrive soon. I can't stay here for long. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji hurriedly struggled to stand up. Do you need me to help you? At this moment, a voice sounded behind him. Sure. Who are you? Zhao Wuji subconsciously agreed at first, but by the time he realized what was going on, his entire face had turned completely pale. He struggled to turn his head and saw that the person standing behind him, looking down at him from above, was none other than Long Chen. Long Chen was looking at Zhao Wuji playfully. In fact, he was still a little scared. This time, he had learned a deep lesson. If it wasn't for the fact that the blood escape was fast enough to break through the restriction of the talisman, Long Chen would not have survived. Although Long Chen rarely used the blood escape and blood sacrifice, the primordial blood dragon's mystiques, it had to be said that the primordial blood dragon Shenting was rather heaven-defying. After being locked on by the talisman, most people would not be able to escape, but Long Chen could. Of course, Long Chen could also use time reversal. However, it was too painful, so the blood escape was more direct. Time reversal was equivalent to injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others, so it couldn't be used continuously. This time, the lesson that Zhao Wuji had taught him was that he should pay attention to even the weakest opponent. Previously, he had indeed underestimated Zhao Wuji. Because of this, he did not pay attention to this opponent, which was why he had been tricked to come here and almost killed in the end. The power of the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman was definitely enough to kill Long Chen. Fortunately, because of the blood escape's super-fast speed, Long Chen survived. Moreover, Long Chen understood that enemies who were bent on killing him could not be allowed to live. For example, if Long Chen let Zhao Wuji go this time, he would still think of ways to take Long Chen's life the next time. Zhao Wuji also saw the coldness in Long Chen's eyes. Impossible, how could you have survived? Under that kind of power, you should have died without even a speck of dust left. Zhao Wuji struggled to retreat, his face filled with terror. This time, he was truly afraid. There are still many things that you don't know. Long Chen shook his head and said, Zhao Wuji, you've made me understand a lot of things. To be honest, I'm very grateful to you, but now, I can only give you a taste of your own medicine. No, I'm begging you. Zhao Wuji let out a blood-curdling scream as he looked at Long Chen in despair. Long Chen's intention was very clear. He wanted to kill Zhao Wuji. His despair and pleading didn't soften Long Chen's heart. Pfft! The sharp claws directly penetrated Zhao Wuji's chest and crushed his heart. Zhao Wuji's eyes were wide open, still full of despair and pleading. Unfortunately, it was too late. He was the one who made Long Chen decide to kill him. He couldn't blame anyone else. Long Chen sighed and said, Xiao Lang, lend me a fire. After saying that, he used the soul-devouring demon pupil to look around. With such a huge commotion just now, he believed that someone would come soon. Xiao Lang quickly came out of the great void realm. His 9 Serenity's demonic ancestral fire was the best choice to destroy the corpse. However, it was still too late. When Long Chen just used the soul-devouring demon pupil, 2 figures appeared in front of him. They were the Hercules demon general and Empress Qingli. This place was just next to the Qingli palace. With such a huge commotion, they rushed over in the shortest time possible. Unfortunately, the scene they saw was Zhao Wuji lying on the ground in a bloody mess, while Long Chen was standing next to him unscathed. It was too late. Long Chen had no choice. He originally wanted to destroy the corpse and then escape. After seeing Zhao Wuji's corpse, Empress Qingli's pupils shrank. She knew that the commotion just now was caused by the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman, which belonged to the Red Ghost King. Zhao Wuji was the disciple of the Red Ghost King, so the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman could only be used by Zhao Wuji. If Zhao Wuji used it, Long Chen would definitely die. However, the current situation seemed to be that Long Chen killed Zhao Wuji, who used the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman, unscathed. For Empress Qingli, this was a little unbelievable. After all, she knew clearly how powerful the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman was. Few disciples of the younger generation could survive. The Red Ghost King favored Zhao Wuji very much, so he gave the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman to him. Long Chen's position in Empress Qingli's heart climbed a lot again. More importantly, just a few hours ago, Empress Qingli learned from Lu Yi that even Lu Yi was defeated by Long Chen. This showed that Long Chen was absolutely a genius, and he should have a lot of secrets. What Empress Qingli needed most now was a genius, especially a dark horse like Long Chen. Long Chen also knew this. He saw it in Empress Qingli's fiery eyes, so he knew he was safe. Although the Hercules demon general's eyes were red after seeing Zhao Wuji's corpse. Chapter 493. Previously, Long Chen was worried that the Vigor Demon General would kill him before he destroyed the evidence. But now, he didn't need to worry about that, because he knew that Queen Qingli definitely needed him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have allowed Long Chen to kill Qin Huanyu. She wouldn't have kept the news strictly and wouldn't have spread the news that Long Chen had defeated Qin Huanyu. At that moment, the Vigor Demon General's eyes were blood red. When he saw Zhao Wuji's miserable state, he roared, "Jiangcheng, you bastard! How dare you kill me? You're courting death." As he spoke, the imposing manner of the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm suddenly burst out. The powerful genuine qi, like a mountain, swept towards Long Chen and directly forced Long Chen to take a few steps back. Then, the Vigor Demon General roared angrily. He stomped on the ground with his strong legs and was about to attack Long Chen. Under his attack, Long Chen would definitely be killed in one move. Stop. At that moment, Queen Qingli directly took action and pulled the Vigor Demon General back. She said coldly, "Vigor, calm down. I'm the one in charge of the Qingli Palace, not you." Queen Qingli was an expert in the earth martial arts realm. Her strength was much higher than that of the Vigor Demon General. With Queen Qingli's pull, the Vigor Demon General couldn't move at all. Moreover, Queen Qingli's cold voice also scared him. The Vigor Demon General sobered up a little. Just now, he was immersed in the anger of Zhao Wuji's death and was momentarily impulsive. "Jiangcheng, tell me what's going on." At that moment, Queen Qingli looked coldly at Long Chen and said, "It's very simple. I believe you already know. Zhao Wuji reached the 5th level of the Reaching Heaven realm and wanted to fight with me to avenge his humiliation. It's very simple. I believe you already know. This Zhao Wuji has reached the 5th level of the Reaching Heaven state, and he wanted to fight with me to avenge himself. During the day, I didn't agree to his request, so at night, he used a trick to lure me out. I defeated him, but I spared his life. Unfortunately, he was still unconvinced, and took out the Thunder Talisman of the 9 Heavens, wanting to take my life. Fortunately, I survived, so I could only take his life." The Vigor Demon General and Queen Qingli did know that Zhao Wuji had been making trouble for Long Chen these days. Because of Queen Qingli's order, the Vigor Demon General didn't have time to tell Zhao Wuji about Long Chen. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened tonight. Queen Qingli nodded. What Long Chen said was similar to the situation here. It was easy to tell that it was completely true. The Vigor Demon General knew Long Chen's character better, so he also knew that what Long Chen said was true. However, Zhao Wuji was his nephew. How could he let Zhao Wuji die in vain? Jiangcheng, in the final analysis, you killed Zhao Wuji. As an ordinary disciple, you killed the personal disciple of the Red Ghost King. Moreover, Zhao Wuji is my nephew. A life for a life. No matter what reason you have to pay with your life, the Vigor Demon General roared with a ferocious face. If it was another ordinary disciple, the Vigor Demon General could definitely kill him easily to avenge Zhao Wuji. After all, the ancient demon region had a rule that no private fights were allowed. However, that was only for ordinary disciples. As one of the 28 demon generals, the Vigor Demon General still had the right to kill disciples. He had killed many ordinary disciples, so Queen Qingli could not intervene at all. Therefore, at this time, the Vigor Demon General didn't think too much. After Long Chen told him what happened, he said nothing and wanted to kill Long Chen. Stop it right now. Monarch Qingli roared and forced Julie Demon General to take a few steps back. Her cold eyes made Julie Demon General completely stunned. He looked at Monarch Qingli in confusion and said, "Your Excellency Monarch Qingli, he is just an ordinary disciple, but he killed my nephew. Can't I avenge my nephew?" If it was in the past, Queen Qingli would never ask about it. However, why did she stop him today? He was one of the 4 demon generals of the Qingli Imperial Palace. With his status, how could he lose to Long Chen? Queen Qingli's strange behavior almost drove the Vigor Demon General crazy. Don't mess around. This matter was originally the fault of the Red Ghost King Palace. Jiangcheng was just defending passively. We are the people of the Qingli Imperial Palace. Vigor Demon General, you can't choose the wrong side, Queen Qingli said coldly. The Vigor Demon General was stunned. He knew that from this point of view, there was basically no room for negotiation. He was not a fool. At this time, he was also thinking about the reason. In fact, it was not difficult to figure out the reason. Why did Queen Qingli do everything possible to protect Long Chen? It was because of Long Chen's potential. Moreover, the Vigor Demon General also knew something that even Long Chen did not know. I will leave the matter of Zhao Wuji to you. Jiangcheng, follow me back to the Qingli Imperial Palace. Queen Qingli did not give the Vigor Demon General any room for negotiation. She turned and left directly. Long Chen was calm and quickly followed the footsteps of Queen Qingli. He did not look at the Vigor Demon General, but Long Chen could still feel the hatred in the Vigor Demon General's eyes. In this world, survival depended on one's own strength. Long Chen, who was at the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, was far from being a match for the Vigor Demon General. Therefore, he could only stay silent for the rest of his life and follow Queen Qingli. As for the future, with the protection of Queen Qingli, Long Chen did not need to worry about the Vigor Demon General for the time being, unless the Vigor Demon General went crazy and did not want to stay in the ancient demons area any longer. Only the people of the Qingli Imperial Palace could see the movement on the barren mountain. The other palaces were not very clear. Under the suppression of Queen Qingli, the news was temporarily suppressed, so for the time being, few people knew what happened here. At this time, Long Chen was taken back to the Qingli Imperial Palace. The place where Queen Qingli lived was the core part of the Qingli Imperial Palace. Long Chen had not been here before. In the Imperial Palace, there were only Long Chen and Queen Qingli. At this time, Queen Qingli sat on the gorgeous chair and looked down at Long Chen. The strength of the Earth martial arts realm was indeed qualified for Long Chen to admire. Jiangcheng, I think you are not a fool. You should be able to see that I can protect you. After a while, Queen Qingli said lightly. Thank you for your kindness, Queen Qingli. I understand that if it were not for you today, the Vigor Demon General would definitely kill me. Long Chen was clear about this. The reason why he dared to kill Zhao Wuji was that he had already guessed the clues from Queen Qingli's actions. This seemed very risky, but Long Chen had full confidence. Moreover, Zhao Wuji had repeatedly wanted to kill Long Chen. How could Long Chen let him live? It's good that you understand. I believe you also know that I am not related to you, and you are not my personal disciple. I do have a reason to help you. Queen Qingli continued. I don't know what I can do for you. In fact, Long Chen had a rough idea, so he just confirmed it. Queen Qingli was silent for a while and then said with a wry smile, 5 years ago, the disciples of the 7 palaces held the annual assessment. Our Qingli Imperial Palace ranked last, and the strength of our disciples was much lower than that of other palaces. Today, 5 years later, I think you know the current situation. Our Qingli Imperial Palace doesn't have young disciples in the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm, but the other 6 palaces do. That is to say, our Qingli Imperial Palace is basically determined to be the last in the 1-month annual assessment. Since I took charge of the Qingli Imperial Palace, it has never improved, and the strength of the disciples is worse than that of the previous generation. Maybe when I retire, the Qingli Imperial Palace will no longer exist. Speaking of this, Queen Qingli's mood was a little heavy. Long Chen didn't miss a single word of what she said. It's really a tragedy to be the last 2 times in a row. However, Lu Yi has almost reached the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. Judging from her situation, it will only take her 1 or 2 months. It seems that Queen Qingli is exaggerating when she said that the Qingli Imperial Palace will no longer exist. Long Chen was thinking. If he was an ordinary person, he would be fooled by Queen Qingli at once. However, Long Chen knew the strength of Lu Yi, so he still had some doubts. Of course, how miserable the situation of the Qingli Imperial Palace was, in fact, had nothing to do with Long Chen. Long Chen knew what Queen Qingli meant. You mean that I should represent the Qingli Imperial Palace in the annual assessment 1 month later? Long Chen raised his head and asked. In fact, he was secretly delighted. For him, this was exactly what he wanted. He still didn't know how to participate in the annual assessment and get the Emperor Flame Bead. But Queen Qingli provided him with such an opportunity. You are very smart. I think that from today on, I will focus on training you so that your strength will make great progress in 1 month. Do you have the confidence to defeat the 8th level of the Reaching Heaven realm and get into the top 3, or even the champion? Queen Qingli stared at Long Chen and said seriously. Long Chen knew that Queen Qingli had saved him this time. He had no right to refuse at all. Otherwise, the giant strength demon general would tear him apart. If Your Excellency Queen Qingli is willing to train me and give me what I want, I am sure that at least I won't let the Qingli Imperial Palace be the last. As for the top 3, it is not very difficult. Long Chen said decisively, with a firm look in his eyes. Today, it seemed that he was threatened by Queen Qingli, but in fact, Long Chen felt very happy. His original purpose was to become as strong as possible before the annual assessment and then get the Emperor Flame Bead. But Queen Qingli sent all the benefits to him. Long Chen didn't have to think about anything. He could get whatever he wanted. Queen Qingli was very satisfied with Long Chen's affirmative answer. She said with a smile, "You are full of confidence. It seems that you have a plan, right? What do you want? Tell me directly." Long Chen thought for a while and said, "I want 1 million heavenly reaching elixirs and the crystal that shrouded us with the magic light." 1 million heavenly reaching elixirs was equivalent to all the property of a warrior on the 9th level of the Reaching Heaven realm. And the crystal was also the treasure of the Qingli Imperial Palace, which only had 5. Long Chen's condition made Queen Qingli frown slightly. She thought for a while and said, with these things, he can guarantee that he can defeat a martial artist in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state in a month. What can you guarantee? I can guarantee that if I can't finish it, I will come to see you with my head. Long Chen said decisively. Chapter 494. If Long Chen could really accomplish it, 1,000,000 supreme elixirs and the crystal would be nothing. King Qingli thought for a while. Since Long Chen could improve from the first hurdle of the reaching heaven realm to his current level in such a short time, he had enough authority to say that he could succeed. So King Qingli nodded and said, okay, 1,000,000 supreme elixirs and the crystal, I can give them to you tonight. I hope you can keep your promise and fulfill your promise. You're a man. Once you say it, you can't go back on your words, Long Chen said. King Qingli looked at him approvingly and said, you're brave. But what do you want the crystal for? The power in the crystal contains the mark of an ancient expert. If you absorb too much of it, it won't do you any good. Long Chen nodded and said, I understand. Just give it to me. King Qingli asked Long Chen to wait here for a while and then left immediately. Long Chen waited there. In less than a quarter of an hour, King Qingli gave him a Qiankuan bag and said, 1,000,000 supreme elixirs and the crystal are in here. You can go back now. I've temporarily suppressed the news of Zhao Wuji's death, but I guess the Red Ghost King will soon know the news and come to make trouble for you. Of course, I'll protect you, but you have to be smart at that time. Long Chen understood that the Red Ghost King valued Zhao Wuji so much that he even gave the 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman to Zhao Wuji. If the Red Ghost King knew that Zhao Wuji had died here, he would definitely come to make trouble for him. At that time, Long Chen needed powerful strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to withstand any challenge. Of course, the crystal in his hand and the 1,000,000 supreme elixirs were the guarantee for him to become stronger. Long Chen couldn't wait to go back. Kitten could remove the mark in the crystal. With the crystal and the supreme elixirs, Long Chen could at least reach his goal, the 7th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. Only when he reached the 7th level of the reaching heaven state would he be able to fight against a martial artist of the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. Therefore, Long Chen could not wait to go back. Of course, before he left, there was one more thing he had to do, and that was to return the money. Previously, he had borrowed money from Huang Fuqi just in case. Now that he had more than 1,000,000 heaven-connecting pills, Long Chen no longer needed Huang Fuqi's 50,000 heaven-connecting pills. No matter what, it didn't seem right to borrow money from a little girl. Before leaving, Long Chen asked, I want to see Huang Fuqi. Where does she live? Huang Fuqi had just returned in the evening. Are you talking about Chi? Just 2 hours ago, she was already picked up by her father. Queen Qingli said helplessly. For her, the longer Huang Fuqi stayed here, the deeper his feelings for her would be. However, it was impossible for her to establish a relationship with the big shot of the Huangfu family after staying here for a few days. She's gone. Long Chen was shocked. Huang Fuqi had just left his place, and then her father came. Poor Long Chen still believed that she had been kidnapped by Zhao Wuji. It seemed that her father should be very angry. Otherwise, with Huang Fuqi's character, she would definitely say goodbye to Long Chen, and so many things would not have happened tonight. It's over. I promised that girl that even if she leaves, I will still send her 50,000 supreme heaven pills. Isn't this the same as smashing my own foot with a rock? Long Chen felt depressed in his heart. Chi-Chi's father is as powerful as the demon emperor, Queen Qingli said with emotion at this time. Long Chen had also guessed this. For Long Chen, the most important thing was to become stronger. So he said goodbye to Queen Qingli and returned to his residence. As soon as he came back, he said to Kitten, "Fat cat, I remember you once said that the power of this crystal could help me reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm, right?" "Of course. What I said is certainly correct," Kitten said proudly. Little Cat said proudly. He stretched out a hand and stroked his round belly. He was already used to Long Chen calling him Fat Cat. "Well, I won't talk nonsense. Let's get started. This time, I want to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm." The 7th level of the reaching heaven realm was the most important task for Long Chen before the annual assessment. "Wait, you asked me to help, so I will help you." Kitten pretended to be unwilling. "Don't waste time, or I will ask Xiao Lang to burn your little brother." Long Chen cursed and took out the crystal. He knew that the kitten was actually afraid of the 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame. The 9 underworlds demon ancestral flame could easily injure the kitten. Hearing Long Chen's words, Kitten was so scared that he lifted his buttocks and withdrew something. Because he thought of Zhao Wuji's miserable situation at the beginning today. Zhao Wuji had changed from a man to a woman. That was quite a nasty method. Forget it. Since you are young and ignorant and quite pitiful, I will reluctantly help you this time. After saying that, Kitten shook his head and helped Long Chen take out the power of the mark in the crystal. Then he gave the pure power to Long Chen to absorb. The crystal contained the power of an expert's whole life. Of course, most of the power that could be preserved had been lost. It was estimated that the power left in the crystal was less than 1,000th of that expert's power at the peak. But even so, it was enough for Long Chen to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. 2 levels in a row. With the help of the kitten, it was able to completely control the output of the crystal's power through some unknown means. Long Chen's cultivation was steadily improving under its control. It was similar to the last time he absorbed the crystal's power, but this time, the amount of power he absorbed was much greater. A huge amount of power flowed into Long Chen's body and was absorbed and refined by Long Chen. In the end, it became a part of Long Chen's strength. Kitten controlled the power in an orderly way. Long Chen absorbed it safely. His body was strong enough, so there was no danger of him exploding. Long Chen soon reached the edge of the 5th level of the reaching heaven realm. At this time, Kitten stopped transferring power to Long Chen, because it knew that Long Chen was going to break through to the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm. There were 6 spiritual apertures in the reaching heaven realm. Long Chen had broken through 5 spiritual apertures. He had expanded 5 power cores in his body. Now, he only had 1 spiritual aperture left. Only when he reached the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm would the spiritual apertures in his body reach perfection. The 6 power cores in his body formed a perfect cycle. With the experience from the previous 5 times, Long Chen reached the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm easily. Even he was surprised by the speed at which his strength soared. Ever since he had absorbed 1% of the inherited blood essence, his body was like a bottomless pit, and he needed a huge amount of power to fill it up. Therefore, he didn't feel any discomfort when he used refining blood to qi or directly absorb the power in the crystal like he was doing now. Moreover, Long Chen had a hunch that he could even complete the entire reaching heaven realm in the same way. This was the nature-defying effect brought about by the inherited blood essence of the ancient bloodline spiritual dragon. The current level of the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm was still far from enough. Go on, you freak with the ancestral dragon's blood essence. If other people were to absorb the power like you, their bodies would have exploded countless times. Only you can persist for so long. The kitten sighed with emotion. It continued to pour out the power of the crystal for Long Chen to absorb. Long Chen didn't say a word, and his strength advanced steadily toward the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. Based on the current situation, Long Chen would definitely be able to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm by today. However, when he was at the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm, Long Chen had already used about 110,000 reaching heaven elixirs. He had a hunch that he would need at least 300,000 reaching heaven realm to reach the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm. In other words, the 1 million reaching heaven realm that he had just obtained wasn't enough for him to reach the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. If it were other people, they would need 1 million reaching heaven elixirs to open the last aperture. However, Long Chen would need 1 million reaching heaven realm to reach the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. The tenfold nature of the dragon soul genuine qi also made it 10 times more difficult for him to advance. During the practice of the reaching heaven realm, if Long Chen didn't have enough reaching heaven realm, it would be impossible for him to succeed. It could be seen from this that he had made the right decision to come to the ancient demon's field. If he had been outside, where could Long Chen have gotten so many reaching heaven realm pills? He estimated that if he hadn't come to the ancient demon's field, his strength would only be at the 3rd or 4th level of the reaching heaven realm. Without the reaching heaven elixirs, even if he had the blood refining qi, he would still be dead meat. As expected, when he had enough genuine qi, Long Chen used 350,000 reaching heaven realm pills to stabilize his genuine qi. Then, he tried to break through the 3rd last aperture of the 9 apertures. Out of the 1,100,000 reaching heaven realm pills, only 850,000 were left. It wasn't enough for Long Chen to reach the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. Long Chen knew that he probably wouldn't be able to advance any further before the annual assessment. After all, the further he practiced, the more difficult it would be for him to advance. Moreover, more things would be needed in the later stages, and Long Chen didn't have enough resources. When he had been at the 1st level of the reaching heaven realm, he had been able to defeat demonic beasts at the 4th level of the heaven realm by relying on his super strong battle body of the high heaven realm. But now, some demonic beasts at the 9th level of the heaven realm had stronger bodies than Long Chen. His advantage had already disappeared. Therefore, it would be extremely difficult for him to advance further. Unless Long Chen got the Emperor Flame Pearl. It was the thing that could help him reach the top in a single bound. Reaching the 7th level of the reaching heaven realm was the guarantee of the Emperor Flame Pearl. Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. He controlled his genuine qi and carefully directed all of it to his head. Yes, the 2 earth apertures were the earth yang aperture and the earth yin aperture. They were located in the head, and they were located in the left and right side of the brain respectively. The opening of the 2 earth apertures was much more difficult than the opening of the 6 spiritual apertures, and it required a lot of energy. A small mistake could cost Long Chen his life. Chapter 495. The 7th aperture was the earthly yang aperture. At this time, Long Chen was controlling the genuine qi all over his body to approach the earthly yang aperture. Among the 18 Milky Way stars in his body, only one penetrated the head. It was not big, but there was so much genuine qi flowing in the small Milky Way. Fortunately, Long Chen had enough heavenly power elixirs to suppress and stabilize the genuine qi. Otherwise, there was no way for him to break through. The power of 350,000 heavenly power elixirs was really powerful. Although it was difficult and dangerous to open the 7th aperture, it was more daunting than dangerous under Long Chen's careful control. Under the nourishment of the power of the heavenly power elixirs, the earthly yang aperture gradually formed in the head. The earthly yang aperture was not big, but there was a kind of fiery energy hovering in it. The elixir formed in the end was like a ball of flame. Long Chen estimated that if the 8th aperture, the earthly yin aperture, was formed, the elixir would be a ball of cold air. As for the last and most important heavenly aperture, it was not certain where it would appear. Moreover, it was different for everyone. The heavenly aperture was the center of the 9 apertures and the most important aperture. It could be said that it was the core of the whole person. As for where Long Chen's heavenly aperture would appear, he could not know until he reached the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. The time it took to break through the earthly yang aperture was almost 10 times that of the sixth spiritual aperture. When Long Chen finally broke through, he found that it was already dawn. Not to mention the change in his strength after reaching the seventh level of the reaching heaven realm, he found that the outside world was different in his eyes after he opened the door. Clear, extremely clear. Whether it was his vision, hearing, smell, or even taste, they were extremely clear. Long Chen could even see the small ravines in the barren hills in the distance and hear many whispered conversations in the Qingli Palace. This was the effect of opening the earthly yang aperture. The earthly yang aperture and the earthly yin aperture existed in his head. They could not only greatly enhance his strength, but also greatly enhance the perception of his five senses. It was like an evolution of life. As for the strength of the seventh level of the reaching heaven state, Long Chen estimated that at least an ordinary eighth level of the reaching heaven state wouldn't be a match for him. If he were to fight against Lu Yi again, even if Lu Yi had two advanced heaven-level offensive fighting skills, as well as the king-level phantom doppelganger, Long Chen was confident that he could defeat her. There's still a month's time before the annual examination. Even I didn't expect that I would be able to complete the training task so early. In just a few days, I've managed to advance from the first level of the reaching heaven realm to the seventh level of the reaching heaven realm. This speed is really rare in the world. Even Long Chen was quite emotional about his own improvement. Of course, he knew the reason. It was because of that 1% of the inherited essence blood had opened up his body's endurance. If it wasn't for that, Long Chen's body and mind would not have been able to endure the continuous use of blood refinement qi. There's still a month's time. Most of my genuine qi is not cultivated by myself, so my foundation is not very stable. I don't need to hurry to improve in this month. Instead, I'd better stabilize my strength. Moreover, it's not so easy to break through the eighth level of the reaching heaven realm. According to my current situation, I need at least 1 million reaching heaven elixirs. As for the remaining 150,000 reaching heaven elixirs, it should be much easier to get them from King Qingli. However, I don't have demonic beasts of the 9th level of the heaven rank, therefore, Long Chen wasn't in a hurry to break through the 8th level of the reaching heaven realm. With his current strength, he should be able to pass the disciple assessment that was held once every 5 years. He had just been in the ancient demon's realm for more than a month, and he already had such great strength. If he displayed his strength, the whole ancient demon's realm would definitely be shocked. In the ancient demon's realm, there were close to 2,000 elders above the 6th level of the reaching heaven realm, more than 200 senior disciples, and more than 6,000 ordinary disciples. In the ancient demon's realm, there were close to 10,000 people, and there were many strong people. However, there had never been anyone who could improve as fast as Long Chen. Not only in the ancient demon's realm, but also in the Wuxia Sage Empire. Once Long Chen displayed his extraordinary strength, it would immediately shock the whole Wuxia Sage Empire. At that time, it would definitely attract the attention of the top management of the Wuxia Alliance. It should be known that the Wuxia Alliance was the largest organization in the Wuxia Sage Empire. In the Wuxia Alliance, there were many forces similar to the ancient demon's realm. For example, the Huangfu family, where Huangfu Qi was from, was also a member of the Wuxia Alliance. They had a seat in the Senior Patriarch Society of the Wuxia Alliance. Of course, Long Chen didn't think about these things for the time being. Compared with the other young strong people in the ancient demon's realm, I should be lacking in combat skills. In terms of physical strength, I have reached the top of the reaching heaven realm, and there should be very few people who can compete with me. In terms of offensive combat skills, the Sky Punishment Sword formation is also at the top of the reaching heaven realm. Of course, if the opponent has a king-level combat skill, he will be stronger than me. As for body movement combat skills, defensive combat skills, and so on, I am much weaker than others. Even Lu Yi has a king-level divine magic combat skill. Thinking of the phantom doppelganger, Long Chen was a bit jealous. He estimated that the phantom doppelganger could probably use about 3/4 of the fighting power of the original body. One phantom doppelganger would be stronger than 125 divine fire doppelgangers. In a battle, if he used the phantom doppelganger, it would be like having a comrade. Right now, Long Chen's rate of improvement was simply too fast, even surpassing the little wolf's speed. So in battle, the little wolf couldn't help much. As for Fat Cat, it had many strange tricks up its sleeves, but when it came to fighting, it was a coward. It seems that I have to find a way to get this king-level combat skill. How can I do it? Lu Yi doesn't seem very reliable. I'd better mention it to Queen Qingli. She wants me to win, so maybe I really have a chance. Thinking of this, Long Chen walked in the direction of the Qingli Palace. His eyes and ears were much clearer now, so after a few steps, he heard a noise coming from the direction of the Qingli Palace. It should be someone else. In fact, Long Chen could guess who it was. It must be the Red Ghost King. The news of Zhao Wuji's death has already spread to the Red Ghost King. This was the inevitable result. King Qingli could shut the mouths of many people, but he definitely could not shut the mouth of the Herculean demon general. If King Qingli did not allow the Herculean demon general to deal with Long Chen, wouldn't he let the Red Ghost King deal with him? Fortunately, Long Chen had just broken through the 7th tier of the reaching heaven realm and was gradually approaching the level of a strong person, so he wasn't worried. If King Qingli said that he would protect him, then he would definitely protect him. Therefore, he stepped forward and quickly walked in the direction of the Qingli Palace. From a distance, he saw the tall red body of the Red Ghost King walking into the Qingli Palace. Long Chen hurriedly followed. After the Red Ghost King, he flashed into the Qingli Palace and quickly came to the side of Queen Qingli. At this time, Queen Qingli was sitting in her seat with her eyes closed. Lu Yi, who was wearing a white dress, was standing obediently beside Queen Qingli. She looked a little worried as she looked at the Red Ghost King coming in from outside the door. She had already learned about what happened last night from Queen Qingli. After the Red Ghost King came in, she saw that Long Chen had also come in. This young man's aura seemed to be different from that night. He should have become stronger. She hurriedly called out to Long Chen and let Long Chen come to her side. At this time, Queen Qingli opened her eyes and glanced at Long Chen. Then, she faced the angry Red Ghost King coldly. Long Chen was also sizing up the Red Ghost King and the man behind him. The Red Ghost King's appearance was the easiest to recognize. His skin was red, and his appearance was similar to what Huang Fuqi had described. He was a big red toad, and he was as ugly as one could imagine. Compared to the young man beside him, the difference was like heaven and earth. The young man was tall and dignified. He wore a black and white robe, and his eyes were as vast as the stars. His lips were thin, his nose was high, and his fingers were slender but powerful. He was indeed a tough and handsome man. In the ancient demon's territory, there must be many girls who were fascinated by him. Of course, Long Chen's appearance was not bad either. As his strength improved, his temperament gradually changed. The playboy's aura gradually disappeared, and it was replaced by a dignified and cold aura of a king. Of course, there was also a lot of murderous aura from the ancient blood spirit dragon in his eyes. The current Long Chen looked like he was born to kill. This was because he had inherited the blood essence of the ancient blood spirit dragon, the legendary ancestor of blood and massacre. This man is called Xiaofan. He is the only expert in the 8th level of the reaching heaven state in the Red Ghost King's palace. His overall strength should be in the top 3 among the disciples of the 7 kings' palaces, Lu Yi whispered in Long Chen's ear. In her eyes, there was some fear and resistance toward Xiaofan. There was even a hint of disgust. If Xiaofan had a good character, there was no reason for Lu Yi to dislike him. This guy was probably a sanctimonious guy. Long Chen noticed that when Xiaofan first came in, he first glanced at Lu Yi, and a faint smile flashed across his lips. Then, he turned his head and looked at King Qingli. The Red Ghost King's face was already red, and at this moment, his face was flushed with anger. He suddenly saw that the man who had followed him in but rushed ahead of him was actually Long Chen, who had killed his new favorite disciple, Zhao Wuji. In an instant, his anger surged. He strode toward Long Chen and bellowed, "You brat, how dare you kill the beloved disciple of the Red Ghost King? How dare you? I'll tear you into pieces today." As long as the power of the Earth martial arts realm was used on Long Chen, it would be enough to flatten Long Chen. Long Chen did not move, because he knew that King Qingli would not allow the Red Ghost King to act presumptuously here. Chapter 496. Sure enough, just as the Red Ghost King was about to attack Long Chen, Empress Qingli, who was originally sitting, appeared in front of Long Chen. The immense pressure from the Red Ghost King was instantly relieved by Empress Qingli. Long Chen could stand behind Empress Qingli unscathed. The feeling of being protected by someone was really cool, especially for a beautiful mature lady like Empress Qingli. Red Ghost King, you came to my palace and attacked my personal disciple. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to provoke a battle between two devil kings? Empress Qingli looked coldly at the Red Ghost King and said. Personal disciple? How can this Jiang Cheng be your personal disciple? You can only accept one personal disciple a year, the Red Ghost King roared when he saw that his attack had failed. Do you really not know? My original disciple was Huang Fuqi, but after verification, Huang Fuqi is an important figure in the Huangfu family. How can she be my disciple? After she leaves, I can naturally accept Jiang Cheng as my personal disciple. This is my freedom. What can you, Red Ghost King, say about it? Empress Qingli said stubbornly with a thick layer of frost on her face. Alright, let's not talk about whether he's your personal disciple or not. You know why I'm here today. Even if he's your personal disciple, he can't kill the personal disciple of the Red Ghost King. I'm here today, and Jiang Cheng must pay with his life. The Red Ghost King didn't want to fight with Empress Qingli. After all, a fight between two devil kings wouldn't do anyone any good. He might even be punished by the Devil Emperor. However, he had to take revenge on Long Chen today. The Red Ghost King liked Zhao Wuji's disciple very much. He intended to train Zhao Wuji to be the seconding Xiao Tian. By then, the Red Ghost King would have two super geniuses, which would definitely suppress the other palaces. Therefore, he gave the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman to Zhao Wuji to save his life. However, he didn't expect that when the talisman was given out, the news of Zhao Wuji's death came. After hearing the news, the Red Ghost King was so heartbroken that he vomited blood. He hurriedly rushed to the Qingli Palace with Ing Xiao Tian next to him to avenge Zhao Wuji. However, it seemed that things were a little difficult. Although Zhao Wuji was his personal disciple, Empress Qingli had also said that Long Chen was no longer an ordinary disciple. If he was an ordinary disciple, the Red Ghost King could kill him as he pleased. However, if he was a personal disciple, which Devil King would let his personal disciple be killed at will? Long Chen nodded to himself. It seemed that Empress Qingli had made up her mind to protect him. She had even said that. In that case, Long Chen would definitely be Empress Qingli's personal disciple from now on. This was even better. He would be qualified to go to the third level of the realm of demons. Of course, he was now in the seventh level of the Reaching Heaven state and was already a senior disciple, so he could go to the seventh level of the Reaching Heaven state. At this time, the Red Ghost King wanted Long Chen to pay with his life. Empress Qingli sneered and said, Red Ghost King, there are rules in everything. It doesn't mean that your personal disciple is a human, but my personal disciple is not a human. It's common for a master to intervene in a fight between disciples. That's right, Zhao Wuji was killed by my personal disciple, Jiang Cheng. However, do you know what happened? Jiang Cheng, tell me what happened. Long Chen was neither servile nor overbearing. He told Long Chen exactly what happened last night. The Red Ghost King knew clearly that since Zhao Wuji reached the 5th level of the reaching heaven state, he had come to seek revenge on Long Chen almost every day. Therefore, the Red Ghost King basically believed what Long Chen said. He believed it in his heart, but it didn't mean that he would believe it verbally. Bullshit. Bullshit. I've even used the 9 Heavens Thunder Talisman. How could a little guy like you have dodged it? Your excuse is full of loopholes. I think there's something fishy about my disciple Zhao Wuji's death. Could it be that someone set up an ambush to take his life? The Crimson Ghost King said coldly. His cold gaze was like a sword stabbing towards Long Chen. Red Ghost King, what do you mean by that? Queen Qingli said angrily. What do I mean? Let me tell you the truth. My personal disciple is dead. No matter what, you have to give me an explanation today. Otherwise, I, the Red Ghost King, will never let it go. I, the Red Ghost King, can't let my disciple die in vain. The Red Ghost King said in a low voice and didn't give in at all. By this time, the Red Ghost King had made it clear that no matter what happened, the result was that Zhao Wuji died in the hands of Long Chen. He had to give an explanation. If you want an explanation, fine. I, Queen Qingli, will fight with you, the Red Ghost King. Anyway, we haven't fought for almost 5 years. Don't think that I'm afraid of you. There was a cold light in Queen Qingli's eyes. The Red Ghost King didn't give in. She was more courageous than the Red Ghost King. Since the Red Ghost King wanted an explanation, she was more straightforward and wanted to fight. You and me, fine. Hearing Queen Qingli's words, the Red Ghost King laughed. He laughed out loud and then stopped. He said gloomily, "Great, Queen Qingli. You have guts. Fine, if I don't beat you up today, I won't be able to vent my anger." A battle between 2 devil kings. This is the top news in the ancient demon's territory. The conflict in the Qingli Palace quickly intensified. The Red Ghost King and Queen Qingli stared at each other coldly. Their auras kept rising, making the other 3 feel uncomfortable. At this time, Ying Xiaotian smiled and said, "Please listen to me. Both of you are people of high status in the ancient demon's territory. If you fight rashly, it will definitely have a great impact on the reputation of the ancient demon's territory. It might even affect your status. Today is a grudge between the younger generation. I think we should let the younger generation settle it. How about that?" Long Chen's pupils shrank. From Ying Xiaotian's words, Long Chen felt that this guy was not easy to deal with. Sure enough, after hearing his words, Queen Qingli and the Red Ghost King stopped confronting each other. The Red Ghost King was very satisfied with his personal disciple. He was much more satisfied than Zhao Wuji. He asked, "Xiaotian, tell me, how do you want to settle it between the younger generation?" Ying Xiaotian smiled, then looked at Long Chen and said, "Didn't Master say that he didn't believe that Jiang Cheng could deal with the 9 Heavens Lightning Talisman? A single attack of mine is almost as powerful as the 9 Heavens Lightning Talisman. If Jiang Cheng is able to receive my attack, doesn't that mean that what he said is true? In other words, if what he said is true, then Junior Brother challenged someone else last night, and even used assassination techniques. To be honest, he was just asking to be humiliated, and his death was justified." Ying Xiaotian was indeed a tactful and smart person. He had grasped the key point from the conversation between the Red Ghost King and Queen Qingli. His purpose was to attack Long Chen with his strength of the 8th level of the reaching heaven state. However, he had explained it perfectly. Given his current strength, if Long Chen had been the same as he had been a day ago, there was no way he would have been able to take on Long Chen's attack. If he had killed Long Chen with a single move, he would have been able to say that he hadn't done it on purpose. Even the Red Ghost King admired the intelligence of this disciple. He laughed and said, "What Xiaotian said makes sense. Let's do as you said. Queen Qingli, does your disciple dare to take the test? If he doesn't, it means that he was lying. If so, don't blame me for being rude." Queen Qingli was certainly hesitant. Xiaotian's words were so powerful that even she did not know how to deal with it. If she asked Long Chen to take Xiaotian's attack, wouldn't it be seeking death? Just as Queen Qingli was about to reject it, Long Chen said lightly, "This is a good method. Since Brother Ing wants to verify it, let's do it. However, I have to say that if I can block your attack, please take your master and leave the Qingli Palace. We don't welcome you here." Jiang City. Both Queen Qingli and Lu Yi were shocked. In their opinion, Long Chen was too impulsive to agree. Lu Yi had seen Xiaotian's strength and knew that he was much more powerful than her. Therefore, Lu Yi looked a little flustered and anxious. The Red Ghost King and Xiaotian were surprised that Long Chen agreed so readily. Xiaotian's expression changed slightly. Everything had been under his control. However, Long Chen's first words seemed to have made the situation go out of his control. "To be honest, if it weren't for my junior brother's death, I wouldn't have come to the Qingli Palace." Xiaotian nodded and agreed to Long Chen's request. At least Long Chen could take it. He and the Red Ghost King immediately turned around and left. "Don't worry." Seeing Queen Qingli frowning, Long Chen said to her. Then he walked out of the crowd and stood in the empty space in the palace. He looked at Xiaotian attentively and said lightly, "Come on, don't waste time." The Red Ghost King and Xiaotian looked at each other, and Xiaotian walked to a spot 10 meters away from Long Chen. He looked at Long Chen carefully for a while and did not find anything strange about Long Chen. "I've seen his performance in the selection battle. He could barely beat the 4th tier of the Reaching Heaven state, which is worlds apart from me. I think he's just pretending to be mysterious now. However, it's just right for me to end his life. Maybe Master will be happy and reward me with something." At the thought of this, Xiaotian's eyes turned cold. His genuine qi gradually surged, and a light wind blew up his robe. For a moment, he looked like a divine general who had descended from heaven. Long Chen thought for a while and decided not to use the dragon soul transformation. This was not the time to fight with Xiaotian, and it would not do him any good to reveal his true strength. Today, he could only drive these two guys back. Next to him, Lu Yi and Queen Qingli were looking at him worriedly. For Queen Qingli, Long Chen was her hope in a month. If Long Chen died now, the Qingli Palace would suffer a great loss. At this time, Xiaotian's figure flashed. His whole body was like a whirlwind, rushing wildly toward Long Chen. When he got close to Long Chen, he struck out with his finger. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and the wind howled. The huge storm blew Long Chen's long hair up. Chapter 497. Xiaotian's combat skill should be similar to Chu Yunxi's from a long time ago, which was of the wind attribute. At this time, in the whirlpool, Xiaotian struck out with his finger. The powerful force was like a sword, stabbing straight at Long Chen's throat. Wind Riding Sword Finger. Xiaotian was in the 8th tier of the Reaching Heaven state. To be on the safe side, he certainly used an advanced Heaven state combat skill. The most prominent feature of the Wind Riding Sword Finger was that the attack speed was very fast, just like Long Chen's Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. As soon as Xiaotian stabbed out, a sword light appeared at Long Chen's throat. This kind of attack was much more terrifying than the Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. Not only in speed but also in strength, it was far superior to the Demonic Spirit Sword Finger. Surrounded by the whirlwind, the sword finger seemed to be rotating as well. It was like a drill bit. If it really hit Long Chen, it would definitely pierce through his throat. Even the two great demon kings were amazed by this kind of attack. At Ying Xiaotian's level, he could definitely become a demon king within 10 years. There was no such genius among the 7 great demon kings who could become a demon king at the age of 27 or 28. Of course, in the imperial palace, there were already people who had reached the earth martial arts realm. At this time, Queen Qingli's face was very pale. She knew that most of Long Chen's combat strength came from his dragon soul transformation. Now, Long Chen did not even use the dragon soul transformation, but exposed himself to the opponent's advanced heaven state combat skill. In this way, Long Chen would die in the next moment, let alone the annual assessment. As for Lu Yi, her face was a little pale. Long Chen had left a deep impression in her memory. These days, her mind was full of Long Chen's evil smile that night and his calm and resolute manner when he left. If Long Chen died now, her heart would suddenly become a lot more blank. At this time, Empress Qingli was ready to rescue her, but she found that the Red Ghost King was staring at her. Maybe the Red Ghost King would come up to entangle her as soon as she made a move. At this critical moment, Long Chen finally moved. To everyone's shock, his body turned into a bloody light in a very short period of time and instantly passed Ying Xiaotian, who was attacking him. In a very short period of time, he disappeared from the Qingli imperial palace. Empress Qingli and the Red Ghost King witnessed this scene. They believed that even if they used all their strength, they could not display such speed. There was no doubt that there was only one person in the ancient demon's territory who could display such speed, and that was the domain lord of the ancient demon's territory, Jiang Wuxia, who was known as the Demon Emperor. Both the Red Ghost King and Empress Qingli were stunned. Only Lu Yi saw that Long Chen was fine, and her tense heartstrings relaxed. She breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked outside the Qingli palace. She knew that Long Chen had stopped not far away. She had seen the mysteriousness of Long Chen once. At that time, she was absolutely sure that she almost accidentally killed Long Chen. However, in a short moment, Long Chen was unscathed. This time, with his weak strength, he burst out with such a terrifying speed. Of course, Ying Xiaotian was the most surprised and depressed one. He was confident that he could kill Long Chen in one blow, but he did not know how Long Chen disappeared in front of him. He only felt that something passed by him at a speed that was 100 times faster than him. In this way, Long Chen disappeared. Ying Xiaotian had to forcibly withdraw the wind-riding sword finger. This feeling of hitting nothing but air made him want to vomit blood. However, he could not let this make a mess of the Qingli palace, so he could only swallow it. After finally stabilizing his attack, he turned his head in astonishment. He, who was originally elegant, looked a little silly because of his astonished expression. At this time, Empress Qingli murmured, "This kind of supernatural power should be a method of escaping by burning genuine qi. It is very rare." She finally understood how Long Chen escaped from Zhao Wuji's thunder talisman of the 9th heaven last night. It was not because he was strong enough to forcibly take Zhao Wuji's thunder talisman of the 9th heaven and remain unscathed, but because Long Chen had this method of escaping. The power of the blood escape was naturally powerful, and there was no level limit. There were other methods of escaping in this world, but basically, they were limited by level. Once the realm exceeded a certain level, they could not be used, and the effect of those methods was not as good as the blood escape at all. The Red Ghost King also knew about the existence of such a method. At this time, Long Chen walked into the Qingli King Palace under the gazes of the 4 people. He looked at the Red Ghost King and Ying Xiaotian and said, "The purpose of the 2 of you is to see if I have the ability to survive the 9 heavens thunder talisman. You've seen my performance just now, and Brother Ying's attack didn't hurt me, so everything is clear. 2 dignified men, once a word is said, it's impossible to go back on it. Please leave the Qingli King Palace." His voice was neither humble nor arrogant, but full of power. That's not right. What we said before was for you to take one of Xiaotian's moves, not to escape. The Red Ghost King was speechless at the way Long Chen dealt with Ing Xiaotian. Did the Red Ghost King forget what Brother Ing said before? He said it was just to verify if I can dodge the attack of the Thunder Talisman of the Ninth Heaven, not to see if I can take one of his moves. The Red Ghost King's meaning is easy to misunderstand, that you want to use this test to kill me. I believe the Red Ghost King is not such a despicable person, Long Chen said as he returned to King Qingli's side. Long Chen's words made the Red Ghost King speechless, and Ing Xiaotian was even more depressed. He had simply shot himself in the foot. He had already said that, and now that Long Chen had turned the tables on him, there was no chance for him to salvage the situation. He looked at the Red Ghost King and shook his head. Red Ghost King was so angry that his face turned even redder. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, but the proud smile of Prince Qingli really made him a little crazy. He knew that now, it was obvious that Zhao Wuji had died in vain. As a master, because of the previous promise, there was nothing he could do. Who asked Ing Xiaotian to say that Zhao Wuji was dead? Now, he could only scram dejectedly. The biggest surprise came from Long Chen. The Red Ghost King and Ing Xiaotian took a few more glances at Long Chen. This young man who had just entered the ancient demon's realm seemed to have a lot of secrets. The Red Ghost King suddenly remembered that Long Chen was his personal disciple, but now he had such a heaven-defying performance. Could he have been blind back then? Of course, Long Chen had not shown his strength yet. If he did, the Red Ghost King would definitely vomit blood out of regret and fall to the ground dead. Both of you, please. Seeing that they were not leaving, Long Chen reminded them again. The Red Ghost King gritted his teeth. He really wanted to beat Long Chen to death, but he was afraid of King Qingli, so he could only hold it in. Today, he was destined to leave with his tail between his legs. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly caught sight of Lu Yi, and he suddenly had an idea. He laughed heartily and said, "This must be your daughter. She is getting prettier and prettier. It's not an exaggeration to call her the #1 beauty among the 7 great palace halls. She is a good match for me, Xiaotian." King Qingli, the bet was made in front of the Demon Emperor. The bet is about to begin. I wonder which disciple of the Qingli Palace Hall will be able to defeat my Xiaotian. After he finished speaking, he left with a smug smile on his face. Ing Xiaotian smiled at Lu Yi and said, "My master has said that Miss Lu Yi's cultivation is definitely not lower than mine. At that time, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. I've offended you today. I'll come and apologize to you another day. Farewell." After saying that, he followed the footsteps of the Red Ghost King and left the Qingli Palace Hall. In the palace, only Long Chen and the other two were left. Both King Qingli and Lu Yi admired Long Chen's ability to turn the tide and resolve the crisis. King Qingli said, "Jiangcheng, you did a good job today. I'll give you the identity of the pro-disciple. Do you want it?" "Of course, I'm willing. But, well, what's the bet they mentioned before they left?" The other party's words were very clear. Long Chen also heard that it should have something to do with Lu Yi. Long Chen vaguely guessed that King Qingli's cultivation seemed to have more to do with this matter. Speaking of this, Princess Qingli knew that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she sighed and looked at Lu Yi apologetically, saying, "It happened 5 years ago. I was too impulsive at that time, so I hurt Yi." Lu Yi was stunned. Long Chen frowned and asked, "What the hell is going on?" He looked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi's head was lowered, and there was a helpless expression on her face. In the disciple assessment 5 years ago, the Red Ghost King's palace won the 2nd place, while my King Qingli's palace was the last. In the last battle, the disciple of the Red Ghost King's palace directly killed the strongest disciple of my King Qingli's palace. The Red Ghost King and I have never been on good terms. At that time, I was so angry that I quarreled with him. In front of the Devil Emperor, we made a bet. If my King Qingli's palace ranked lower than the Red Ghost King's palace in the disciple assessment 5 years later, I would marry my daughter to the strongest disciple of the Red Ghost King. Of course, if they lost, the Red Ghost King had to kneel down to apologize to me and kowtow 3 times. Speaking of this, King Qingli's face was full of guilt. She looked at Lu Yi with distress and said, "This is the biggest mistake in my life. I was too impulsive and hurt my daughter. I still blame myself until today. I'm really sorry." Longchen suddenly felt that King Qingli was not as annoying as he had imagined. Chapter 498. Seeing her mother's sad look, Lu Yi's eyes began to moisten again. She gently held Queen Qingli's arm and said, "No, mother, I don't blame you at all. I know you feel sad every time we rank last. That's why you made the bet. It's all my fault. I'm only in the 7th hurdle of the reaching heaven realm today. I can't beat them. It's all my fault." Then, the mother and daughter began to apologize to each other endlessly. When she saw Queen Qingli for the first time, she didn't think highly of Longchen. When Longchen was powerful and she intended to cultivate Longchen, she let Longchen kill her own core disciple. Longchen felt that this woman was really cold-hearted at that time. But now it seemed that she also had a pitiful side. It could be seen that she loved her daughter very much, so she tried her best to dig out Longchen and let him fight on behalf of the Qingli palace. She didn't even stop Longchen from killing Qin Huanyu. As for the past, Longchen gradually forgave Queen Qingli. It was really not easy for a woman to make a name for herself in this man's world and support such a big palace alone. After they apologized to each other, Queen Qingli remembered the business. She looked at Longchen with sparkling eyes and said, "Jiangcheng, to be honest, Yi is still not a match for Ying Xiaotian. Judging from his attack just now, do you think you have a chance to win? You have to think clearly. Yi's happiness depends on you. There is still a month. With your speed, do you have the confidence to defeat him?" Longchen thought about it and said, "In terms of cultivation, should be confident. However, Ying Xiaotian is the #1 disciple of the Crimson Ghost King Palace, so the battle techniques he's learned are definitely better than mine. So, I'm lacking a battle technique." He was just about to ask for the Spectre Doppelganger, and now the opportunity was right in front of him. "What do you want?" For the sake of Lu Yi, Queen Qingli didn't care about a combat skill. She had some doubts about Longchen, but Longchen's performance today had conquered her. Longchen was actually first class in terms of will and potential. But the Red Ghost King was blind and abandoned Longchen. Instead, he looked for Zhao Wuji as a treasure. The king-level combat skill, the Phantom Doppelganger. Longchen looked at Lu Yi and said with a faint smile. Lu Yi and Queen Qingli were stunned. Queen Qingli looked at Lu Yi and said with a wry smile, "You saw the Phantom Doppelganger from Yi, right? You really have a good eye. Well, you can learn the Phantom Doppelganger, but you have to learn the king-level combat skill within a month. Don't forget, it's a king-level combat skill." Longchen nodded and said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as you give me the Phantom Doppelganger, I can basically solve all your problems for you." Longchen talked big, but Queen Qingli and Lu Yi believed him when they saw the firm look in his eyes. Finally, Queen Qingli nodded and said, "Well, that's it. The combat skills of our Qingli Palace are passed down by word of mouth. Anyway, you and Yi will work hard for the annual assessment, so you can stay together and let Yi teach you the Phantom Doppelganger." This. Longchen and Lu Yi were a little embarrassed. After all, it was not suitable for a man and a woman to be alone. Queen Qingli stared at him and said, "Jiangcheng, I warn you, don't have any ideas about my daughter, or I will kill you myself." It could be seen that she was serious. Don't worry. Although your daughter is beautiful, it doesn't mean that every man likes her. Long Chen said. Lu Yi was still a little confused at first, but after hearing Long Chen's words, she recalled how Long Chen had said that she had no breasts and no but that night. An angry expression immediately appeared on her face, and there was a slightly intoxicating blush on her face. In this case, I'll go first. I want to go to the third devil realm. Can you give me a message and let me go? Long Chen heard that a personal disciple could go to the third devil realm only with the permission of the master. That's right. I won't ask you what you're going to do. But there are monsters above the 7th level of the heaven stage in the third devil realm. Many of them are more powerful than Yi. Are you sure you want to go there? Well, it won't take long. When I come back from there, Yi and I will start to practice. What do you think? Long Chen nodded. The reason why he wanted to go to the third devil realm was very simple. Now his strength had reached the peak, but Xiao Lang hadn't. Xiao Lang would be a great help to Long Chen in the future. Long Chen wanted to make Xiao Lang stronger as much as possible. In the third devil realm, those powerful monsters with fire properties would be a good choice. Xiao Lang was now at the 4th level of the heaven stage. If Long Chen really encountered a battle that needed him, he couldn't help him for the time being. After settling the matter of Xiao Lang, he could concentrate on practicing the phantom doppelganger until the annual assessment and the fight for the Emperor Flame Bead began. Long Chen was a mysterious person. Since he asked, King Qingli knew that he had a sense of propriety. So, he nodded and gave him the message from the Devil King. With this message, Long Chen could reach the third devil realm unimpeded. Later, King Qingli gave Long Chen an identity iron plate, which could prove that he was a pro-disciple. After all these were done, Long Chen left King Qingli Palace. King Qingli and Lu Yi still stayed here. Yi, what do you think of Jiang City? King Qingli calmed down and asked softly. Lu Yi thought for a moment and replied, I think he's very powerful and mysterious. He's like a ball of fog that I can't see through. Sometimes, his performance is always unexpected, and his personality is also hard to fathom. Lu Yi thought for a moment. King Qingli nodded and then asked, do you want to know what I think of him? Of course. Mother, what do you think of him? Lu Yi asked curiously. I feel that he is very dangerous, very dangerous. His body is full of thorns, and he will only retract his thorns when facing the people he is most familiar with. If you are together with him, if you can't control yourself, you will be pierced all over. So, Yi, do you understand what I mean? Don't attack him, but you are showing signs of it, ah. Lu Yi was at a loss and said, Mother, what are you talking about? I have just known him for a short time. You think too much. Really? Huh, maybe. I just want to remind you not to have too much contact with him when you teach him the phantom doppelganger. King Qingli chuckled softly. Why don't you teach him yourself? Lu Yi was puzzled. He is much more wary of me than you. If I teach him, it will be bad if we fall out because of his wariness. I still need him to save you. But you are different. Your kindness will attract him firmly and make him fight for you. King Qingli said meaningfully. Ah, Mother, I understand what you mean. You want me to like him, but I can't like him. Lu Yi finally understood what King Qingli meant. King Qingli nodded and said sadly, you are young and haven't experienced anything, so you don't understand anything. Whoever is moved by love first will die miserably and even lose all his dignity and be scarred. But Mother, I don't understand what you mean. Lu Yi was a little stunned. I don't understand. I don't understand. Look at me now. Don't you see anything wrong with me? Why does everyone have a father but you don't? Why has no one ever talked about your father? It's because no one knows who your father is, and it was just my wishful thinking. That's why I lost. Queen Qingli said hysterically. After that, she gently pushed Lu Yi's arm away and said, "Remember what I said. Keep him in check for a while. After the assessment, you can ignore him." Lu Yi said with a smile. After that, King Qingli resolutely left the back corridor of the hall, leaving Lu Yi staring blankly at the direction he left. "My father." After Long Chen came out of King Qingli's hall, he suddenly felt a little creepy. He knew that someone was hiding in the corner on the left and staring at him. With the soul-devouring demon pupil, he could easily see where the person was. Long Chen could guess who it was at once. He walked in that direction and saw the tall body of Mighty Demon General. At this time, Mighty Demon General was a little surprised. In his impression, it should not be easy for Long Chen to discover his existence. His eyes were covered with a thick layer of blood, which hid endless hatred. King Qingli's action of protecting Long Chen made Mighty Demon General feel more and more aggrieved. He was one of the 28 great demon generals and one of the 4 great demon generals of King Qingli's hall. In the eyes of King Qingli, he was not as important as Long Chen. "Boy, how dare you come here when I am here?" Mighty Demon General said in a gloomy voice. "You were the one who leaked the news to the Red Ghost King last night, right?" Long Chen said lightly in front of Mighty Demon General. "So what? I didn't expect that even Red Ghost King couldn't kill you. It seems that Empress Qingli favors you a lot." Demon General Zhu Li sneered. "So what?" He said favor, not love. The nature of the two words was completely different. His meaning was obvious. He was saying that King Qingli fell in love with Long Chen's Xiaobai face. That was why she was so desperate to protect Long Chen. "I have been here for so long, but I don't seem to have heard who King Qingli's husband is." "She is a widow." Otherwise, Mighty Demon General would not say that. Long Chen thought to himself. He raised his head, looked at Mighty Demon General, and said, "How dare you say such words? Aren't you afraid that I will tell King Qingli?" Mighty Demon General sneered and said, "So what? She dared to do it, so why can't we say it? Only the Demon Emperor can control the life and death of a Demon General in the entire ancient demon region. King Qingli has always been indiscreet. She gave birth to a girl before getting married. She doesn't even know who her husband is. She doesn't even allow me to say it. You can tell her that I have worked hard in King Qingli's hall for so many years." Looking at the appearance of this giant strength demon general, he seemed to have gone crazy. Chapter 499. It seemed that Zhao Wuji's death and his inability to do anything about it was a huge blow to him. This guy had already lost his will. Long Chen was his archenemy, and if he continued to stay in front of him, he might not be able to control himself and kill Long Chen. Long Chen did not say anything else and directly left. However, Long Chen still remembered what Zhu Li said about Queen Qingli. Of course, he just thought it was gossip. Long Chen knew that Queen Qingli was not that kind of person. He could tell from her competitive character that the current Queen Qingli could not have sex with her unless she was killed. After returning to his residence, Long Chen said to Xiao Lang, "I already have a way to go to the 3rd layer of the realm of demons. However, let me stabilize my genuine qi first. I've just reached the 7th layer of the reaching heaven state, so it's still a little unstable." Xiao Lang nodded. In fact, since Long Chen came to the Wushu Sage Empire, he did not seem to be of any help, so he felt a little uncomfortable. However, Xiao Lang could not do anything about it. With his current strength, he could only improve by devouring. As for the cultivation method, he could not complete it. "In a few days, I'll learn the king-level battle skill, Phantom Doppelganger, from Lu Yi. This is a magical battle skill. You've learned the Divine Fire Doppelganger before, so I believe it will be very suitable for you." The two magical battle skills that Long Chen had learned, the Divine Fire Doppelganger and the Great Method of Demon Seed of Taoism, could also be learned by Xiao Lang. Therefore, with Long Chen's guidance, it should not be difficult for Xiao Lang to learn the Phantom Doppelganger with his intelligence. In this way, Long Chen practiced in his residence until his genuine qi in the 7th layer of the reaching heaven state was completely stabilized. 2 days had passed. Only then did Long Chen come to the Realm Demon Mountain again. Compared to the last time he came to the Realm Demon Mountain, Long Chen was much stronger. King Qingli did not publicize the fact that Long Chen had killed Zhao Wuji, and the Red Ghost King had suffered a loss. Therefore, Long Chen did not have much fame in the ancient demon realm. However, 2 days ago, under the arrangement of King Qingli, Long Chen had become the personal disciple of King Qingli. And the original Huangfu Qi was really a member of the Huangfu family, and he had an important position in the Huangfu family. Most people already knew this. During the selection battle, Long Chen had been abandoned by the Red Ghost King and lost his identity as a personal disciple. Now, he had become a personal disciple again by luck. Many people had seen him during the selection battle, so along the way, there were still some people who knew him. After all, in the entire ancient demon area, there were more than 6,000 ordinary disciples and only around 70 direct disciples. No matter who they were, they would be the center of attention no matter where they went. Long Chen's popularity was the lowest. Among the direct disciples, there were people like Lu Yi and Ing Xiaotian who were known by almost everyone in the entire ancient demon area. Long Chen's face was cold. Seeing that he was so unapproachable, no one came up to talk to him. After arriving at the Realm Demon Mountain, Long Chen vaguely heard some people talking. Jiang Cheng is just lucky to become a personal disciple again. Look at his arrogant expression. It's useless to be arrogant now. He does have some ability now, but his potential has been exhausted. I guess he will be eliminated by King Qingli in less than 2 years, and then he will be an ordinary disciple again. Moreover, he won't be able to stand out for the rest of his life. I heard that he was only at the first level of the reaching heaven state. It's very likely that he won't even be an elder after 30 years. To become an elder, one had to be at least at the 6th level of the reaching heaven state. In the ancient demon area, every year, many people who were over 30 years old were sent out of the ancient demon area. Some of them went to manage the ancient demon area's businesses, some went to establish their own sects, and some went to small countries like the Zhongyang nation to spread their knowledge. Of course, Long Chen didn't care about these people's comments. He arrived at the top of the Realm Demon Mountain and jumped down. Soon, he arrived at the first layer demon realm. With the experience from last time, it took him a while to arrive at the second layer demon realm. In the second layer demon realm, Long Chen had already memorized the location of the passageway leading to the third layer demon realm. However, the second layer demon realm was so large that it took Long Chen about an hour to meet the Divine Wind Demon General again. It could be seen how large the 7-layer demon realm was. Basically, each of the 7-layer demon realms was as large as the entire ancient demon realm. Moreover, the second-layer demon realm was even larger than the first-layer demon realm. According to this estimation, the 7-layer demon realm should be larger and larger in the future. The small heaven and earth world was really amazing. The establishment of the ancient demon realm should have a history of tens of thousands of years. If there was no 7-layer demon realm, the ancient demon realm would certainly not be established here. Many big forces were established by relying on the small heaven and earth world. The appearance of Long Chen slightly surprised the guards of the third-layer demon realm. Seeing Long Chen walking towards them, the Divine Wind Demon General, who knew him and was familiar with him, came in front of him and said, "Jiangcheng, this is the entrance to the third-layer demon realm. In the third-layer demon realm, there are demonic beasts above the 7th level of heaven stage. Don't come close." The Divine Wind Demon General thought that Long Chen had just gone to the wrong place. However, the Divine Wind Demon General was a little surprised that Long Chen could come to the second-layer demon realm and move freely. Lord Demon General, have you heard the news that I have become the personal disciple of King Qingli? Long Chen said and handed the iron plate that proved his identity to the Divine Wind Demon General. The Divine Wind Demon General looked at it and then handed it back to Long Chen. He said with a faint smile, I have heard the news. Congratulations. You have a bright future with the guidance of King Qingli. Thank you, Divine Wind Demon General. This is my master's message. The Divine Wind Demon General was a good man. As Long Chen spoke, he handed the message of King Qingli to him. You want to enter the third-layer demon realm. The message was actually King Qingli's words written on a piece of paper. After reading the message, the Divine Wind Demon General was shocked. In his impression, Long Chen should be in the first hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. Because of his extraordinary body, he could exert a strong combat capability. But it was only enough for him to live in the second-layer demon realm. It was a joke to go to the third-layer demon realm. Yes, please let us pass, Divine Wind Demon General. Long Chen nodded and said firmly. The Divine Wind Demon General confirmed that it was King Qingli who allowed him to enter. In this way, he had no right to stop him. But he still didn't understand. So at this time, he punched and said, Take my punch. Of course, he didn't use the strength of the ninth hurdle of the reaching heaven realm. But if he had the combat capability of the fourth hurdle of the reaching heaven realm, he shouldn't be able to take this punch. This was a friendly test. Long Chen smiled and suddenly extended his hand. He easily intercepted the demonic god Wind General's attack and sent him flying back with a punch. This made the demonic god Wind General's eyes open wide and he exclaimed in a low voice, Jiangcheng, you are so powerful. You are almost at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state. I didn't expect you to have hidden your strength so deeply. Of course, he didn't know that Long Chen's strength had improved in the past few days. It was impossible. The only explanation was that Long Chen had hidden his strength in a mysterious way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved such an effect. I don't know if I can enter the third-layer demon realm now. Long Chen said in a low voice. Only the two of them knew the conversation between them. Yes, of course you can. You've really hidden yourself well. Even I was fooled. Scarlet Ghost King abandoned you. If he knew your strength, he would definitely regret it to death. The Wind God Demon General smiled helplessly. Long Chen smiled and said, I hope the Divine Wind Demon General can help me keep my strength a secret for the time being. The Divine Wind Demon General nodded and said, Of course. After all, I am the first Demon General you know. Go ahead. But when you reach the third-layer demon realm, don't go too deep. There are demonic beasts of the 8th grade of the heaven realm, and there are even demonic beasts of the 9th grade of the heaven realm in the deepest part. Long Chen nodded and said, Thank you, Divine Wind Demon General, for your reminder. I will keep it in mind. After saying that, he followed the Divine Wind Demon General to the tunnel. When he arrived, he found that there were 2 tunnels. The one on the left leads to the third-layer demon realm, and the one on the right leads to the fourth-layer demon realm. There used to be a king-level demonic beast in the fourth-layer demon realm, but it was killed a long time ago, so the fourth-layer demon realm is empty. Now it has been built into a huge battlefield. Soon, the annual disciple assessment will be held in the fourth-layer demon realm. I hope you will perform well then. The Divine Wind Demon General said. The fourth-layer demon realm. Long Chen now knew that the disciple assessment would be held in the fourth-layer demon realm. It seemed that the entrance to the fourth-layer demon realm, the 6th demon realm, and the 7th demon realm should be in the third-layer demon realm or the fourth-layer demon realm. After thanking the Divine Wind Demon General, Long Chen stepped into the entrance to the third-layer demon realm. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared and arrived at the third-layer demon realm. As he had expected, the third-layer demon realm was an enhanced version of the second demon realm. Whether it was the area, the thick black gas in the sky, or the gloomy feeling, it was a lot stronger than the second demon realm. Long Chen could faintly feel that there were many demonic beasts that could pose a threat to him in the third-layer demon realm. At this time, Kitten spoke. I think I can feel it. The thing that absorbs life energy should be down there. Long Chen was startled. He had been listening to Kitten talking about that thing. What exactly was it? The second demon realm was below the fourth-layer demon realm, so it was very likely that the fourth-layer demon realm was below the fourth-layer demon realm. The legendary Imperial Palace was in one of the demon realms. Chapter 500. Can you feel what it is? Long Chen asked. It's too far away. There are several mini-universe worlds in between. If it's in the outside world, I can roughly feel it no matter how far away it is. However, with the mini-universe world as a barrier, it's impossible. Kitten said helplessly. Long Chen couldn't go to the deeper level of the devil realm for the time being. However, he believed that as long as he stayed here, he would be able to go to the Imperial Palace one day to take a look. However, he didn't know how long he could stay in the ancient devil region. His ultimate goal in the divine Wuxia Sage dynasty was the ancient cemetery, so one day, he would embark on the path to find the ancient cemetery. This ancient devil region was only a place for Long Chen to improve his strength. The divine Wuxia Sage dynasty was so big, he couldn't be trapped in this place forever. When he first came here, on one hand, it was to avoid the Wuxia alliance, and on the other hand, it was to find powerful beasts. After meeting Huang Fuqi, his goal was even more determined to be the Imperial Flame Pearl. And now, the Imperial Flame Pearl was right in front of him. After arriving at the third level of the Devil Realm, Long Chen didn't dare to be careless. There were much fewer beasts in the third level of the Devil Realm, but without exception, they were all powerful beasts. Long Chen used his spirit-devouring demon eyes and gradually went deeper. Currently, only 9th-grade Heaven Stage beasts had an effect on Long Chen. However, he couldn't kill 9th-grade Heaven Stage beasts. The closer he got to the later stages, the greater the gap between each level. The advantage that Long Chen brought to him by his super-strong battle physique had completely disappeared now. This time, Long Chen's main purpose in coming to the third layer of the demon realm was to find a fire-attributed demon beast. There were very few demon beasts in the first place, so it was even more troublesome to find a fire-attributed demon beast. Therefore, it required a certain amount of time. Long Chen spent nearly 2 hours and encountered about 10 demon beasts before he finally found a 7th-grade heaven-ranked fire-attributed demon beast. This was a wolf-type fire-attribute demonic beast. Its body was several times taller than the little wolf. Its entire body was burning with scarlet flames, making it difficult to see its appearance clearly. The sun-devouring demonic wolf was originally only an Earth-rank first-grade demonic beast. Logically speaking, its level of life should be much lower than this fire-attribute demonic wolf. However, because of its special talent, it was much more precious than this fire-attribute demonic wolf. Long Chen was now at the 7th tier of the Heaven Ascension Realm. To deal with a 7th tier Heaven Ascension Realm demon wolf, he didn't even need to use his dragon soul transformation. Holding the Demon Emperor sword, he directly rushed up. The tip of his foot landed on the ground, and with a burst of energy, a Devil Dao Supreme sword slashed towards the demon wolf's waist. With a whistling sound, the vast sword chi directly forced the demon wolf back dozens of meters. Long Chen suddenly followed up. At this moment, he used the blood-devouring realm. Among those of the same level, the blood-devouring realm could exert a powerful restrictive force, which caused the demon wolf to basically be unable to move. At this moment, Long Chen's Demon Emperor sword pierced into its throat, and the violent sword qi directly minced its brain. The demon wolf let out a mournful cry, and then softly fell to the ground. Long Chen poked with the tip of his sword, and pulled out its demon core. Then, he put its corpse into the great void realm. It was at least a 7th-tier heaven stage demon beast. Although it was useless to the current Long Chen, it might be useful in the future. A 7th-tier heaven stage demon core was enough to allow the 4th-tier heaven stage Xiao Lang to reach the 5th-tier heaven stage. Seeing Xiao Lang's level gradually increasing, Long Chen was very gratified. In theory, Xiao Lang's devouring realm was even more heaven-defying than his, because Long Chen's blood-refining qi was limited by the heavens. However, Xiao Lang's blood-refining qi didn't have so much. If there was enough, Xiao Lang would definitely be able to immediately become the pinnacle of demon beasts. After a period of time, Xiao Lang relied on the demon core and directly reached the 5th-tier heaven stage. However, because of the problem of probability, Xiao Lang didn't absorb the demon wolf's innate skill. Last time, the blazing lion allowed Xiao Lang to learn how to control fire, and it was a more exquisite fire control. With this fire control technique, Xiao Lang could use the netherworld demon ancestor fire more freely. At present, I can't deal with 9th-tier heaven stage demon beasts. Moreover, there shouldn't be any 9th-tier heaven stage demon beasts in the 3rd level of the demon realm. We can only continue to look for 8th-tier heaven stage demon beasts. That way, I can deal with them. Long Chen decided. I'll follow Big Brother's instructions. Xiao Lang nodded. Indeed, this period of time had bored him to death. Long Chen's improvement was too fast because of the 1% inherited blood essence. If Long Chen obtained the Imperial Flame Pearl, he would instantly reach the 9th tier of the Heavenly Completion Realm, and Xiao Lang would be far from being able to catch up. Of course, the advantage of the two of them being together was that as long as one of them was strong, the other could immediately cover for the other and make the other stronger. For example, now that Long Chen was strong, he would work hard for Xiao Lang. If Xiao Lang was strong, it would be even more convenient for Xiao Lang to kill the demon beasts. From this, one could see how heaven-defying their potential was. Long Chen continued to bring Xiao Lang deeper. The Divine Wind Devil General had once warned Long Chen not to go too deep. Although Long Chen had agreed, it was just a casual remark. Bringing Xiao Lang along, Long Chen lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and continued to fly deeper into the 3rd level of the demon realm. After about an hour, the surrounding demon beasts had become extremely rare. Long Chen had not encountered a demon beast in a long time. I have to say, your luck is really good. Kitten suddenly sighed with emotion. Fat cat, you found it. Long Chen said in surprise. What should you call this god? Kitten's face turned stiff. Cat Grandpa. Long Chen chuckled. After saying that, Kitten lazily pointed in a direction. Long Chen headed in that direction. Sure enough, the closer he got, the more he found a fiery aura in front of him. And the closer he got, the higher the temperature of the flames. It's definitely an 8th grade heaven stage fire attribute demon beast. I've been searching high and low for it, but now I've found it without any effort. Long Chen was overjoyed. However, he did not dare to be careless. 8th grade heaven stage was the limit of what he could deal with. From the battle with the 8th grade heaven stage demon beast, Long Chen could roughly see the difference in strength between him and Ying Xiaotian and the others. Of course, Ying Xiaotian and the others were personally nurtured by the great demon kings, so their true combat strength should be much stronger than the demon beasts. He got closer. A huge deep valley appeared in front of him. The valley was filled with bare black rocks. Long Chen rushed into the valley. He first laid low, then slowly approached the depths of the valley. There were a lot of flames floating in the air, and the white smoke rising from the rocks showed just how high the temperature was. If a warrior below the divine core realm came here, he or she would have been roasted to death by the heat. From the depths of the valley, a heavy heartbeat could be heard. It was obvious how strong the demon beast's life force was. A strong heartbeat represented an abundant bloodline strength. But, unfortunately, an 8th grade heaven stage demon beast could no longer provide Long Chen with any help. Long Chen also understood that relying on the qi and blood refinement method to increase his strength at a crazy rate wasn't very beneficial to him. For the sake of the Imperial Flame Pearl, Long Chen was willing to risk everything. Luckily, because he had obtained 1% of the inherited blood essence, everything was within his tolerance range. Long Chen took a step forward and lightly approached the demon beast. Time gradually passed, and not long after that, Long Chen was able to see the demon beast's true appearance behind a huge rock. It was a demon beast with a green flame burning on its body. The green flame looked like a ghost fire, and the demon beast looked very ugly. It had thick claws, sharp fangs, and thick green saliva flowing out from its huge mouth. The disgusting saliva was still there even though it was burning in the flame. Every drop of saliva that fell on the ground was enough to burn a deep hole in the ground. The most important thing about this demon beast was that there were 9 flame wheels on its black body. These 9 flame wheels were part of its body, and the flames on its body seemed to be coming from these flame wheels. The blazing jade-green flames surged and burned fiercely. 9 will ghost fire beast. Long Chen recalled the name of this demon beast. As an 8th grade heaven stage demon beast, this 9 will ghost fire beast was very famous. The most outstanding thing about it was that it could unleash an ability called the 9 will ghost fire beast. It was a very powerful ability, and it could unleash 9 consecutive attacks. It had a very strong destructive power. Looking at this 9 will ghost fire beast, Xiao Lang's eyes were burning. This 9 will ghost fire beast was now a delicious meal for him. Xiao Lang, look at my performance, hee. Long Chen secretly pulled out the Demon Emperor sword, and then slowly transformed into the Dragon Soul transformation. The blood-red dragon scales and sharp bone spurs turned him into a perfect battle form. The moment the ancient and majestic aura of a king leaked out, the 9 will ghost fire beast immediately sensed it. It looked in the direction of Long Chen vigilantly, and gradually stood up from its crouching position. After standing up, Long Chen found that its body was much bigger than the demon wolf just now. Especially its thick claws, it definitely had a strong tearing ability. Long Chen didn't hide anymore. He walked out from behind the rock, step by step, and approached the 9 will ghost fire beast. When the ghost fire beast saw him, it immediately let out a deep roar, and green flames began to burn in its eyes. It breathed heavily, and the white breath it exhaled attacked the ground. Long Chen's current style was to end the battle quickly. So after taking a few steps, his body turned into a red blood light like an arrow, and instantly rushed towards the 9 will ghost fire beast. In the process of rushing forward, Long Chen used the devouring blood realm again. Under the effect of the devouring blood realm, Long Chen could display even more abnormal combat strength. Roar! Seeing that this small and strange creature dared to attack it, the 9 will ghost fire beast was furious. It roared, and suddenly it shook the sky and earth. Chapter 501. Blood-red mist began to spread throughout the valley, making it seem as if the entire valley was covered in a crimson cocoon of blood. Because Long Chen's true energy was so vast, the power of the devouring blood world was growing stronger and stronger. One could imagine that when Long Chen reached his peak, he would only need to use the devouring blood world casually, and he would be able to make billions of lives lose their most important blood. Of course, that was the level of a true primordial blood spirit dragon. At my current level of strength, I should be able to bring the full power of the Sky Punishment Sword formation to bear. Long Chen thought to himself. His hands moved with the will of his heart, and as he neared the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp, he raised the demon emperor sword high into the air. The storm-like sword talismans formed a huge sword formation, which enveloped the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp. As soon as Long Chen made his move, the nine-wheel will-o'-wisp's expression changed. Before, Long Chen could only be regarded as an insignificant provocateur, but now he was an enemy that could pose a great threat to him. At this time, the Sky Punishment Sword formation had already erupted with its full power. Of course, it was in different directions. The entire valley was enveloped in Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation. Every rock began to have many sword scars under the huge power of the Sky Punishment Sword formation. This was the power of the Sky Punishment Sword formation leaking out. The combined power of the Devouring Blood World and the Sky Punishment Sword formation put the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp under the greatest threat. Of course, it also stimulated its ferocious nature. The nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp let out a deafening roar, and a massive, suffocating demonic power swept out from its body. For a moment, Long Chen felt as if he were in the deep sea, surrounded by an immense pressure that restricted his movements. Of course, the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was under a much greater restriction than Long Chen. Under the influence of the Devouring Blood World, its power would definitely be reduced, at least 80% of its original strength. The Sky Punishment Sword formation above its head descended rapidly. The closer it got, the more the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp could feel its terrifying power. At this point, it had no intention of hiding anything. Green flames began to burn all over its body, and as the flames shot up into the sky, the 9 green fire wheels began to spin rapidly, emitting a blinding light. At some point, the 9 fire wheels detached from its body, one after another, gradually expanding until they were more than 3 meters wide, and shot towards Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation. As long as it broke through the Sky Punishment Sword formation, the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was confident that it could kill Long Chen. It was just a moment of carelessness that gave Long Chen the upper hand. The power of the 9 continuous huge green fire wheels was not to be underestimated. The 9 continuous fire wheels could probably smash a mountain into pieces. For a moment, under the Sky Punishment Sword formation, the green light swept out, covering up the red mist of the Devouring Blood World that Long Chen had used. Is he finally using his ultimate move? At this time, the corner of Long Chen's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Seeing that the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was about to collide with his Sky Punishment Sword formation, he suppressed the Sky Punishment Sword formation and released its full power. At first, Long Chen had only suppressed the power of the Sky Punishment Sword formation to half, which was enough to force the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp to use its ultimate move. Next, the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was finished. The Sky Punishment Sword formation exploded with countless sword lights. The 9 huge fire wheels began to be annihilated by the countless sword lights. One by one, the fire wheels began to explode. Then, more sword talismans rushed down, bursting with endless sword lights. Under the situation that the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was completely unable to resist, the sword lights rushed into its body, crushing its internal organs and so on. Once again, Long Chen proved the power of the Sky Punishment Sword formation. Sure enough, it was worthy of being a gift from Lingxi. Although it was said to be an advanced heaven-level battle skill, its power was infinitely close to a king-level battle skill. The 8th heaven-level 9-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was no match for Long Chen's Sky Punishment Sword formation. In terms of chi, Long Chen was originally similar to it, and even had the bonus of the devouring world of blood. Killing the 9-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp was a very normal thing. After handing over the 9-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp's demon core to Xiaofan, Long Chen directly put the body of the beast into the Great Void Realm, and then he hurriedly left. The battle here had already caused a huge commotion. Whether it attracted demonic beasts or people, it was not a good thing. Xiaofan only kept the demon core in his mouth, and waited for Long Chen to put it into the Great Void Realm before he began to refine it. As for Long Chen, he had already completed his mission in the third layer of the Devil World. Moreover, from the battle with the nine-wheeled will-o'-the-wisp, Long Chen was full of confidence for the annual disciple assessment. The other kings don't know of my existence. When the time comes, I will give them a huge surprise. Long Chen's eyes flashed with a fiery light. He must obtain the Emperor Flame Bead. The Earth Martial Arts Realm, the Heaven Martial Arts Realm, and the God Martial Arts Realm. If I want to see Lingxi, I have to at least have the strength of the God Martial Arts Realm to be qualified. But can I grow to that level? You should know that in the myriad kingdoms, the Heaven Martial Arts Realm is the most decisive expert. There are about 10 million people in the Zhangyang Kingdom, and there are at least tens of billions of people in the myriad kingdoms. Tens of billions of people can at most reach the Heaven Martial Arts Realm, and I can break through to that level. The pressure was still very great. Long Chen tossed these distant thoughts aside. Now that he had completed his mission in the third layer, he headed towards the entrance of the third layer. There wasn't much time left, so it was time for him to properly learn the King-tier battle skill, the Phantom Clone. A shadow that could unleash the majority of his strength. Long Chen felt his heart burn with desire just thinking about it. He remembered the way he came, so it wouldn't take him too much time to go back. Very soon, he approached the passage to the second layer. However, just as he was about to reach the passage, two people suddenly appeared behind him, blocking his path with lightning speed. Of the two people, one was Xiaotian of the Red Ghost King Palace. The other person was a bit thinner than Xiaotian, and his appearance could only be considered average. He wore tight black clothes and had a long scarf wrapped around his head. His skin was dark, and his figure was strong and healthy. He looked like a black wild leopard. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent, and his entire person was filled with an intense aggressiveness. Long Chen could feel an intense threat coming from him, and the pressure he gave off was even greater than Xiaotian's. Just like that, the three people faced each other. Brother Chen Feng, this person is Long Chen of the Qingli Palace. I heard that during the selection battle, his expression was extremely heaven-defying. I believe that before long, he will become a pillar of the Qingli Palace. Xiaotian's words carried a trace of mockery. When the man called Chen Feng heard this, he sneered and said, "Brother Ing, don't joke around. At his age, he has just qualified to participate in the selection battle. He might not even be qualified to become an elder, let alone a pillar. You don't know about this. I have personally experienced it. Last time, when I attacked him with the Imperial Wind Sword Finger, he had a mysterious escape technique that allowed him to dodge my Imperial Wind Sword Finger. I heard that Brother Chen Feng has always been pursuing speed, so you are very interested in his escape technique." Xiaotian looked at Long Chen with a faint smile, a trace of pride flashing in his eyes. No wonder Xiaotian had been nagging. After hearing this, Long Chen finally understood his purpose. It turned out that he wanted Chen Feng to use the blood escape technique on Long Chen. Of course, Long Chen wouldn't give it to Chen Feng, so letting Chen Feng deal with Long Chen wasn't a good thing. After hearing Xiaotian's words, the cold man called Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He looked at Xiaotian solemnly and asked, "Brother Ing, are you serious?" He was able to escape from the Nine Heavens Thunder Talisman. What do you think? Xiaotian spread his hands and said with a smile. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly became extremely excited. He looked at Long Chen, pointed at himself and said, "My name is Chen Feng, and I am the eldest disciple of the Green Hell King 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 of the Green Hell King. I believe you have heard of my name." Long Chen shook his head and said, "Never heard of it. Is it very famous?" "I'm not really famous. However, among the 7 great kings' halls, I seem to be the only one who has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state," Chen Feng said proudly. "You haven't heard the news, right?" Brother Chen Feng has reached the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state a few days ago, which has already caused a sensation in the ancient demon realm. Only you, Jiangcheng, are ignorant and don't know about it. Huh. Ing Xiaotian said with a smile. The 9th level of the heaven-reaching state. When Long Chen had seen this man, he had indeed guessed it. However, he hadn't expected it to be true. If he was at the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state, then he would be even more powerful than the current Long Chen. To be able to rank first among all the disciples of the 7 great kings' halls and raise his strength to the level of a demon general, it seemed that he was quite powerful. Long Chen knew that there was a huge gap between the 8th level of the heaven-reaching state and the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state. Reaching the 9th level of the heaven-reaching state meant that a very important talent would be unlocked, and that would be the ability to fly. In other words, this Chen Feng had already opened the first heaven aperture, and was already an expert who could fly. Of course, I don't want to bully you. I heard from Brother Ing that you have a mysterious escape skill. I wonder if you can give it to me, Chen Feng? I can use a high heaven-class battle skill to fight with you, whether it's an attack, a body-refining skill, or a movement skill. With your strength, I believe that the escape skill is at most a high heaven-class battle skill. If you exchange it with me, you can get another escape skill. What do you think? Chen Feng looked at Long Chen expectantly. He thought that, with his status, if he were to ask for a battle skill from Long Chen, and at the same time pay the same price, Long Chen should have accepted it with tears streaming down his face. However, the Long Chen in front of him didn't move at all, and didn't have the slightest intention of handing over the battle skill to him. This made Chen Feng's expression turn uglier and uglier. Chapter 502. Jiangcheng, Chen Feng wanted to exchange an advanced heaven-class combat skill with you, but you didn't agree. You are so shameless. There are only a few people in King Qingli's palace. I guess you will take part in the disciple assessment. Although Brother Chen Feng is already on the 9th level of reaching heaven state, he is also on the list. If you are disobedient, you will suffer. Ing Xiaotian sneered. Even those on the 9th level of reaching heaven state had to take part in the assessment to fight for the Emperor Flame Bead. Chen Feng just broke through a few days ago, probably after the list was confirmed. Even if he didn't need the Emperor Flame Bead now, he could give it to others. Therefore, he certainly wanted to take part in the assessment as long as there was a list. Long Chen was a little stunned. This matter had exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that when he was on the 7th level of reaching heaven state, he would have a great chance to get the Emperor Flame Bead when he took part in the assessment. However, if there was an opponent on the 9th level of reaching heaven state, he would be in big trouble. It could be seen that this person named Chen Feng would definitely be his most terrifying opponent at that time. Of course, for Long Chen, it was just a bigger threat, but it didn't mean that he was afraid. Moreover, even if he gave the blood escape to Chen Feng, he couldn't practice it. Long Chen didn't take Chen Feng's and Ing Xiaotian's threats seriously. With the blood escape, even people like King Qingli couldn't threaten Long Chen, let alone these 2 disciples in front of him. Therefore, Long Chen raised his head and said coldly, "It's mine. It's my choice whether to give it to you or not. However, it's not a good habit for you 2 to stand in the way." What's the saying? Yes, a good dog doesn't stand in the way. The last 5 words stunned both Ing Xiaotian and Chen Feng. In their eyes, Long Chen was just a weak rookie. If it had been Chen Feng's usual style, he would have directly oppressed and snatched away anything he wanted. He would not have barked at Long Chen like he did today. They did not expect Long Chen to not only be unreasonable, but also to such an extent. He had directly told them that a good dog should not stand in the way. Anger began to grow in their hearts. The 2 of them looked at each other and saw the killing intent in each other's eyes. In the third layer of the devil world, even if Long Chen died, they could blame it on the demonic beasts. Therefore, it was a very unwise choice for Long Chen to provoke them at this time. What, you want to kill me? At this time, Long Chen didn't seem to be afraid of them. He retreated a few steps and chuckled, should I say that you are stupid, or should I say that you are stupid? Ing Xiaotian, you clearly know that I have an escape technique. You couldn't kill me the first time, do you still want to try again? Only then did Ing Xiaotian realize that Long Chen was indeed right. Long Chen dared to be so unreasonable to them because he actually had something to rely on. His reliance was that no matter where they went, they could not catch up to Long Chen. This feeling of not being able to do anything to the other party even though they were clearly much stronger than him made them want to vomit blood. Of course, Chen Feng had not seen Long Chen's escape technique before, so he was still in a state of disbelief. At this time, a vigorous aura erupted from his body and he roared in a low voice, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You're simply courting death. Jiangcheng, right? Let me, Chen Feng, witness your escape technique. After saying that, his entire body erupted at an extremely fast speed and appeared in front of Long Chen in an instant. So fast! Long Chen exclaimed inwardly. Chen Feng's body was like that of a cheetah. It seemed that he was an expert who specialized in speed. No wonder he was so interested in Long Chen's escape technique. Of course, his attack was not weak either. After all, he was an expert in reaching Heaven State Level 9. At this time, he threw a punch at Long Chen. Long Chen heard a violent explosion. Just a casual punch was already so powerful. Too slow. Long Chen's face was filled with mockery. His body instantly turned into a bloody light and disappeared before the two of them. When he reappeared, he was already at the entrance of the passageway, 100 meters away from them. Chen Feng turned his head back in shock. When he looked at Long Chen, his eyes were filled with passion. This escape technique is really not bad. It's really not bad. He repeated it twice, showing how passionate he was. At this time, he seemed to have forgotten the humiliation that Long Chen had given him. He said directly, Jiangcheng, I can exchange 2 advanced heaven-level combat skills with you. 1 for 2. You've definitely made a big profit. What do you think? Stop dreaming. Even if you use king-level combat skills to exchange with me, it's still impossible. Long Chen shook his head decisively. Chen Feng's eyes gradually turned bloodshot. He said coldly, don't force me. Don't think that you can defy nature just because you have an escape technique. If I really want to kill you, I have at least 10 ways. Oh. Long Chen laughed. It's a pity that I don't have the time to tangle with you right now. If you want to beat me up, wait until the day of the disciple exam. I'll give you a surprise on that day. Ending Xiaotian. Long Chen looked at him. Today's conflict with Chen Feng had been single-handedly caused by Ing Xiaotian. Long Chen looked at him coldly, if you want to marry Louis, you'll have to go through me first. So don't daydream too much. It's not good for your body, huh? With that, he ignored Ing Xiaotian and Chen Feng's reactions and directly walked into the passageway. His body quickly disappeared. Ing Xiaotian and Chen Feng looked at each other in dismay. Chen Feng said with some shock, Brother Ing, if I heard correctly, Jiangcheng means that he will challenge us during the disciple exam. A look of ridicule appeared in Ing Xiaotian's eyes as he said, this guy's head must have been kicked by a donkey. This kind of arrogant guy who has taken advantage of a small advantage definitely won't live for long. He only has a mysterious escape technique, yet he thinks he can deal with us. Chen Feng also sneered for a while, then said, today is really unlucky. A stupid dog actually climbed over our heads, and we can't even deal with this stupid dog. If word of this gets out, we'll lose a lot of face. Don't worry, don't worry. Even if we lose a lot of face, we'll just teach him a lesson during the disciple exam. For example, make him kneel down and kowtow in front of everyone, Ing Xiaotian said with a gloomy face. Brother Ing, that's a good idea. Although I've already reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, I'm still envious of Brother Ing. After all, after passing the disciple exam, Brother Ing will be able to enjoy that peerless beauty, Lui. Chen Feng revealed a smile that all men understood. Beauty, in the end, is just a skeleton. The number of women that Brother Chen has played with is at least 10 times that of mine. Which one of them isn't a beauty? I'm actually envious of Brother Chen. With your strength, that Emperor Flame Pearl will definitely be yours, Ing Xiaotian said enviously. Emperor Flame Pearl? I've already reached the 9th level of the reaching heaven state, so what's the use of the Emperor Flame Pearl? I might as well exchange it with you for that Lui. I really covet that Lui, Chen Feng said with a chuckle. He had a gloomy temperament, like a wild leopard. No one would have expected him to have such a lecherous side. Brother Chen, you're really good at joking, huh? The two of them laughed for a long time. At this time, Long Chen had already bid farewell to the Divine Wind Demon General, left the sevenfold demon realm, and returned to the Qingli Palace. On his way back, Long Chen heard a piece of good news. Xiao Lang had successfully reached the 6th level of the heaven state. More importantly, he had successfully absorbed the magic skill of the 9 wheels of the ghost fire beast. If he used it with the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire, he would definitely be able to exert a terrifying power. Long Chen had already seen the power of the 9 wheels of the ghost fire. It was indeed very good, especially when Xiao Lang used the 9 serenities demon ancestral fire. However, Chen Feng is in the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. This disciple exam seems to be more mysterious. It seems that I have to learn the phantom doppelganger as soon as possible. I'm going to look for Lui now. Thinking of this, Long Chen went to look for Lui as soon as he returned to the Qingli Palace. He spent some more time in the sevenfold demon realm. For Long Chen, time was the key to victory. Lui had been waiting for Long Chen. Seeing Long Chen, she was relieved and said, "At this critical time, where are you going to the sevenfold demon realm? There are so many demonic beasts there. Aren't you worried about being attacked? You are concerned about me." Long Chen looked at her and asked. "No." Under his passionate gaze, Lui took a few steps back and looked a little unnatural. She shook her head and said, "There are certain conditions to practice the phantom doppelganger. Come with me." Long Chen just teased her for fun. He didn't expect this girl to be so timid and shy. He stopped joking and followed Lui to the back of the palace. Soon, they came to a barren mountain. Of course, this place seemed to be blocked by some strange things. It seemed that ordinary people couldn't come here. Walking in front of Long Chen, Lui didn't dare to look at Long Chen and said in a low voice, "This is the back mountain of King Qingli Palace. The back mountain is surrounded by a natural inhibition, so ordinary people can't get in. Of course, only warriors on the 9th level of reaching heaven realm can come in directly from the sky." Long Chen stopped in his tracks. The white figure walking in front of him and the word inhibition reminded him of the girl. He felt a little dry in his throat and clenched his fists tightly. Sometimes missing was like this. When it was provoked at a moment, it broke out in Long Chen's heart like a tide. They went through life and death together all the way until they were separated by life and death. Lingxi's tearful face and Cao Cao's fatal punch kept replaying in Long Chen's mind. Even his breathing became heavier. Feeling that Long Chen stopped, Lui looked back and saw Long Chen, who lowered his head and looked a little ferocious. His body exuded a strong evil spirit, which made Lui take a few steps back unconsciously. "Jiangcheng, you," this soft call woke up Long Chen. It was Jiangcheng, not Long Chen. Not until then did Long Chen remember his identity in the ancient demons region. He suppressed his emotions and smiled at Lu Yi, saying, "I'm fine. Let's go on, oh." Lu Yi nodded and turned around blankly. Chapter 503. Of course, the strange look of Long Chen just now was still firmly engraved in her heart. Along the way, Lu Yi was wondering what Long Chen was thinking about. There were too many secrets about him, which made Lu Yi very interested, but she dared not ask. King Qingli said that Long Chen was a very dangerous person, and now Lu Yi deeply felt it. They walked silently and soon arrived at their destination. There was a dark cave in front of them. After arriving here, Lu Yi said, "The phantom doppelganger must be able to see the shadow in order to practice. This is a very good place for closed-door practice. We have less than a month. In the future, we. Speaking of this, her face was a little red. Within a month, she and Long Chen would practice here. They had never been together for such a long time, especially Long Chen, so Lu Yi was a little nervous. "Don't worry, I won't eat you." Long Chen smiled helplessly. He had already recovered, so he walked into the cave. It was a dark passageway. The passageway wasn't wide, it was only wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk side by side. However, after walking for about 10 meters, Long Chen saw a light coming from the front. Looking ahead, he saw a huge cave. The cave was circular in shape and had a diameter of more than 50 meters. It could be considered a very large cave. There was only one passageway in this cave, and it was completely sealed inside. If not for the candlelight in the middle of the cave, there wouldn't be any light inside. After Long Chen entered, he saw the candlelight in the middle of the cave. The candlelight was very big, and it burned with a palm-sized yellow flame, illuminating the entire cave. After Long Chen arrived, his long shadow was immediately cast on the wall. The phantom doppelganger is really amazing. It should be practiced in such an environment. Long Chen looked around with some emotion. Lu Yi came in behind him. It seemed that she had stayed here for a long time, so she was familiar with the way. On the side of the cave, there was even a small wooden house. Although the door was closed, it could be seen that the furnishings inside should be very exquisite. It was probably a girl's residence. When Long Chen saw the residence, Lu Yi was a little nervous. She said with a red face, "I have been practicing the phantom doppelganger here for a long time, and the spiritual qi here is also very rich, so I have stayed here alone most of the time since I was a child, alone." Long Chen was a little stunned. He was a person who could not stand being alone. Even now, he had Xiao Lang and Kitten to accompany him. This girl could stay here for such a long time, so Long Chen sincerely admired her. "That is my residence. You can't go in." Lu Yi pointed to the wooden house and said timidly. Although the boudoir was a little strange, since it was a boudoir, of course, she could not enter. Long Chen still knew the rules, so he nodded and said, "Girl, don't worry. I am really not a bad person. I was just joking with you that night." "I know." Lu Yi nodded and looked at Long Chen with her watery eyes. It had to be said that the atmosphere was still a little ambiguous. The arrangement of Prince Qingli really made him speechless. For a moment, Long Chen did not know what to say. At this time, in the great virtual realm, Kitten was already rolling on the floor laughing. In the end, it was Lu Yi who broke the silence. She said, "Chen Feng from Qingming Palace has broken through the 9th hurdle of reaching Heaven Realm, but he still has to participate in the disciple assessment. Do you know this news?" Long Chen nodded. At this time, Lu Yi looked at him boldly and said, "Jiangcheng, I guess you want to get the Emperor Flame Bead, right?" This girl was not stupid. At least she could guess Long Chen's goal. Of course, there was no need to hide it. So Long Chen said with a smile, "Of course I want it. Who doesn't want it? But whether I can get it or not, that is another matter." "Oh. But it seems that Chen Feng is really powerful. With your current strength, can you defeat him?" Lu Yi said. "I don't think so. Don't I need you to teach me the king-level combat skills?" Long Chen said jokingly. This beauty Lu made Lu Yi a little uncomfortable. She found that her heart seemed to be beating a lot faster and her face seemed to be a little hot. She hurriedly lowered her head and used other words to ease her emotions. She said, "Apart from the imperial palace, Chen Feng is the strongest among the 7 great palaces. You still have to work hard." "Indeed, but Miss Lu, you can call me Senior Sister Yi. You are also my mother's disciple now." Lu Yi interrupted. Long Chen smiled helplessly. To be honest, Lu Yi should be younger than him. So he said, "I just want to ask you, which layer of the realm of demons is the imperial palace in? Only demonic generals and above can enter the imperial palace. I haven't been there yet, but I know that the imperial palace is in the 5th layer of the 7 realms," replied Lu Yi. "The 5th layer? Then what are the 6th and 7th layers?" Kitten kept mentioning the item that absorbed life energy, so Long Chen asked more. "The 6th layer is the Demon King's treasury. There are many halls there, and many weapons, medicines, and battle skills from the ancient demon region are stored there. I heard that all of the Demon King's wealth is there. As for the 7th layer, I don't think I've heard of it. No one has probably entered the 7th layer before." If that was the case, the item that Kitten was talking about was very likely in the 7th layer. Long Chen secretly noted it down. To avoid the awkward atmosphere, he continued to ask, "In the Imperial Palace, besides the Demon King, is there anyone else in the Imperial Palace?" Through the conversation with Long Chen, Lu Yi gradually became bolder. She didn't blush as often as before. She said, "In the Imperial Palace, besides the Demon King, there are about 50 highest elders in the ancient demon region who have reached the 9th layer of the reaching heaven state. Every highest elder has the strength of a demonic general. Normally, there are 28 highest elders, who are in charge of all kinds of affairs in the ancient demon region. If a highest elder reaches the 9th layer of the reaching heaven state but doesn't want to be a demon general, he can become a highest elder. The highest elder has the same status as a demonic general, but he only needs to focus on practicing and doesn't need to manage affairs. Chen Feng, for example, will become a highest elder directly after the disciple assessment." Long Chen was a little shocked. He had thought there were only 28 people in the 9th layer of the reaching heaven state in the ancient demon region. He didn't expect that there would be more than 50 in the imperial palace. There were about 80 people in the 9th layer of the reaching heaven state, whose strength should be higher than Long Chen's. Such a formidable strength was really terrifying. Not until then did Long Chen realize that he seemed to have underestimated the ancient demon region. Of course, the Demon King's family is also in the imperial palace, including Jiang Wuxiang, who has reached the 1st level of the earth martial arts realm. Speaking of Jiang Wuxiang, Lu Yi's eyes were full of admiration and admiration. There were only a few people in the entire Wushu Sage Empire who had reached the earth martial arts realm at such a young age. It could be said that Jiang Wuxiang was the number 1 among the young generation in the ancient demon region. He was the symbol of the ancient demon region. Long Chen also admired Jiang Wuxiang's strength. Are all the sons of the Demon King so powerful? Long Chen sighed with emotion. Not really. He has 9 sons in total. Some are very strong, but some are very weak. I mean the talent, not the current strength. It seems that one of his sons is only 10 years old, but he has the strength of the 3rd level of the reaching heaven state, which is similar to Huang Fuqi's sister. Then how strong is the weak one? Long Chen was very interested. That guy is about the same age as us, but he is also in the third level of the reaching heaven state. Speaking of which, he is quite famous in the ancient demon region. Of course, he is a bad example, said Lu Yi in a low voice. Oh. Long Chen nodded. He just wanted to know more about the imperial palace and the demon king. At the same time, he wanted to be more familiar with Lu Yi. Otherwise, she would always be shy, and it would be troublesome for Long Chen to learn the phantom doppelganger. Now that the atmosphere was clear, it would be much easier. So Long Chen said, well, from now on, teach me the phantom doppelganger. After the conversation, the two of them had become much more familiar with each other. Lu Yi could see that Long Chen didn't have any perverted thoughts in his eyes and was instead asking for her advice. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief and began to formally hand over the King Tier battle skill to Long Chen. The Phantom Doppelganger is a magical battle skill. It is the most magical battle skill in the ancient demon region. Lu Yi started to explain to Long Chen. Long Chen listened obediently. Look at my shadow. Lu Yi pointed at the ground. Long Chen looked at where she was pointing. Her shadow was very long on the ground. At that moment, the shadow suddenly stood up. When it took shape, it had already become a black person with a body shape similar to Lu Yi. Of course, it wasn't wearing any clothes. It was just a shadow. Its body shape was exactly the same as Lu Yi's, but because it was just a shadow, nothing else could be seen. However, Long Chen could feel that this shadow was almost as strong as Long Chen's. Look at my phantom doppelganger. Do you feel anything? Lu Yi asked. Yes. Long Chen looked at her for a moment and smiled. I feel it. I was wrong last time. Actually, your body is not bad. Lu Yi was startled at first, but when she followed Long Chen's gaze and saw her voluptuous phantom doppelganger, her face immediately turned red like a ripe apple. She hurriedly withdrew her phantom doppelganger and pointed at Long Chen, gasping for breath as she said in grief and indignation, You, lecher, bastard. Oh, didn't you want me to feel that? Long Chen was startled. Chapter 504. Just like that, Long Chen and Lu Yi continued to practice their phantom doppelganger in the cavern. The reason why they chose this place was because it was remote. Aside from the sky, the only other entrance was the throne room. The second reason was because in order to practice the phantom doppelganger, one needed to be able to see one's own shadow, and a clear and stable one at that. If they were outside, they wouldn't have such a good environment. After a few days had passed, Long Chen and Lu Yi had become quite familiar with each other. Long Chen had only teased her a little when he first entered the cavern before speaking more politely afterwards. When there was something he didn't understand about the phantom doppelganger, Long Chen would ask Lu Yi. Generally speaking, the practice of a battle skill would require a long period of time. It could take a year or two, or even 5 or 10, but Long Chen was different. After absorbing the 1% of the essence blood, his comprehension had once again increased. Even a king-level battle skill like the phantom doppelganger was still a breeze to him. Xiao Lang hadn't even gotten the hang of it yet, but Long Chen had already begun to use the phantom doppelganger. It had only been a few days since then. With each passing day, Lu Yi's admiration for Long Chen grew. She knew how difficult it was to practice a king-level battle skill, especially the phantom doppelganger. It was just that in front of Long Chen, it was as if the conditions were right and he was close to succeeding without any obstacles. At this rate, you'll definitely be able to use the phantom doppelganger even better than me when it comes time for the disciple exam. Lu Yi sighed. Long Chen was concentrating. At this time, he smiled faintly and continued to think about how to practice the phantom doppelganger well. Looking at Long Chen's concentrated look, Lu Yi was a little lost in thought. Long Chen's focused and serious eyes and the strong curve on the bridge of his nose all attracted her attention. When he showed his ability, it was indeed as King Qingli said, that his whole body was covered with sharp thorns, which was quite terrifying. But when he was plump and introverted, he was like a serious boy next door, pure and simple, which made people feel very amiable. My mother said that it's enough to build a good relationship with him, but I can't be tempted. Lu Yi came to her senses and quickly turned her head away. She didn't want to see Long Chen anymore and went into her own room. The disciple exam was coming. She couldn't put all her hope on Long Chen, so she also needed to work hard. Time flew by in the midst of cultivation. Both of them had made great improvements in their own aspects. The first step of the phantom doppelganger is to communicate with the soul, and then use the soul to control your own shadow. The second step is to make your shadow appear, and then use a secret technique to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to duplicate yourself. That way, the phantom doppelganger will reach about 3/4 of your original level. The third step is to learn how to control the phantom doppelganger, and then practice all sorts of techniques and attacks. Only by mastering these 3 steps can you be considered to have truly mastered the phantom doppelganger. At present, Long Chen had only completed the first step. Under the secret method of the phantom doppelganger, he felt that he could already control his shadow on the ground. The next step was the crucial second step. After completing the second step, it took Long Chen 5 days to finally condense the phantom doppelganger. Of course, this was under the premise of Lu Yi's help. The next step was to familiarize himself with the control of the phantom doppelganger. It would take a long time to learn to control the phantom doppelganger precisely and perfectly. It was just like learning to walk, it would also take a certain amount of time to become familiar with it. About 10 days had passed since he started learning the phantom doppelganger. On this day, Long Chen was controlling the phantom doppelganger to run quickly in the cave. Lu Yi came in from the outside. In fact, she was not needed here, but there seemed to be some kind of magic on Long Chen's body, which attracted her. Then she watched Long Chen's progress from the side, revealing a knowing smile on her fair, jade-like face. Long Chen continued to strengthen the control of the phantom doppelganger. He knew that the final success came from the repeated efforts. When it was about time, he stopped and stood in front of Lu Yi. He looked at the girl and asked, "How many days left? Is it day or night outside?" "There are 16 days left. It's already night outside, late at night." Lu Yi stood up. Every time Long Chen talked to her, she found that her heart was beating faster. On the first night, she competed with Long Chen and lost to Long Chen. At that time, she felt that she was very bad, but after a long time of contact, she found that Long Chen was a very serious and persistent person. For the sake of a goal, he would pursue it tirelessly. "It's already so late. You're a young lady, yet you still came here. You can't even call for help. Aren't you afraid that I'll eat you up?" Long Chen laughed as he sized up Lu Yi's body. His gaze swept up and down her body as he clicked his tongue. The more shy Lu Yi was in front of him, the more he liked to tease her. It was also a kind of fun. "Well, don't frighten me. I know you won't." Lu Yi smiled. This time, she was not frightened by him. However, when Long Chen's eyes wandered over her body, she still felt a kind of numbness. "What's the situation outside?" Long Chen did not go out these days because of his cultivation. Because of the Emperor Flame Bead, the ancient demon's territory has become lively. People are talking about it everywhere. And, my story has also been spread out. Other people are also talking about it. I'm afraid that they want to see how shameful our Qingli palace will be. Speaking of this, Lu Yi looked a little helpless. If she really wanted to marry Xiaotian, she would not be able to do it. After all, she had been in the ancient demon's territory for a long time. She was familiar with Xiaotian's character and various deeds. She did not like that kind of person. Well, they will be very surprised in the end, because they have me. Long Chen smiled, with strong confidence in his eyes. As for Xiaotian, Long Chen was absolutely sure that he could win. What he was really afraid of was Chen Feng, who was at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state. If Long Chen wanted to defeat him, he was less than 20% sure. However, it was difficult for him to increase his genuine qi in a short time. So, in the end, he could only rely on his confidence and outbreak in the final battle. He tried his best to cultivate the phantom doppelganger, which might play an unexpected role at that time. Okay. Lu Yi nodded. Her life was now in the hands of Long Chen. Although there was a lot of resistance, she still believed in Long Chen. She knew that Long Chen was at the 7th level of the reaching heaven state, which was the same level as her. When Long Chen had been at the 5th level of the reaching heaven state, he had been able to defeat her, let alone Xiaotian. Then, they didn't talk about anything else, but threw themselves into the intense cultivation again. By the way, when I came here just now, I seem to have seen Vigor Demon General. He followed me for a while, and I don't know what he was doing. Then he disappeared, and I didn't pay attention to him anymore. Lu Yi suddenly thought of this matter and said. Long Chen's body shook, and he stood up with a whoosh. He looked at Lu Yi coldly and scolded, "You idiot, why didn't you tell me earlier?" Lu Yi was startled by his behavior, and she didn't understand what had happened. Long Chen hurriedly looked outside with his devouring demon eyes. He knew that Vigor Demon General hated him to the core. Long Chen hid here to prevent Vigor Demon General's possible assassination. After all, people who had already gone mad were the most terrifying. Vigor Demon General had been treated unfairly by King Qingli, and he had deep resentment in his heart. If he had a chance, he would never let it go. Long Chen had disappeared for such a long time, so Vigor Demon General would certainly suspect his whereabouts. After following Lu Yi for a while, he naturally knew that Long Chen would cultivate the phantom doppelganger here. Lu Yi had said that the restriction at the back of the mountain couldn't stop a warrior at the 9th level of the reaching heaven state who could fly. Therefore, if Vigor Demon General really wanted to kill Long Chen, he should have sneaked in by now. Back then, after the Red Ghost King had left, Long Chen had seen Vigor Demon General's strong killing intent when he came out of the palace of King Qingli. Sure enough, Long Chen's guess wasn't wrong. When he used the spirit-devouring demon eye, a tall and sturdy figure quickly rushed into the cave. Even the entire cave trembled when he stomped on it forcefully. Lu Yi's expression changed instantly. She stood together with Long Chen and looked outside. Sure enough, she saw Vigor Demon General's body appear at the entrance of the cave. He was wearing a pitch-black armor that covered his head and feet. His whole body emitted a ferocious and terrifying aura. His eyes were bloodshot and he looked like a huge ferocious beast. At this moment, he was panting heavily. Who else could it be but Vigor Demon General? Seeing that Long Chen and Lu Yi were indeed here, Vigor Demon General raised his head and let out a sinister laugh. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in fruitless searching, only to find it by chance. You two bastards were indeed hiding here. No wonder I couldn't find any traces of you after 10 days. Originally, he thought that he would be able to participate in the disciple assessment in 16 days. He didn't expect such a huge change like Vigor Demon General to appear during this period." Long Chen was well aware of how powerful Vigor Demon General was and how much he hated him. It seemed that if he didn't put his life on the line this time, it would be difficult for him to get through this. Long Chen's expression became unusually solemn. Bastard couple. Hearing this term, Lu Yi was really a little angry. She looked at Vigor Demon General coldly and said, "I listened to my mother's instructions and taught him the Spectre clone technique here. It's not what you think. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.